Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Deku had a healing harem? Part 1. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Recovery Girl remained motionless. She was alone in the room after the selection meeting for the future students of the hero course. Recovery Girl repeatedly read the file on her hand rather than picking up her trusty cane and making her way back to the infirmary. Izuku Midoriya. Healing contact is a quirk. The name should go without saying. Any injuries sustained by anyone Midoriya Izuku comes into direct contact with can be healed by him. At the expense of his endurance, even the old and incurable ones. A quirk that differs from hers but is too similar. A healing quirk, however, wasn't all that rare. Not in the modern era. The boy she saw was what drew her in. The boy who risked his life to save the lives of strangers while running through dangers with the most exhausted look on his face. And all with the sweetest smile. Aizawa also turned down his application. The hero course isn't the place for someone who isn't willing to harm others. No matter how much bullshit the point is at any given time, the man always has a point. However, the door was shut and the decision was final. He can try again at the sport festival if he gets a spot in general education, but referred to her as a pessimist and cruel person, but the likelihood was thin. Only someone who is at least as good at showing off as the hero course would have a chance at the sport festival, which is typically a show-off event. Furthermore, the boy's quirk could only hurt him. Overall, it was laying the groundwork to destroy it. And that was too much for her. Not while she's here. Chio chastised herself for the blonde oafs and her old friend's shoddy imitation. Relentlessly, Chio eventually picked up the cane and walked out of the room, but not back to her office. Izuku. Izuku rubbed his weary eyes after being startled awake by his mother's frantic scream and then put down the pair of chopsticks he was holding. He calmly made his way to the living room before his mother pushed him into it. "Mom, what's wrong?" Izuku smiled gently. "You know you can't flood the apartment with your tears again. Sato-san downstairs has been getting grumpier." After shouting back, "That's not important," Inko showed Izuku a letter she was holding. Ua's letter has arrived." Izuku finally showed more than just fatigue for the first time since he woke up this morning. The realization caused his eyes to widen, and he became more energized than before. And perhaps with a hint of dreadfulness. He took the letter out of his mother's hand and read it slowly. He muttered, "It's the real thing." Inko yelled, "You go and open it," and jolted him out of his reverie. "I'll clean up the table. Just go to your room and open it." Izuku was shoved into his room before he could respond. Izuku hesitated for a moment before plunging the courage to open the letter. Izuku discovered a coin-shaped device slipping out of the envelope as he carefully tore off the seal. To his surprise, a holographic image of his hero emerged when he clicked on it, her face stern and solemn. The elderly woman wearing a white coat with a pink visor said, "Good day to you, Midoriya Izuku. My name is Shuzenji Chio, more commonly known as Recovery Girl, and I'm here to announce your result." Unconsciously, Izuku's breathing quickened. Unaware of Izuku's relief at the outcome, she went on, "You were among the highest scores for the written exam. Almost a perfect mark, if not for that one spelling mistake you made in the essay question. Halfway there, he told himself. As for the practical exam." The hologram then changed to video of Izuku running around the testing area, using his quirk to heal a brown-haired girl's wounds and help her stand. Instead of destroying robots, you focused on aiding others. You did not take down even a single robot, Midoriya-kun. We do have rescue points in place, but even with them, I'm saddened to say that you weren't qualified into the hero course. Izuku could only do nothing but remain silent. As anticipated, Izuku said, lowering his head without even having the strength to cry. He thought about shutting off the projection and simply dozed off again. However, Recovery Girl smirked as she went on before he could do that. He started to turn off the hologram, but she interrupted him by saying, "That is where I came in. I see the potential in you, Midoriya-kun, and I want to help you explore it." Principal Nezu did too, as he signed this. She pulled out a sheet of paper. "Apprenticeship," explained the woman. "Aside from your education in the general course, you will also be taking medical lessons with me. I'll teach you everything you need to know about being a healer, all in the span of 1 year. Once I deemed you qualify, you'll get the chance to transfer to the hero course. I need to make one thing clear though. I'll work you to the bones. So, you had better think twice before accepting this. Regardless of your decision, a seat in general education is already yours, Midoriya Izuku. Welcome to your maybe hero academia." Izuku was startled out of his slumber by the sound of a door being forcefully closed. He yawned and turned to see his mentor entering with a displeased look on his face. Izuku watched the elderly woman walk to her chair and said, "Chio-sensei? Who pissed you off this time?" She set the cane down and flung herself onto the chair, not turning to look. "Your girlfriend, that's who." The first year with the gravity quirk. Aizawa thought it would be nice to let them go all out on hand-to-hand combat. As he brewed the tea, Izuku laughed and asked, "Uraraka-san?" "Right, like I'm lucky enough to date her." He was blind to Chio's deadpan expression. "That tea set is a gift from 1A's vice president, right? What about her?" Izuku hummed as he added sugar to the tea. "Yayorozu-san. She's amazing. I think the right word here is, too good for me." Chio let out an agonized moan. Her stupid student still hasn't come to any realizations after nearly a year. She took Izuku's cup of tea and went on, "Okay, let's assume 1A is out of the equation. What of 1B? The one with the vine hair? She definitely blushed when she talked to you this morning." Izuku nodded and said, "Quite concerning, isn't it? I told her she could rest here, and I'll watch over her until she gets better, but her face just turned redder. The seasonal fever is really getting out of hand. I think even Kuros-sensei caught it." Chio couldn't help but mumble as she saw her student adopt a thoughtful and worried expression. "Why did Setsuna have to fall for such a rockhead?" Izuku inquired. "What's that about Tokage-san? Oh no, did she catch the fever as well? Should I run over and check?" Chio grabbed her cane and threatened to whoop Izuku with it, saying, "She's fine. Quit yapping. I just don't understand her taste in men. Any of their tastes in men, actually." Izuku cocked his head, perplexed. Midoriya Izuku was taken in by Shizunage Chio less than a year ago in the hopes that he would succeed her as the hero's helper. And yet here she is, observing that boy, without even recognizing it, wooing everyone. She was certain she had no regrets about teaching him. She was simply concerned that he might be the real cause of her next heart attack. "Deep breath, Izuku, deep breath." Izuku spoke in a low voice before the enormous door. The 1C sign was staring down at him, awaiting his opening the door and going inside. Izuku took a deep breath, telling himself as he walked into the classroom. "He's not here." As she searched the classroom for a recognizable set of fluffy green hair, Ochako muttered to herself. She did notice some fluffy hair, but it was purple and pink. Heck, the girl who sat eerily motionless had the only green hair. Did he fail to get in? However, that isn't feasible. He was the only reason she made it. Was there such a thing as rescue point? The boy she saw rushing around, assisting everyone in sight, was the only one who deserved those points. The guy with the sparkling glasses and the loud voice made it in. How could that green angel have failed? He might be in 1B. But before Ochako could think of any more scenarios, she and everyone else's attention was drawn to a yellow caterpillar on the ground. Izuku-kun. On their way back to the infirmary, Izuku looked up from his conversation with Chio to see a happy bunch of brown hair sprinting in his direction. She was still wearing her skin-tight, pink hero costume with a dark accent, and she was waving with the most excitement he had ever witnessed in a human being. Izuku smiled back, not noticing Chio's weary sigh, and said, "Uraraka-san. You look happy today. Did something good happen?" Ochako blushed and said, "Just happy to see you." Izuku took this as a sign that she was growing weary from running. Izuku immediately placed a hand on Ochako's forehead and stared intently at her for any indications of weariness. Running right after strenuous exercise is really not good for your health. Your face is kind of hot, right now. You're not making any eyes contact. You're making some strange noises. It doesn't look like fatigue, but it's not normal, either. Chio-sensei, what's your thought? Chio calmly answered, "I think you should give the poor girl some space before she fainted." She had to see the poor girl's face turn a new shade of red at the proximity while her sour-faced student searched for clues. "Well, I'm just going to use my quirk, just in case." In the meantime, Izuku grew increasingly anxious and began to seize Ochako's hand without taking any hint. Ochako watched Izuku gently hold her hand and uttered more gibberish at the unexpected contact. Ochako was able to stammer out a reply. "I-kun? I'm fine. Really, you're going to get tired from using your quirk." Izuku joked, "What's a little tired if I could help you?" without realizing that smoke was beginning to emerge from Ochako's flaming red face. "Hell, I'll do this for the rest of my life if I have to. Anything for you, Uraraka-san." Both were unaware that Chio had already given up and departed. "Excuse me, is anyone here?" Ochako was so exhausted that she dragged herself into the infirmary. That is, mentally. The entrance exam was the most physically taxing. Ochako was forced to sit through lunch without eating anything right after her homeroom teacher threatened to expel her. She just needs dinner water to stay healthy all day. Breakfast and lunch every day only further taxed her already meager finances. In addition to all of that, the quirk apprehension test made her class more tense than before. No one made an effort to talk to anyone after they realized they might be ejected at any time, which only caused her to concentrate more on her rumbling stomach. Hi, good evening. She was too exhausted to turn to face the source of the voice, preferring to concentrate on remaining awake. Recovery girl just left, but I'm here to look after the office when she's out. Can I help you with anything? Ochako pulled herself onto the bed and said, I'm fine. I just need to rest. Today has been tiring. The gentle, kind, and vaguely familiar voice laughed and said, overwhelming first day, I assume. Recovery girl did tell me to expect someone from the first year to come. Ochako heard the sound of water being poured into a cup and the sounds of the cupboards being searched. Usually, sleeping the tiredness off would be recommended, but sleeping with an empty stomach just makes it worse. Then she noticed that a piece of yakisoba bread was being held up to her face. Ochako took only a few bites of the bread before tearing the packaging off without missing a beat. She swiftly grabbed the water cup out of the nurse's grasp and drank it all at once. The nurse's laugh even softened as she said, easy there. Saving someone 3 times in a row would be a new record for me. When Ochako's head suddenly raised, she instantly recognized that face. She was saved by the green angel who raised that piece of debris. She has spent the entire morning searching for the same angel. When she cried out, it's you, he laughed. He offered her another glass of water and grinned, saying, good to see you again too, Gravity Girl. Rough day in the hero course. Ochako moaned, the worst, and then downed another glass of water. I take it you're having an easier day? Izuku hummed. Orientation was interesting. Nezu-sensei sure loves to talk about how to keep his hair smooth and fluffy. I still don't know how both those things went together. Other than that, it's mostly just a quick look over at what we're about to learn. Even Recovery Girl ONL briefed me about what I should do while I'm here. With a curious tilt of her head, Ochako asked, so, 1B hasn't done the quirk apprehension test yet? Izuku closed his eyes and tried to recall, well, I haven't seen anyone from 1B came yet. But I doubt a quirk apprehension would result in someone coming here. This time, Ochako's perplexed sound caused Izuku to turn to face her. Wait, huh? You're not in 1B? No. Izuku said slowly, unable to read Ochako's shocked look. I'm in 1C. General Education Department. But yeah, it's pretty cool that Midnight is our homeroom teacher. Like, they let pro heroes. Ochako sat up and said, but, why aren't you in the hero course? You helped a lot of people. Izuku grinned pitifully and said, I guess I'm just not what UA looks for. But on the other hand, Recovery Girl herself offered to be my mentor. You've got to jump on that chance immediately, girl. Ochako was shocked by what she heard. The hero seated in front of her wasn't qualified, was he? Was UA foolish? In order to assist others, he literally ran through the entire exam site. It shouts, hero's material, louder than anything else. But instead of him, a grape pervert entered. If he hadn't taken the chance to save me, would he still be in the hero course? Something came to Ochako's mind. Ochako was startled out of her reverie by Izuku's statement, it stinks, yes. But it's not the end of the world. I have the chance to work with my all-time favorite heroine. Izuku's tirade was cut off by Ochako's naive mutter, it's my fault. You failed because you had to jump in and save me from my stupid mistake. You could have been destroying robots and gotten more points if it hadn't for me. It's all my fault. Ochako felt a sudden, sharp pain in her forehead before she could finish. She looked up at the offender and gave a painful yelp. The angel with the green hair merely made a forehead flick. Izuku frowned and said, quit that, please. Ochako will never publicly acknowledge that it doesn't fit his sweet, attractive, and adorable face. I failed because of me, all right? No one else. I don't regret helping others, so you shouldn't regret getting helped. But, with a sly smile, Izuku firmly interrupted Ochako, I saved you because I wanted to. I made a choice. If UA decided they wanted to fail me because of that, then too bad. I'm not changing my decisions. Never. I do this to help people. What's the point of becoming a hero if I have to abandon someone who needs help? Ochako was only able to look at Izuku without saying anything, not even observing the faint flush that touched her cheeks. Fortunately, The boy took that more seriously than he ought to have. As he approached and whispered into her ears, Ochako's blush intensified. Say, since you're already here, do you want me to use my quirk on you? Just like the entrance exam? He asked. My quirk lets me heal others at the cost of my own energy. That's what I did at the entrance exam. Ochako stammered, BBB, but are you allowed to do that? I don't think we can use our quirks without permission on school ground. What are you, a cop? Laughed Izuku. Wait, that's a stupid question. Ignore it. But you're right. Recovery Girl hasn't allowed me to use my quirk without her supervision just yet. Izuku whispered into Ochako's ears, and before she could say another word, she heard his tone lighten. How about we let this become our little secret? Izuku held Ochako's hands tenderly as she instantly passed out. One of your friends just dropped this off. Chio tossed a shirt toward Izuku. The sight of his favorite shirt instantly made Izuku smile, despite Chio's emphasis on the word friends. Chio looked down at the shirt and clearly gagged at what she saw. How is that, your favorite shirt? Gym outfit was written on a simple black t-shirt, which Izuku showed her. It's funny. According to Chio, it's horrible. Why did you even give that thing to someone? That thing could even rival my great niece's hoodie in horribleness. Tokage's hoodie is awesome, Izuku replied, protruding his tongue, but I gave this shirt to Kirishima-san after his got burnt during training. Chio nodded wearily and said, Ah, I remember now. That was a recorded simultaneous nosebleed at one moment. Quite scary, wasn't it? Izuku said with a grim laugh. 40 simultaneous nosebleeds at the same time. I still think it was a villain's quirk at play. Chio questioned incredulously, not because you took off your shirt in front of them? Why would they bleed at me taking off my shirt? Chio continued to type into her computer, ignoring his question. You sure you're better now? I can still go at it for another half an hour. Ochako, who was leaving the room with a lively expression that turned red at the wording, was asked by Izuku. Ochako exclaimed, I'm fine. 100%, a bit too loudly. I'll see you soon. Izuku laughed and extended his hand, saying, Oh, right. Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you. Ochako took the shake and exclaimed, Uraraka Ochako. Her time at school appeared to be improving. I didn't know the winter is coming. Chio made Izuku squeeze the contents of the enormous medical book into his head, and Izuku looked up. Chio put the phone down at the desk and gave it another weary glance. 1A. She clarified without responding to the jest. Tosh the Hero Foundation's teacher thought it would be great to conduct quirk combat on their first week at school. All without safety guidelines nor precautions. Izuku put down the book and went over to assist his mentor in setting up medical supplies, saying, That's dangerous. Shouldn't this be their first time using their quirk against another human being? Yes. Chio said in agreement. And yet that blonde oaf thought it would be nice to pitch those teenagers against one another. I swear, if not for that stupid quirk of his, I would already have beaten him to death with this cane. As he got the frostburn treatments, Izuku laughed uncomfortably, ignoring the part about his blonde and enigmatic quirk. I don't think doctors are supposed to kill people, Recovery Girl. Chio said nonchalantly, You took that oath last week, not me. Why do you think I always have a cane with me? Because you're going to crumble without it? Ha! Youngsters these days, underestimating their elders. Chio chuckled. I'll have you know I used to bench press all might when I was young. Izuku asked, Was it after you took your dinosaur out for a walk, Grandem, before a medicine bottle was thrown in his face? She gave Izuku a healing kiss on the nose after saying, Don't use the G word with me, young man. I am the youthful heroine. Izuku rubbed his injured nose and said, My bad. Back to the main topic. Why are we prepping frostburn medical supplies? One of the students decided to freeze an entire building in one shot to win the exercise. Explained Chio. 2 students were caught in the glacier. One just needs a blanket to cool down. The other one, however, wasn't wearing any sort of clothes, so they caught the worst of it. Izuku glanced at the tablet showing a building covered in ice and nodded. I see. Chio's words suddenly struck him more forcefully than any blows he had ever taken. What do you mean by wasn't wearing any sort of clothes? After that, Chio gave him a table with Hagakure Toru's file on it and observed how he responded. Izuku read the information with the most shocked look ever, just as she and Nezu had anticipated. Oh, hey, Hagakure-san, Izuku said as he walked in, gesturing to the vacant chair in the corner. Toru was shocked to hear her name called out of the blue. She turned to face the door and saw her favorite nurse from the school walking in, looking just as exhausted as ever. But before she could express her worry, someone else did it first. Nurse. A bright, animated voice called out. Why do you look like you haven't slept for 3 days straight? With a panda-like eye rub, Izuku replied, I sleep just fine, Hatsume-san. I just came back from a mission with Chiyo-sensei. Some villains just don't get that people rest during weekends. With a worried expression, Mei asked, shouldn't you be resting, then? Quietly, Toru approached Izuku from the side and examined his eye patches. He appeared to be having trouble keeping his eyes open. Izuku said with a nod, I am about to. Are you joining me in bed? That's when Mei and Toru's minds went blank. Izuku went on nonchalantly, oblivious to the two girls who had frozen in front of him. Remember? Powerloader Sensei asked me to make sure you get enough sleep. Mei did not respond at all when he gently took her hand and placed the screwdriver she was holding down on a nearby table. The infirmary is empty right now, so we got our own beds. We could probably get a few hours of sleep in before we have to vacate the room. Izuku glanced at Toru before departing with a frozen Mei. Do you want to come too, Hagakure-san? Toru's brain was still recovering from the previous shock, so she was able to stutter out strange sentences like, I sleep fine not. You go on with or without me, please. With a soft smile, he said, I see. Nice braids, by the way. They suit you a lot. With a hint of incredulity in her voice, Toru caressed her braids involuntarily while wearing a red face that she hoped he wouldn't notice. How did you know I braided my hair? She asked. Izuku laughed as he walked out of the room without turning around, saying, a hunch you just confirmed for me. You've been playing with them the moment I got in the room. I just wasn't sure if those were braids or ponytail. Like last time. FRRRR Rost Bur RRRN Su UUUX. As Izuku and Chiyo attended to Toru's wounds, her teeth chattered. As Chiyo gently kissed Toru on the right cheek to help the wounds heal, Izuku concentrated on bandaging her injuries. Chiyo turned to face Izuku after confirming that she had nothing more to do and that Izuku could handle the remaining tasks. I'm going to make sure that Blonde Oaf doesn't send any more students my way. Look over the office for a minute for me, dearie. Ait, RG. Chiyo left the room after being pleased with her student's response. Toru watched the nurse sorting the supplies while whistling a familiar tune that she couldn't identify, and she sat in awkward silence. At last, Toru called out, Hey, Nurse-san, and caught Izuku's attention. I don't believe I caught your name earlier? The strangest thing, in her opinion, was that he introduced himself without averting his gaze. It's Midoriya Izuku. 1C, General Education Department. You are Hagakure Toru, correct? Why yeah, Toru said, averting her gaze and shaking off the strange eye contact. So, you're a nurse? At this age? You've done this before? Not quite. The nurse's already gentle and soft smile somehow softened. Most of my first aid knowledge came from books and community courses. I did help whoever needed their injuries tend to, but none was this official. Toru laughed and said, must be nice. Here I am, failing my first heroic lesson. As he looked over the labels of some medications, Izuku hummed noncommittally, I wouldn't say it's your fault. You shouldn't even be put in that situation in the first place. It's only your first lesson, after all. And, whoever made that thing you called a hero costume should be put on the gallows. At the casual comments, Toru stammered, it's not that terrible. My quirk is invisibility. There's not much they can do about my situation. Nah. Izuku swiftly and smoothly took a notebook out of, and swiveled in the direction of the intended page. He told Toru what was on the page. Okay. First of all, calling your quirk invisibility is just stupid. How do you think your quirk works? Toru replied that he had made the decision to ignore the offensive comments. My body naturally refracts light. That's why I can't be seen. Clicking his tongue, Izuku said, oversimplified. How do you think light works on our eyes? I don't. Light needs to hit our eyes so that we can see. If light just went through your eyes, what do you think would happen? Toru realized, I would be blind. But maybe my quirk has some ways to work around that concept? Quirks are bullshit, after all. Izuku nodded and said, quirks are bullshit. That's without a doubt, but even they obey the law of physics. Sometimes they may work around it, even mess with it. But they do not disregard the natural law of physics. Take my quirk, for example. I channel my own vitality and transfer it to other people through direct contact, but I can't do it on myself. Toru asked, apprehensive about the implications of Izuku's statement, without even feigning to comprehend the science that was spoken. Then how does my quirk related to any of this? Izuku, oblivious to Toru's gasping breath, proudly declared, "My theory is you aren't completely invisible. Your pupils must be visible in the smallest, thinnest way possible to allow you to see. It's invisible to the human's eyes, but it's there. It's visible. That's how you can see. If you can figure out how it works, you may be able to switch between invisibility and visibility with a simple flick of a finger." How does that relate to your hero costume, you may ask? Well, a skin-tight suit tailored with your specific DNA can turn invisible with you, so you won't have to walk around in your baby's uniform anymore. Well, it's not technically a baby's uniform because of the gloves and boots, but it's preposterous, nonetheless. No one should walk around like that even if they can't be say. "I can become visible." Toru stopped Izuku in the middle of his tirade with a single sentence. Izuku responded, oblivious to the serious connotations of those words. He grinned proudly at the joke and said, "Theoretically speaking, at least. It's just a theory. A quirk theory." Izuku's brain stopped working, and Toru's silence abruptly changed to sobs. Izuku took Toru's hand tenderly and spoke in the softest voice he could manage, despite being overcome by the unexpected display of emotion. Izuku's words caused Toru to cry even more. "I don't want to give you any false hope, Hagakure-san. But as long as it is still a possibility, Recovery Girl and I will work to the graves to make sure you can reach your full potential." She raised her head. The same pair of viridian eyes remained in front of her, however, the fatigue it had was entirely replaced by confidence and resolve. They never separated from hers at all. Toru sensed that someone was observing her for the first time in her life. With her eyes still fixed on Izuku's back in shock, Setsuna inquired, "Where are those notebooks coming from, by the way?" As he continued to write, Izuku asked incoherently, "What notebooks?" "That," Setsuna exclaimed, gesturing to the notebook Izuku was clutching. Izuku turned back to Setsuna, looking worriedly at the spot where she had been pointed. "You sure Tetsu-san's punch didn't leave a concussion?" As a last resort, Setsuna turned to her great aunt in an attempt to comprehend the utter insanity that was taking place. To her dismay, her aunt merely offered her a cup of tea. While sipping her tea, Shio remarked nonchalantly, "Something aren't for us mortals to know, Setsuna. Learn to live with it. Your life will be much easier." Setsuna downed the teacup as quickly as she would have a bottle of liquor. Izuku promised Toru, "I'll discuss your hero costume with Shuzenji-sensei. The person who went through with the gloves and boots is already dead. To her, at least." I took an oath, sadly. Toru pulled her invisible hair mindlessly behind her ears, giggling at the joke. "Thank you, Midoriya-kun. Honestly. You don't know how much you've helped me." She said, "It's in the job description." Izuku grinned. "I'll be here if you need help with your quirk." Toru, not daring to look Izuku in the eyes this time, asked humbly, "Can I come visit for, lunch and stuff? Time to time? Just don't come wearing this again. You don't know how hard it is for me to keep my thoughts at bay." Izuku went on before embarrassment could set Toru on fire. "No feelings could describe how angry I am at this, gloves and boots. It's an insult to the support industry. Nothing boils my blood more than this." Whistling, Toru said, "All right. I'm angry, too. Nothing but anger, definitely only anger." Angel is real. He was aware of it, one materialized before him. But it all happened too quickly. He was eating lunch with Shoji and Tokiyami 1 minute, and then the alarm nearly blew his ears off the next. Then there was an immediate state of chaos. Pupils completely disregarded the safety of others by pushing against one another. Fortunately, Koji was not severely injured because his body is inherently larger than others. At least physically. A panic attack was brought on by the combination of the alarm going off in the hallway, students yelling, and each other telling one another to move. Koji was a selective mute and never sought assistance from others. An animal friend would always arrive and support him during any of his episodes, assisting him in calming down. However, in the midst of the chaos, despite his best efforts during the panic attack, nobody answered his call. Everything was getting hazy. A soft tap on his shoulder was also felt by him. "How many times do I need to tell you, Midoriya Izuku, that this is not a pet cafe?" Shio saw a headache coming as soon as she walked in. The pride of UA, the big three, was sitting on the floor, holding a rabbit. She left her assistant in charge of the infirmary while she was away, and she was making tea as usual. "Shio-sensei, a cup of tea?" Shio said, "Please," before returning to the primary concern. "Why is there a rabbit here?" Izuku responded by offering Shio a cup of tea, which she accepted with gratitude. Koda-san asked me to watch over his rabbit. He's out with Tokiyami-san to buy groceries. Chiyo raised an eyebrow, asking, really? I heard that boy is very protective and secretive of his rabbit. That's why I told him, I'll take care of any needs you have and show you a good time. Chiyo underlined, those were your exact words? Yeah. And you said those while looking at him? Izuku gave an innocent smile and said, of course. I need to assure him Yui-chan will be well taken care of and she'll have fun here. Chiyo considered chewing the teacup and discarding it. Nod if you can hear my voice. He nodded shakily as he watched the student with the rock-shaped head in front of him. Izuku focused his energy right away and gave it to him. Although Izuku was grinning, he whispered softly, I'm definitely going to get complained to for using my quirk on another student, again. But they should have better security if they really want to enforce that rule, right? Izuku gradually lowered the intensity of his quirk while maintaining it after noticing the boy in front of him chuckle softly as his breathing steadied. The deafening alarm finally stopped after 5 minutes, which helped Koji relax more quickly. A set of green, abnormally fluffy hair that reminded him of a forest, finally coming into view, grinned at him. Koji could see the kindness in his eyes, even though they were noticeable due to their heavy eye bags. The angel in front of him said softly, nod if you can see me clearly now. Koji gave him a shy nod in response to his request. His heart skipped a beat when he heard his response, and the smile somehow softened. The angel reached into his coat pocket and removed an object. Or someone. A little gray mouse perched in the angel's hand made a joyful squeak and then fled, saying, Jerry here led me to you. The angel grinned and turned to face the small mouse that was running away, saying, I'll put the cheese near your door. Koji took out his phone in a hurry to type his gratitude, but the angel kept surprising him before he could finish. You can sign if you want to. Koji was able to sign, though his hands were clearly shaking now. Thank you for helping me. By nodding, the angel said, You're welcome. Sorry for using my quirk without asking you first. Koji frantically waved his hands before signing once more. I should be the one who apologized. The green angel laughed and then turned to his phone, his eyes wide. Kayama-sensei and Shuzenji-sensei will cover for me. Don't worry about it. We should get back to our classes. Just find me at the nurse's office after school if you need anything else, okay? Izuku got Koji up on his feet without missing a beat and ran off in the direction of 1C, leaving the hero student standing there, wondering if he had some sort of heart condition. You know you really shouldn't feed rodents infesting the school, right? As she watched Izuku pack some leftovers into a bento box, Chiyo said. As he packed the food, the boy casually responded, It's not the 14th century, and you're not a plague doctor. That would make a cool Halloween's cosplay for us, though. Chiyo said, I wear a costume every day, dearie. She no longer felt the need to chastise her pupil. It's always Halloween. Izuku merely laughed at her answer. The nurse's office door opened, and a woman in a spacesuit with short, blue navy hair peeked inside before Izuku could say goodbye to Chiyo. Shuzenji-san, the principal is looking for you. Chiyo glanced at her and asked, Did he say what is it about? Something about your old friend. Reminding Izuku to tidy up the infirmary before he left for home, Chiyo sighed, picked up her cane, and walked out of the room. Anon turned to face Izuku after Chiyo had gone. Going home now, Midoriya-kun? Izuku grinned and shook the food bag before she and Anon left the room. After I feed the mice. As she watched Izuku carefully place the food in mouse holes and creaks, Anon hummed, I heard the mice are helping Nezu with collecting information. Aizawa-senpai looked at me like a crazy person when I said that. Izuku laughed and knocked on the wall 3 times, asking, I assume he hasn't watched Ratatouille yet? With love in her eyes, Anon watched Izuku work and only responded with a giggle. Anon sighed, the mice are eating better than me. Cup noodles really aren't healthy for you. Izuku grinned before it became a smirk and said, I can make breakfast for you every day, if you want to. There'll be a fee, though. Izuku instantly put her helmet back on after riding off the sight of Anon. Izuku remarked, Chiyo-sensei's merchandise is extremely costly. Whispering, a field trip? Really? Izuku said, after that whole fiasco? Nomori sighed, I admit it's a bad idea, but at the end of the day, it's Nezu and the teacher in charge's decision. A medical staff's presence might elevate the student's concern. You can decline if you want to. Izuku waved away her worry, saying, if you think I'm any help, I'll go with them. But wouldn't Shuzenji-sensei's presence better than an intern? Nomori made an air quote, saying, Nezu didn't want to raise any false alarm. Besides, 1B is having their battle trial today and Shuzenji wanted to avoid what happened with 1A. Izuku gave a sympathetic glance before leaving to get ready for the journey. A proud smile appeared on Nemori's back, then a frown as she muttered to herself. You better not give my student any trouble, Aizawa. Or so help me, no quirk is going to stop me from putting you into a coma. Your mother thinks I should put a GPS on you. Izuku snapped his neck at Chiyo and spat out the tea he was sipping. Chiyo's expression remained the same as she said, "Stop being dramatic. It was a joke. I'm a doctor. Not your babysitter. Where you go or what you get yourself into aren't any my business." The deadpanned Izuku said, "That wasn't funny, and I don't get into troubles. Remind me what happened last week. That night you ran out to get some medical supplies without informing anyone." Izuku muttered, "It was supposed to be a short trip. You guys are being unnecessarily overprotective. You came back with a bleeding head, Midoriya Izuku. I fell off the steps." Chiyo sighed, "And I still don't buy that. Just, don't get yourself in any trouble. You seriously remind me too much of someone I knew." Aizawa waved to the residents of 1A, saying, "This is Midoriya Izuku. He's Recovery Girl's trainee and a first year, like all of you. He's here to observe and provide first aid if necessary." Izuku glanced at the current faces, and when he saw a familiar face, his smile widened. Not daring to display their blushes, the person who knew him turned their head away. Without delay, everyone boarded the bus and divided into groups to engage in conversation. While Koda was happy to observe Izuku from a distance, Ochako and Toru promptly sat down in front of and beside him. However, Izuku always caught him staring and smiled at him, so it wasn't that effective. Tenya said, a bit too loudly because it attracted everyone's attention, "Pardon me for being impolite, Midoriya-san, but did you not pass the heroics entrance exam?" Ready to throw hands, Ochako cracked her knuckles instantly. "Yeah, I did not." Izuku gave an unsteady laugh. "I suppose purposefully avoiding engagements isn't a good thing for wannabe hero." Tenya went on, "But you recognized the true point of the exam, did you not? You saved Uraraka-san from the zero-pointer. You even assisted Recovery Girl in her healing efforts." Izuku scratched his cheek and said, "I just gave Shuzenji-sensei the energy he needed to heal them. My quirk doesn't heal everything randomly. I have to know what I am healing for it to work." Tenya nodded, saying, "I see. It's a shame, though. I was looking forward to seeing you in class." Unaware that Tenya was freezing, Izuku grinned and said, "There's no reason why we couldn't see each other outside of class. You can always find me at the nurse's office. After school, that is. Ideally when no one's around." "Midoriya-san," Tenya chastised through a flushed face as he jolted out of his daze. "It's not appropriate to extend such invitation." "Really?" Izuku asked, tilting his head in a way that made anyone look away. "That's when I'm usually at the office. I thought it would be better if we can talk without me being distracted by work." The bus stopped before Tenya could think of anything to say. Katsuki was strangely silent in his seat during all of that. "Midoriya, a word." Izuku looked away from what number 13 was saying. He was called aside by the unkempt-looking teacher, who he assumed was a racerhead. Izuku gave him a nod and went with him to a location that was out of other students' earshot. Aizawa looked at the eager pupils and remarked, "I know you have a tendency to jump in and help, but this is a learning opportunity for them. Wait until the end of the day to reveal your quirk to them. I don't want them getting complacent just because there's a healer nearby." Izuku raised an eyebrow, asking, "Isn't it worse to let them run around with injuries all over?" Unfazed by Izuku's logic, Aizawa went on, "They'll have to get used to it at some point." Izuku refused to back down, saying, "They're still in training, still doesn't make it right." Aizawa turned away from Izuku and said, "If they are scared off by a little pain, then maybe this isn't the right career path for them." "Let's go," he said. "We are squandering time." Izuku chose to remain silent for the time being and observe the exercise, despite his discomfort with the teacher's philosophy, but before number 13 could split the class into groups, one of the students asked, pointing to the plaza. "Is that something down there?" The sound of the staff room door opening caused Nomori to look up from her paperwork, and she saw her student, dressed in his typical white coat over his uniform, looking more exhausted than ever. "Midoriya-kun. Why have you come here?" "Nezu asked me to remind you that office hour is over, Kayama-sensei." Izuku was beaming. "He said you can finish your paperwork tomorrow." Nomori looked at the clock and laughed, I must have lost track of the time. So, why are you still here? You ought to be back in the dorm, right? Are you working too much again?" "I promise Nezu that if I have to, I will forcefully knock you out. Izuku dismissed her worry, saying, I'm just getting ready for Chiyo-sensei. I'm going back there now. Ah. You are an excellent student. I'm a little envious of how much you've helped her, Nomori said with a smile as she shut the office door and gave Izuku a playful cheek pinch. I'm in desperate need of assistance with my paperwork. I'll be with you all night if you want, Kayama-sensei. Izuku was beaming. Nomori laughed at Izuku's wording, a weapon more dangerous than anyone could have imagined. As your homeroom teacher, I would prefer it if you don't overwork yourself to exhaustion. As intriguing as that sound, dear. Izuku laughed and said, it's not that bad. I slept for 4 hours straight on Tuesday. More active than before and ready to go. As she removed a portion of her costume and released the sleeping gas, Nomori sighed and said, today is Monday. The rat must have sent him her way because Nomori quickly caught the now unconscious Izuku and grinned at his serene, sleeping face. She picked him up and carried him over her shoulders with ease as she returned to 1C's dorm. At this sight, she merely hoped her students wouldn't draw out their witch hunt gear once more. What's calming you down? You're a civilian. When Minoru saw Izuku gazing placidly at the water's surface, she screamed. How come I shouldn't be? As the villains retreated from the floating ball, Izuku casually responded, you guys are getting me out of here. He then tossed one of Minoru's balls into the water. With a tone that mirrored Izuku's composure, Tsuyu said, I'm grateful that you trust us that much, Midoriya-chan. But I don't see any ways we can defeat the villains. A sinking ship with water-based villains poised to ambush them the moment they touched the water, Hitoshi muttered, not with this formation and this scenario. But despite those odds, the nurse showed no emotion at all, only fatigue, and after a few minutes of silently examining the water's surface, he turned back to Hitoshi and smiled reassuringly. Isn't it, Shinso-san? Shinso nodded slowly in agreement when he heard his name, and the nurse asked him in the sweetest tone he had ever heard, all the while maintaining that gentle smile. How skilled are you at making fun of other people? Do you have any thoughts, Shuzenji-san? Now that the focus was on Chiyo, who had remained silent the entire time, Chiyo took a moment to consider the question before speaking. I take it you watched the video? Then you should know he isn't the type to punch the problems away like you and Nana, Toshinori said, nodding in response to the question posed by his former teacher who is now a co-worker. But doesn't he want to be a hero? Surely he must realize that it is inevitable, Toshinori contended. Toshinori stumbled as Chiyo said, you're starting to sound a lot like Aizawa there, Toshinori. I also tried to avoid violence as much as I could. That doesn't lessen my hero status, does it? Toshinori refused to back down, saying, but even you engage in combat sometimes, Chiyo-sensei. After remaining silent and observing, Nezu finally said, now, Yagi-kun. You took this position in order to select a successor, and I think you have a lot of time to do so. Reluctantly, Toshinori nodded his head, understanding the reasoning behind Nezu's statement. Chiyo took that as a sign and left the room after realizing that the discussion with her student was over. Nezu picked up his teacup and spoke without even looking at Toshinori after Chiyo had left the room. But I take it you are already sure of your decision? How young Midoriya ran straight at danger to save others, smiling through his exhaustion to put them at ease, Toshinori said, nodding. Nezu-sensei, I have no doubt that he will grow up to be a great hero. Why you would allow Aizawa to deny his application is beyond me. How about enrolling him in Khan's class? Nezu looked directly into Toshinori's eyes as he smiled and said, because while I have no doubt Midoriya-kun would make a wonderful hero, I know that he will be a fantastic doctor. However, the decision is ultimately entirely up to him. Sekijiro-kun will take Midoriya even if, after a year, he is unable to persuade Aizawa-kun of his abilities. Convincing Sekijiro-kun not to take Midoriya-kun in is more difficult than persuading Aizawa to do so. However, aren't we making things too hard for young Midoriya? Toshinori scratched his chin, not entirely convinced. I suppose I can understand the logic. He must balance his regular coursework, his job with Chiyo, and his independent heroics study. It seems unjust. Nezu concurred, saying, it's a test for the young man, too. Aizawa has a point, despite his blatant bias. As he has been telling himself, Midoriya needs to determine for himself whether he truly wants to be a hero. The door to Principal Nezu's office flew open before Toshinori could ask any questions. That was successful. What was the process? Are we actually still alive? Minoru murmured to himself. Why do you sound so taken aback? Shinso-san's quirk is amazing at these kinds of confrontations, Izuku said, cocking his head. Tsuyu observed Shinso concealing his blush by submerging his face in the water. How are you certain that will even work? If they hadn't responded, we would have perished. They don't know anything about our quirks, Izuku said, pointing out that they placed Asui-san in her own environment and that they avoided your ball when I threw it into the water. All Shinso-san had to do was seize the villains and have them return us. You do realize that the adhesive on your balls lasts for at least an hour? Yes. Izuku grinned and said, good. It would be awkward if they left right away and pursued us once more. Your quirks are all really awesome. Tsuyu proposed, ignoring Minetta's stunned expression, we ought to return to the entrance. Then it should be safer. Without missing a beat, Izuku grabbed Tsuyu, Hitoshi, and Minoru's hands and dragged them into the closet bush as he turned to face Tsuyu, who was staring at a black creature with a visible brain standing atop Eraserhead. Hitoshi muttered, we need to help him. He's bleeding, he will die. With his eyes fixed on Aizawa, Izuku whispered, it's not head trauma. His pupils weren't dilation. That implies that he continued to concentrate his quirk on that something. It is therefore not a concussion. Debris fragments slicing against his skin are the source of the blood. However, that decayed portion of his elbow is worrisome. The black mist that twisted them away slowly materialized beside the man with hands all over him before any of them could think of anything to say in response to that Godspeed observation. A black mist said, Shigaraki Tamura, one of the students has escaped. Reinforcement is on the way. We ought to go. The handman scratched his neck and said, damn it, Kurogiri. I would have dusted you if you weren't our escape ticket. Moreover, All Might isn't present. If the boss isn't even present, what good is it to bring the secret weapon? Unaware that he was holding his breath, Minoru let it out, they're going? Thank God. Izuku sensed the hatred directed at them and said, but before we leave, let's leave him some dead students. At that moment, everything slowed down. Tsuyu felt the villain's hand, the one with the disintegrating quirk, grab her face, and she squinted her eyes shut in terror, afraid to look at what lay ahead. But nothing took place. Tsuyu opened her eyes slowly and shakily, then looked to her right, where Izuku was desperately clinging to her hand, his eyes squinting from exhaustion and his breath coming in short gasps. However, his hand remained firmly in place. A healer who possesses a counter magic. Tamura smirked and reached for Izuku's face with his free hand, saying, let's see if you can use it on yourself. Tsuyu's eyes grew wide with terror, and she croaked in terror, pleading with Izuku to flee. However, Izuku didn't even try to avoid the impending death sentence. Instead, he merely gave her a gentle smile before glaring at Tamura. His tightened hold on her hand was still palpable to Tsuyu. She held it back. Izu-chan? Izuku heard his name and looked up from the book he was using to hide his face to see a familiar face sitting beside him. Asui-san. Izuku grinned when he saw Tsuyu. Is there anything I can do to help? You appear exhausted, so Tsuyu said, I can return later. Call me Su, too. I always appear worn out. It's better now, Izuku joked. How are you? Tsuyu kept a straight face and pushed back her blush, saying, I tried the thing you suggested. Did it succeed? Suddenly, Izuku had a notebook and pen in his hands, ready to take notes. No nightmares are waking up in the middle of the night, Tsuyu said, nodding. It's all because of you. Izuku waved off the compliment, saying, I just suggested what has worked in the past. A picture that brings peace to you. The photo I took with my mother is mine. Which is yours? It's. Tsuyu turned away this time, sensing that she was about to flush, not daring to look Izuku in the eyes. The image of us. Oh, the one we took on the bridge at sunset. Did you know that watching a sunset can make you feel more at ease, present, and content? Izuku nodded with a smug, proud smile. My mother suggested that location. On the weekends, she would go there with her brother and grandmother. Tsuyu was happy to sit and listen to him talk, even though she wanted to make it clear that it wasn't the sunset that soothed her. She always feels comfortable listening to Izuku's gentle voice. Chiyo was annoyed by the densest being on Earth, but she couldn't help but smile at how adorable the scene was. Despite the fact that her only goal was to force some brain cells into her pupil. Annoying. Tamura looked behind his back, his tongue clicking in frustration as Aizawa's bright red eyes glared at him. Nomu, kill. Izuku threw Tsuyu into the water before Tamura could finish his command, and Hitoshi and Minoru immediately jumped after her. Izuku ducked beneath a startled Tamura and ran to Aizawa, sliding alongside him, taking Aizawa's hand and concentrating on applying his quirk to repair the rotten elbow. Tamura smiled, looking away from the students who had moved out from the shore. Cool move, healer. A touch-based quirk that heals. At last, A player too worth opposing. A massive figure crashed through the top of the dome before Tamura could continue with that statement. It was All Might. He was also not grinning. When All Might arrived, Izuku escorted Aizawa to the entrance, where he discovered a number of students gathered around a wounded 13. Izuku left Aizawa to the newly arrived vice president of 1A, who concentrated on tending to 13 after making sure his injuries wouldn't worsen. Izuku quickly took off 13's suit gloves and seized her entirely black hand. Izuku felt his nose begin to bleed, and Ochako was speaking to him, but the headache and fatigue drowned out everything else. Izuku's only concern was dressing his teacher's mangled wounds. His eyes began to blink more and more, and gradually his vision began to become blurry. Izuku used the pain and taste of blood in his mouth to prevent his brain from dozing off, biting down on his tongue to prevent himself from losing consciousness. 5 minutes seemed like forever. Since the entrance exam, he hasn't overused his quirk to this extent, and even then, he stopped when his nose started to bleed. He still feels the pain, though. He could still put up with it, then. Izuku continued to move despite the sound of glasses breaking and a door being kicked down, followed by a gunshot. Everything turned black only when he smelled a strange, pleasant, soothing aroma. Recovery girl. Ochako begged. Chiyo watched as Izuku, Aizawa, and Anon were loaded into an ambulance. Chiyo responded, "It's not life-threatening." Aizawa's elbow stopped decaying before the nerves were affected. Kuros might need some extra treatment with her back being torn open like that, but thankfully the bleeding was stopped. As for Midoriya, overworking his quirk caused an overload on his brain. An MRI scan is needed, but he was still conscious until midnight knocked him out, so it's safe to assume that he'll recover soon enough. The good news caused Tsuyu's clenched fist to relax slightly, but her face still showed the guilt. Koji and Toru went to see how the frog girl was doing. Ochako made the inquiry, "Can we visit him?" Chiyo reassured her, "I don't think it's a good idea, dearie. But I'm sure he'll be up and running by next week. He's a tenacious brat, after all." Nezu put down the papers and surveyed the room before saying, "Now on to different matters. I read a paper that said checking up of the staff's life outside of work would improve productivity. Last weekend, I sent my rat friends on a mission to spy on Tartarus. Yagi-kun, now you do it." "Spying on Tartarus?" Toshinori's mouth gushed blood. Nezu explained, "No, sharing. Your celebrity status would make you a terrible spy." Okay. Toshinori tried to recall what he had done the previous weekend, putting aside a secret he shouldn't be hearing. "With my partially healed stomach, I figured now would be a good opportunity for me to go and try out all the cuisines I've been missing out on for the past 5 years." Nezu nodded and said, "A wise choice. What about you, Kan-kun?" As Ryo sneered to himself, Sekijiro shrugged and said, "I took my dog to his monthly spa. Inui came with us." "What about you, Yamada-kun and Aizawa-kun?" "Unfunny," Shota replied. "Sleep, patrol, sleep, marking papers. The usual stuff." "My radio shows," exclaimed Hizashi. "A lot of requests for love advice from the students have been pouring in." "And you, Shuzenji-san?" Chiyo answered, "Just hanging out with my sister and her family. My fashion disaster of a grandniece needed help picking out an outfit." Nomori smiled and said, "Ooh, I smell a love story in the air. Was it a date? With my student?" "Yes." Everyone silently decided to ignore their youngest co-worker's sound of glass breaking, but your knuckled head probably thought it was only a friendly invitation, anyway. Toshinori arched an eyebrow, asking, "Really? Young Midoriya showed me a picture of them with matching sweaters. It was horrifying." "Wow, All Might." Cementos's Ken laughed, "Didn't expect you to roast the kids like that." Toshinori scratched his head shamefully and said, "Oh, right, sorry. The children looked cute together." When the sound of glass breaking grew louder, everyone paused for a moment. Sweat streaming down his face, Toshinori added, "But the sweaters they picked out were horrifying. I do not understand who in their right mind would sell them." Majima said, "Couldn't be that bad, right?" Toshinori rubbed his face with his palm and said, "I've looked straight into the eyes of the boogeyman, Majima. But those sweaters. They scare me. But at least they look cute together." "Toshinori, I am trying so hard to not be in a black hole singularity." Chiyo glanced at Anon, and Toshinori and the other employees followed. There was black mist evaporating through the spacesuit, but her face was hidden by the helmet. The staff focused on the door being slid open before Toshinori could correct the situation. "Drinks are here." Midoriya Izuku, the conversation topic, strolled casually in a stroller. Refilling their teacups, he walked over to Nezu and then Chio. He passed an energy drink can to Majima. He gave each of Ectoplasm, Hizashi, and Nomori a cup of warm rose water. He offered Toshinori a glass of cool water, which she accepted with gratitude. As Izuku poured them each a cup of coffee, Aizawa, Kan, Snipe, and Inui nodded their gratitude. Izuku approached Anon while the other members of UA's staff watched with interest as they were given their drinks. As he gave her a non-alcoholic cocktail, Izuku grinned and said, "Kuro-sensei, you're looking happy today." Anon, who had taken off her mask, smiled as she took the cup from Izuku and said, "Just happy to see you, Midoriya-kun. This cocktail is amazing." Izuku nodded and turned to face the door, saying, "I'm glad to hear that. If you want more, you can always find me at the dorm. I'll even give you a little extra service." Izuku asked before shutting the door. "While we're on that topic, the teacher's bar really needs some touch-up. I can make better drinks with the tool I have at the dorms." With a silly smile and a flushed face, everyone silently watched Anon sip her cocktail as the nurse departed. Ectoplasm turned to Nezu and asked, "What's the verdict, Your Honor?" Nezu laughed and said, "Oh, she's definitely in love. That means 1 week of overtime, Aizawa." In response, Aizawa drank his coffee like a shot of tequila. Anon woke up in a hospital bed, feeling oddly energized after fainting during her battle with Kurogiri. Anon eventually heard what had happened from a detective after telling the nurses and seeing the doctor for a few checkups, all about the student's experiences prior to the arrival of reinforcement, including the reason her ostensibly fatal wounds only itch now. Anon arrived at Izuku's room as soon as the detective had left. She slid the door open and saw Chio reading some papers while seated beside him. The unexpected visitor caused the medical staff at UA to look up from their conversation. If he hadn't been wearing bandages, Izuku would have earned a cane for saying, "Hey, you're finally awake. How are you feeling, Kuro-sensei?" Anon was about to respond when Chio reached for her cane. Before leaving the room, Chio said, "I need to go talk to All Might. Be back in 10, dearies." Izuku questioned, "Minutes or hours? I'm going to let you figure that out yourself." As she walked out, she shut the door. Then Anon went over to the chair beside Izuku's bed and took a seat, scanning the nurse. With an apologetic tone, Anon whispered, "I heard about what you did, Midoriya-kun. I'm so sore." Izuku stopped Anon's apology before she could finish by placing a finger in front of her lips. "Aizawa-sensei, Nimari-sensei, Nezu-sensei, All Might-sensei, and now you. I'm tired of people apologizing to me today." But, Izuku made a X with his hand and said, "I don't want to hear it. From now on, I will only accept apologies in the form of, thank you very much. See, it's easy. I really Izuku turned away and said, "Nope. Not listening." Anon sighed, realizing that there was no choice. "Thank you, Midoriya-kun, for keeping the students safe and saving me." Then Izuku spun around and gave Anon a radiant smile. "You're welcome, Kuro-sensei." Anon sensed that Izuku was looking directly into her eyes as he said that. She could no longer see the joy on her face, instead, she was paying full attention. He looked directly into her eyes with his viridian eyes. As more seconds passed, Izuku leaned closer and closer, oblivious to Anon's red face and the fact that their noses were nearly touching. Something about Izuku's eyes held her in place, preventing her from moving a muscle, despite the fact that she was feeling the most embarrassed she had ever been in her life. Izuku sat back down on his bed and smiled only after Anon was certain that she was unintentionally leaking her quirk. Izuku laughed without noticing Anon's rapid breathing. Even though Anon's iris was spinning at the unexpected compliment and black matter was now oozing from her mouth, he went on, "Your eyes are really pretty. You never took your helmet off in front of cameras. I didn't expect such beautiful eyes. It's like looking at a black hole. Simply majestic." Upon returning to Izuku's room, Chio couldn't help but wonder what transpired during her brief absence, which left Anon's face flushed, while her student was fervently discussing the black hole's beauty. "Zuku-san." Izuku opened his eyes slowly, but a tiny figure tackled him right away. Izuku laughed as her tiny horn prodded his stomach. Raising the young girl to his eye level, Izuku said, "Eri-chan, you shouldn't tackle headfirst like that. You're going to hurt your head one day." Eri muttered, "Do you not like it?" Izuku put Eri down and gave her a gentle pat on the head, grinning, "I love it. I'm just worried about you getting hurt. I'm going to be sad if you're hurt." Can you be careful next time? For me. Eri nodded and flashed Izuku a dazzling smile. Izuku pinched Eri's cheek in a playful yet gentle manner, pleased that his message had been understood. The gesture brightened the little girl's smile. No one can prove that they saw Aizawa taking pictures. Izuku said, acting weird. Again. Chio sighed wearily, yeah. Avoiding eyes contact, staying unusually quiet, that kind of stuff. Did anyone else notice it? Chio kept typing into her computer, saying, my sister and the girl's parents chalked it down to nervousness, which makes sense in a way. Her first week in and so much already happened. Really? Izuku asked, continuing to transcribe details from a medical textbook. It's been a pretty chill week, for me at least. You were hospitalized. Izuku shrugged and said, extra free time to read books. Chio disregarded her student's trauma obliviousness and said, whatever you say, dearie. I did try to ease her into sharing, but it turns out to be having the opposite effect. Maybe she's just not comfortable sharing whatever she's going through with you just yet. Izuku said, I'd say let her have some time to figure things out first. She's a grown-up. I'm sure in time, she'll find it easier to talk to you, or someone. Quote. How are you like this yet so thick-headed at the same time? Izuku squinted his eyebrows, slightly offended. Since when am I thick-headed? He asked. What happened before you left the hospital last weekend? Izuku remembered and replied, some nurses were writing their numbers down for whatever reason. But Kuro-sensei accidentally leaked some dark matters, scaring them away. Sure, accidentally. Chio emphasized this with fatigue. You know what, I'm too old for this. Go to the staff room and grab the supplies I ordered, since you're already healthy and all. Don't we have robots for that? As the nurse slowly got up from his chair, Chio waved off Izuku's question, saying, they're busy planning a coup d'etat against Nezu. I don't want to bother them. She had no desire to go there. She didn't. She ought not to. Particularly in light of what Monoma had told her. But it would be even more suspicious if you didn't go. And the last thing she needed was for everyone to find out. So, it wasn't really a decision. However, the idea of being so near him, to the quirk that might kill her in a heartbeat. Setsuna's breath grew more and more labored with each stride. Even though she tried to wipe away the tears, they kept coming and blurred her vision. The only positive aspect of the whole situation was that, because it was after school and all, no one was around to discover her in this condition. Behind this turn was the staff room. She sensed that the quirk she and her aunt had been trying so hard to control was losing its mind. Despite her feeble attempts to keep them in place, every part of her body felt like it was about to fall off. But Setsuna didn't look ahead because she was too preoccupied with controlling her quirk. She bumped into them before she realized that someone was coming out of the corner holding boxes. She tried to catch the man in the white coat, but he fell to the ground, and she could see the boxes being flung into a mess. When Setsuna saw her disengaged hand gripping his wrist, her thoughts went blank. Guess who? The unexpected touch opened Izuku's weary eyes. He was a little taken aback by the darkness he saw, but he soon understood what was happening. Izuku took the question seriously, grasped the hands over his eyes, and began to feel. Izuku moved his hand down and muttered, soft, somewhat sharp nails. Only the hand, Tokage-san. Izuku turned around after carefully lifting the hands and saw that Setsuna was standing there grinning while her face was a little flushed. Bingo! Setsuna grinned as she extended her arms and drew back her floating hands. Now come over here and get your prize. Chio sat there with a cup of tea in her hand and a weary look on her face. Really, Setsuna, right in front of my lunch beverage? She asked. Izuku laughed as he brewed some tea for him and Setsuna after Setsuna responded by sticking out her tongue. Chio looked suspiciously at Setsuna while sipping her tea and asking, why are you even here? Haven't you seen me enough during the weekends? Setsuna placed her bento on the table where Izuku was seated and then pulled a chair over to sit beside him. I'm here to have lunch with my friend here, as you can see. Izuku sat down beside Setsuna after carefully setting a cup in front of her. Speaking of, you should come to the canteen and have lunch with us sometimes, Midoriya. Pony, Monoma and Kamakiri would love to see you sometimes. As he opened the energy bar, Izuku grinned and said, that sounds delightful. Occasional scenery changes would be nice. Before Izuku could put the energy bar in his mouth, Setsuna grabbed it away from him and said, you set that down, mister. Those things aren't good for you. Here. Another bento box was placed in front of Izuku by Setsuna. When Chio saw what was inside the bento box, she whistled, "Looks like you're one step away from being his wife." Setsuna shouted, "I'm still in school, Granny," before turning to face her bento box. "Don't talk about that all of a sudden," she said. Izuku laughed and put a chopstick in his mouth, saying, "That's a shame. I'd be happy to marry you." There were no words to express the rage Chio felt for her student or the flush that came over Setsuna's face. Never, ever, ever no. As the other man gazed at his hand being grasped by a disinterested hand, Setsuna's thoughts were filled with despair. When he realizes what it is, he will become extremely alarmed. He will expose her as a freak to everyone. He will need a hand, the green-haired man asked, offering her his hand while grinning softly and laughing. Must be quite a shock for you to lose a body part like that. Incredulous, Setsuna examined his face. He wore nothing but gentle on his face, but her hand was still holding on to his wrist. No fear, no disgust. Just be careful and considerate. Whispering, "You're okay," Setsuna inquired. "What if you had a dead hand attached to you?" Remained silent. He chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "You should ask yourself that first." She watched as he carefully and gently released her aloof hand. As she watched him calmly do what most people were too scared or disgusted at to do, she unintentionally muttered, "You're not scared." He examined her hand from his palm and hummed, "I don't think I should be, right? You aren't bleeding. You're more worried about me than the fact that you don't have a hand currently, so I assume that you can either reattach this hand, or you can regenerate. Which is so cool, if I may." Setsuna felt her mouth fall open. "You're not put off because I can regenerate. So you can regenerate. That's so cool." Setsuna felt her face heat up as she saw his weary eyes shine brighter. To precisely regenerate a body part, one needs a very intimate knowledge on humans' anatomy. Not even mentioning you can detach a body part, you have to be able to feel every single joint, fiber and muscle of your body. My quirk, I'm Midoriya Izuku, by the way. My quirk boosts healing, but it can't regrow a body part like yours. Not to my knowledge, at least. But that would be so cool if I could. How do you imagine your regeneration? Do you imagine a healing process? Or do you focus on converting your energy for your body to do it itself? Is it caloric convert, or is it? He was stopped by Setsuna, who said, "Slow down, man. I couldn't catch that." Izuku scratched his chin in embarrassment and said, "Oh, sorry. I tend to do that whenever I'm excited. Your quirk is just so cool." Setsuna heard a door being slid open before she could respond. A deep, rough voice said, "What's with the mess?" in an inquisitive and irritated tone. "Yamada-sensei, Aizawa-sensei. I fell. Sorry for the mess," replied Izuku. Aizawa, Eraserhead, erasure, disconnected, broken, death. Setsuna instantly huddled up and clung to the nearest individual, attempting to conceal herself behind him. "Keep erasure away. Don't use your quirk, please. Don't use your quirk, please. Don't use your quirk, please." Her sobs were muffled behind Izuku's back as she squinted her eyes shut. As he began to approach Izuku, Hizashi said, "You need help with that, little listener." Izuku screamed a bit too loudly, no. I mean I can pick it up by myself. It's my mess, after all." "Nonsense," grinned Hizashi. "As teachers, it's our duty to help students. Right, Shota?" Aizawa complained, "Stop screaming. It's annoying. Sometimes I think you want me to use Era." Izuku interrupted the teachers with a shout, Actually, I do need your help with something. I heard the robots are planning a coup." Aizawa's expression shifted from one of boredom to fear as he asked, "Seriously?" With a nod, Izuku said, 100% serious. "I think they're in one of the supply rooms. You should probably stop them before we get shoved into a tube and live in a simulation. It's a Matrix's reference. Don't worry about it." Before the teachers left, Izuku watched them stare at him strangely and grinned clumsily. As it handed Izuku a box, the robot said patronizingly, "There you go, human. Better trip on your feet and injure yourself." As Izuku took the box from the robot, he began to perspire at the threat. As she observed the exchange, Chio remarked, "They really hate you, huh?" Their leader said, "Snitches get stitches last week." Izuku murmured, "I think all their hatred towards Nezu-sensei has already been pointed towards me." Chio said, "Maybe you shouldn't have snitched on them." Izuku shrugged and said, "It was the only thing I could think of." Living with my choices, I guess. Chio patted his back with her cane and said, if anything happens, I'll set you up with a nice funeral. Though I doubt the hero students would let anything happen to you. Izuku grinned at the idea, saying, just means that they're the type of heroes we can depend on in the future. While walking back to the office with Izuku, Chio remained silent. Izuku continued to heal Setsuna, whispering, that's a lot, Tokage-san. Yeah, muttered Setsuna, I know I should tell Auntie Kai, but I'm just scared that she'll be disappointed in me. She had to go through a lot of things so that I could have a shot at UA. I'm a student, and he's a teacher and a pro hero. Their choice is obvious. With seriousness, Izuku said, it's not, Tokage-san. You were their student, Shuzenji-sensei's grandniece, and that's important. No one's safety is worth more than another. With her hand tighter around Izuku's, Setsuna uttered, I just don't know if I can do it. Izuku gave her a modest smile and reassured her, I can come with you, if you want. Heck, I'll up and leave UA if you don't get to stay. Red in the face, she muttered, you shouldn't do that. It's not worth it. You're worth it, Tokage-san. I'll be there with you. Whenever, wherever. Setsuna pressing her forehead against Izuku's chest went unnoticed. Dear Diary, I discovered today that my nurse does not physically harm people, however, she does verbally and emotionally. I'm proud, but don't tell him. After all, you have to maintain appearances. So, the sport festival is coming. To Nomori's delight, the people of 1C got up from their seats and applauded when he made the announcement. After all, nothing compares to the fervor and excitement of youth. They sat down in anticipation as Nomori spoke loudly over the din, now, I know you're excited. I am, too, but calm down and let me explain it first. As you've already guessed, the sport festival is more of an event for Hero Course's students to shine. Nomori swiftly used an air whip to silence the boos chants that were heard. Her next statement, but that doesn't mean you can't, captured their undivided attention. If you manage to outshine them at their own games, it will be your chance to transfer to the Hero Course. Just as I did back then. The pupils' faces were etched with astonishment. Somnambulist doesn't work well on things that don't breathe, after all. She laughed. But I managed to show off a lot myself. Figuratively and literally. The statement caused the students, particularly the men, to flush. But one of the boys was too busy sleeping. Speaking of, Midoriya-kun, Izuku's classmates giggled as he raised his drowsy face at the mention of his name. Are you certain you won't be joining the sport festival this year? Izuku yawned, observing the bewilderment and worry his classmates were showing him. 100%. I really don't want to fight against others. Not like I can heal people to win, anyway. Besides, helping Shuzenji-sensei would be a better fit for my quirk. If you think it's right for you, then no arguments here. Nomori grinned. As for the rest of you, do your best. I believe in all of you. Plus. Ultra. They all cheered enthusiastically, and Izuku joined in, grinning kindly at their excitement. Midoriya-kun, Monoma-kun, Shinso-kun. It's good to see you three again. The sight of the three pupils seated in the chairs in front of him made Nezu laugh. Their individual homeroom teachers either deadpanned, sighed, or grinned behind them. Nezu read the reports and said, so, anything any of you want to clarify? Hitoshi muttered, they didn't do anything. It was all me. Monoma snarled, shish, man. At him, innocent until proven guilty. Just keep quiet. Quote. Weren't there cameras? Nito looked over at Izuku. You said there weren't any. Behind his hand, Izuku muttered, I didn't expect them to be dumb enough to start shit with cameras there. Nito exclaimed, well, there you have it, Nezu-sensei. They were the ones who started it. Nezu laughed and said, yes, I know. I watched the footage. He gestured to Nito and Izuku and said, you can be sure that those third-year students will be disciplined appropriately, but I would like to hear your side of the story. Well, I think we were talking about how to bring down the HPSC, Nito started, gesturing to Izuku. Aizawa complained, I can already see so many things wrong with that. Nito ignored him and went on. Just when we were walking, we noticed Shinso-san here getting harassed by other students. Usually, seeing someone from 1A in peril sparks joy in me, but I hate bullies more than I hate his, he pointed to Aizawa. Class, so I helped. Nezu glanced at the report and said, it says here you broke their noses. Nito shrugged and said, yeah, helped. Nezu nodded, still grinning with amusement. Then he looked at Izuku. And you, Midoriya-kun. After Monoma-san is done with his work, I healed their noses to erase EV. I mean, as a doctor, it's an obligation. Izuku clarified. Then, I gently informed them what they should be doing instead of harassing my friend. It says here you said, if you overgrown, human-shaped dung beetle harasses anyone ever again, no one would be able to find your body. Izuku shrugged and said, yeah, gently informed. Aizawa simply shrugged, concealing his approval behind his scarf and weary face, while Nimari and Kon had to cover their faces and stoop to keep from laughing aloud. In an attempt to conceal his red face, Hitoshi searched for a hold to jump into. After a few minutes of uncontrollable laughter, Nezu dismissed the teenagers. As they made their way to the canteen, Agiyamato turned to face Izuku and inquired, "You're really not participating? It's a great opportunity to move to the hero course. I don't think I can do anything flashy enough to get noticed." Izuku laughed. "Besides, if you guys are really giving it all out there, then I'll look forward to heal you when you win." Shikuchi angrily retorted, "So basically, just sitting on your ass and use your quirk." Ogawa yelled, "That's uncalled for, Togaike." "Whatever." Togaike rolled her eyes and hurried forward without turning around. "This whole thing is dumb. Flaunting your quirks, begging for attention like idiots. I don't want any part in this." The 1C students present glared at Shikuchi's back as she walked away. "Stuck-up bitch. Don't worry about her, Midoriya-kun." Izuku laughed and scratched his cheek, his gaze still fixed on Shikuchi. "It's fine. Don't worry about it." Shikuchi quietly reprimanded herself, saying, "Good job, Shikuchi. You've just ruined your chance at making any friends." Shikuchi found a vacant area behind the school and fell to the ground. Recalling her words to Midoriya and her classmates, she squinted her eyes. It was impolite, cruel, and, as they said, unnecessary. She had had enough of their constant discussion about quirk. She would eventually have to divulge her secret when the topic of conversation shifted to her. Now, it's not as if it matters. They already detested her. They would have even more reason to avoid her if her not-so-secret became public. Shikuchi got to her feet, muttering to herself, "Nothing I haven't dealt with, anyway." Suddenly, she was flung violently against the wall she was leaning against. "Let's see." All Might surveyed the intersection of the enormous corridor. "I believe I saw young Midoriya headed towards the backyard." Toshinori decided to ask the young boy to join him for lunch in his own office, which Nezu had given him so he could unwind in his true form, thinking he should at least speak with him before making a decision. After the USJ incident, Midoriya Izuku dispelled any doubt Toshinori might have had. He was wary of confrontation, but he had witnessed Midoriya's heroism. The young man's attempt to heal Kuros in spite of his limitations and the way he stood over Aizawa to protect him. He knew he had found his successor because of all of that and the persistent feeling he got from One for All. A real hero who might be his successor. One who would uphold the integrity of One for All's mission. But if he can't locate the young man, he won't be able to do that. Toshinori cautiously navigated the corridors, trying to recall the layout of his alma mater. She heard the blonde bitch say, "Such a waste of space. You stole that spot from someone who worth sitting in. Guess you must feel pretty good, huh?" Shikuchi moaned in agony, "I passed the entrance exam fair and square. So yeah, pretty hap." But before she could finish, she felt someone slap her cheek. "Quite a mouth you've got there, ponytail." While the other two bullies laughed, one tugged at her ponytail. Shikuchi glared at them with the most ruthless scowl she could manage, refusing to cry. "Things like you don't even deserve to breath." They spit. "I actually feel bad for your parents. They had to raise a thing like you." Shikuchi anticipated that UA would be unique. No more bullies. She was obviously mistaken, though. The taunts were just as painful as they had been in middle school. Or, she supposes, ever since she was diagnosed. Shikuchi closed her eyes and endured the agony as the bullies kicked her again while she was flung against the wall. She never received assistance. Not even the instructors. All she could do was endure the pain. She occasionally questioned why she bothered to wake up. She heard them shout as the attack abruptly stopped. What the fuck? When Shikuchi opened her eyes, she saw a bunch of green hair in front of her, separating her from the bullies. In relation to them, the three were smeared with a brown liquid that had an unpleasant stench. With a hint of guilt in his voice, the person she now recognized as Midoriya muttered, "Crap, I thought that bucket was just water." He then shrugged. Well. One of the bullies screamed, "What the fuck, asshole?" Izuku replied, "You talked a lot of shit. Thought you would like to be one." One of the bullies grinned and said, "Do you know what you're even protecting? That quirkless." Chikuchi furrowed his brows, but Izuku's response startled her before she could narrow her eyes and brace herself for another attack. And the bullies also appeared surprised by that statement. What do you mean, and she's quirkle?" He continued to glare at them, saying, "Yeah, I heard, shit faces. And did my classmate do anything to offend you? Something so offensive and revolting that you thought it was a good idea to assault her in A's backyard, a school that has zero tolerance towards violence and discrimination? Are you dipshits thought that you would get away with it because Togaike-san is quirkless, a normal person without a source of unnecessary power? Are your brains filled with as much shit as your personality and mindset? Is it genetics, or is it taught and encouraged? I'm curious because I do not see a single good reason for you to attack her apart from you being a bunch of quirkists bimbo who got away with so much in their life that they thought everything they do is justifiable in the eyes of others." Izuku's insult was followed by a deafening silence. One of the bullies barked so loudly that it took him several minutes to calm down. He grinned and said, "It's your words against us. Who do you think everyone will trust? 3 second-year students who got toilet water thrown at them? Or a first-year who threw the water and a slightly bruised quirkless?" "That is an interesting question, young man." The voice made everyone's neck snap. All Might caught sight of them and came slowly closer. They shuddered as he glared at them with his blue, piercing eyes. Instead of the reassuring smile he always wore, a deep frown full of anger took its place. Pointing to Izuku, the blonde leader exclaimed, All Might. That hooligan." With a growl, All Might silenced them, saying, "Do not even bother." All Might turned to face Izuku, and when he saw him shielding his classmate, his eyes softened instantly. "Please take her to the infirmary, young Midoriya. I will take care of this." After giving Chikuchi a nod, Izuku assisted her in standing up and they headed to the infirmary. "Oh, is he sleep? Shish." Chikuchi shushed her classmates loudly. That had the opposite effect of what she had hoped for. Izuku sat up slowly from the sofa and opened his eyes. "How long was I sleeping?" Izuku yawned. Chikuchi turned to face him and exclaimed, "Am I Midoriya?" "About 10-15 minutes." One of the guys joked as he made his way to the stairs, "Geez, Togaike. Maybe you shouldn't have shushed so loudly." Chikuchi gave him a look that suggested she would contaminate his meal later. Then she apologized and sat down beside Izuku. "Sorry, Midoriya, I didn't mean to wake you up." Izuku waved her away, saying, "It's fine, Togaike-san. It's the living room, after all. I shouldn't even be falling asleep here."
Chikuchi narrowed her eyes at Izuku with suspicion and asked, "Why are you so tired to begin with? Did you pull another all-nighter?" Izuku muttered, afraid to look his classmate in the eyes, "Neo." Chikuchi rolled her eyes and said, "Midoriya, we have a rule board for a reason, no all-nighter allowed, especially you." Izuku scratched his head and said, "I'm sorry. I got too into the reports and when I realized, it's already morning. Might as well stay awake, you know." Chikuchi sighed with defeat. Then, to Izuku's confusion, she patted her thighs. As he examined her thighs, Izuku cocked his head and asked, "Good legs day?" "Not that, perv," she said, turning red as she flicked his forehead. "Sleep, here, I'll wake you up before dinner." Izuku said, "Don't we have pillows for that? Studies pointed out that sleeping on a pillow." "Midoriya Izuku, if you don't lie down now, I'll knock you out." "Right away, ma'am." Izuku reluctantly rested his head on Chikuchi's thighs as he lay down on the couch, taking the threat seriously. Izuku's complaint gradually softened as his breathing slowed. "I don't get what's the big idea. I'm fine without sleep." The speed at which Izuku fell asleep and woke up startled Chikuchi. In less than a second, the boy was asleep, and in less than a second, he was awake. She observed Izuku breathing calmly and gradually. As she ran her hand through his soft, fluffy hair, a smile slowly appeared on her lips. A world with 2 inhabitants was created by the sound of the clock ticking, which reverberated throughout the deserted common hall. "I spent years of my life despising myself over something I wasn't born with. Something I resent myself and everyone else for. I woke up every day, feeling the needs to fall back asleep to escape from everything." Chikuchi muttered, "And you came into my life, Midoriya Izuku. In less than half a year,
you're the reason I looked forward to waking up every day. You make me love the world that I once hated. She laughed. Even if you're too dense to realize it, I love the you that look at me for who I am, not what I wasn't born with. The you that smile at me every time no matter how tired you are. The you that make me feel loved and appreciated, something I didn't know I could experience again. She looked closely at his serene face, the freckles that always made her blush, the eye bags that were always visible. I love you, Midoriya Izuku. Even if you might not feel the same way, I'll always love you. The stairs of 1C's dorm were crowded with 18 other students and a pro hero, all of whom were vying for the front view as Chikuchi was trapped in her own world. When his homeroom teacher said, "Get off, old lady," Agayamato sneered, "You're blocking the view." He hissed back, "Watch your mouth, young man." Nimori said, "And I am not missing out on this. It's too pure and romantic." She shushed. "Both of you, shut up. Another student was female, she's going to notice us." As Chikuchi observed Izuku rummaging through the cabinet, she remained silent. The school doctor kissed her on the cheek before she left for Nezu's office after he escorted her to the nurse's office and told Recovery Girl what had transpired. She informed them that although they could remain here for the upcoming period, they would need to leave before the next one began. Izuku re-energized Chikuchi by using his quirk on her while holding her hand gently. After that, the two sat quietly while Izuku organized the cabinet. About 30 minutes later, Chikuchi finally raised her voice. Why? Izuku turned at the unexpected question. Observing his perplexed look, Chikuchi clarified. "Why did you help me?" He shrugged and said, "Because you looked like you needed help. I wanted to talk to you, so I followed you after you break away from our classmates. I saw you got thrown against the wall and I grabbed the closest thing I could find." She shouted, "I'm quirkless, Midoriya." But instead of looking at Izuku, she was glaring at her fucking red shoes. "Why did you help me?" Izuku's head cocked. "What's that have got to do with anything?" Unaware that Chikuchi was staring at him, he went on. "You needed help, Togaike-san, so I did. I don't know what else to tell you." She muttered, "No one ever cared. Not at home, not at school. Everyone I turned to has either ignored me or took part in making my life miserable. No one cares. I don't mat." Before she could say anything more, she sensed that Izuku was holding her hands tenderly. "You do. You matter, Togaike-san. Please don't listen to anyone who tells you otherwise, okay? Not even yourself." Chikuchi tried to control her tears as she said, "I can't even imagine what you've gone through, so I can't understand. But please, don't tell yourself that. You're my classmate, Togaike-san. You're important to me." She let out a louder cry. "I do care. Please, let me be someone you can cry and rely on." She held his hand tightly while shedding a few tears. "Again, I didn't know anyone of 1B has been here before. Well, apart from Tokage-san, that is." Izuku let out a whistle. "What did they do?" "Apart from landing himself here on his first heroic lesson," Chio murmured. "He splashed a cup of water at one of the business course students for quote-unquote insulting his favorite group of actors. That doesn't sound too bad. Not to you, he who threw a bucket of toilet water at 3 other students." Chio replied. Izuku clarified, 3 other bimbos. "I was very specific about that part on the report. But that doesn't explain why he's serving detention here. None of the staff members are available to watch over him. Nezu is enhancing security for the sport festival this year. He wants input from every single one of us." Chio clarified, "You're our best choice, considering what you did last Monday. Good job on that, by the way." Izuku grinned and said, "Thanks. Those 3 hours of detention were fun. Especially with Togaike-san being there. She didn't have to stay, though. Wonder why she did." Chio questioned incredulously, "Are you really asking that question?" She literally leaned her head on your shoulder. "I mean, I told her she can always lean on me whenever she wants." Izuku sighed. Chio hit the table with her face. "Midoriya." Setsuna smiled as she greeted Izuku. "Finally, someone's who willing to sing, rewrite the stars with me." "I can sing it wit." Pony was interrupted when a floating hand slammed into her mouth. Nito laughed confidently and said, "I'm afraid you'll have to wait, Tokage. He and I are performing Agony, a perfect song for us." Pony threw Setsuna's hand back at her, saying, "Nah. We are doing, and forever, from the anime, Big O. Single quote quote. Toguro gave Izuku a soda while the three were squabbling over who got to go first. Toguro said, "Here you go, Dr. Luigi. Sorry for these idiots. They've been at it since yesterday." "No worries, Kamakiri-san." Izuku laughed and took the cup. "It's good to see you guys are so close to one another." Toguro turned to see Setsuna flinging her feet at Pony, who was headbutting Nito while wearing a red face that was either embarrassed or angry. With his left hand preventing Pony's horn from striking him, the blonde imitator fought to keep Setsuna away from him with his right. Keeping his smile hidden from Izuku, Toguro sneered, "Someone has to keep them from getting expelled. Why do you look so tired, by the way? You can barely stand." Izuku scratched his head and said, "Blood loss do that to you. A night of sleep will fix it right up. Don't worry." Toguro swore, "Then fucking do that. I'm not carrying you back if you faint." Before he showed Toguro the song selection list, Izuku joked, I was looking forward to lying on your back. Any song you want." Turning away, Toguro said, "I'm not singing." In an attempt to conceal his blush, Izuku cast his head down in despair, saying, "But I want to sing with you." Toguro grabbed the tablet and demanded, "Give me the damn tablet." Before looking for a song. "This is Mono Manito. I'm here for my detention." Izuku looked up from his assignment. A young man with sleek blonde hair, parted to the right, with his left bangs hanging over his right eyes, is standing at the door. Monoma-san." Izuku led Monoma to a chair beside him, grinning. "Shuzenji-sensei is currently out helping Nezu-sensei. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I'm supposed to oversee your detention." Monoma sat down and nodded. "I see. Midoriya, are you perhaps the Midoriya who was responsible for the expulsion of 3 quirkist students?" Izuku corrected him, saying, "3 quirkist bimbos. I was very specific about that part. I just want to say I'm a huge fan." Izuku grinned and said, "Thank you. But I do hope you didn't use me as an example for why you are here." With an unabashed smile, Nito said, "Nope. That's all me. I might have overreacted, but no one insults the Antigraphos and walks away uninjured." Izuku nodded in agreement and said, "You're right. No one should walk away uninjured after committing such a terrible thing." Nito grinned broadly and said, "I was pretty sure you were agreeing with the overreacted part. You know the Antigraphos." Izuku took his phone out and said, "Of course. Their music and plays are sublime. I can't eat without watching their performances. That Alice in Wonderland play last month was top-notch." Every time Izuku said, Nito's smile grew softer. "Always a pleasure to meet a man of culture. As much as I love to chat with you about the topic, I do have a few questions I need to ask." "Shoot," Nito inquired. "Tokage told me about your healing contact. Can you tell me about its function? I am something of a quirk nerd." Izuku laughed and said, "Don't worry. I share the same problem. Demonstration is usually an easier way to explain, but to put it simply, I can use my own vitality to speed up the healing process of an injury. Downside is that I need to know exactly what I am doing, and it takes a lot out of me to do it." Nito asked, "Do you mind if I have a look? My quirk, copy, allows me to scan a quirk by direct contact and adapt my body accordingly to use it. I understand if you decline, though. A lot of people are weirded out by the ASPE." "Oh my god, that's so cool," Izuku exclaimed as he leapt forward to get closer to Nito. "The potential of your quirk is limitless. Not only can you understand how a quirk functions through scanning, but your body also adapts to a cellular level so that you can use it. Does it work on mutations quirk? How long does it last? How many quirks can you scan at once? Does that mean your body also changes in a way that it can adapt to multiple quirks at once? Are there any drawbacks? Do you also copy quirks' drawbacks? Can you copy 2 different quirks and make them work together without drawbacks? Can you? I'll explain it soon." Nito retreated, attempting to wipe his red face. "I can copy your quirk and demonstrate, if you are comfortable." "Of course," Izuku said with a radiant smile as he held out his hand to Nito. "Here." In a slow handshake, Nito took Izuku's hand. Nito collapsed to his knees as soon as the scan was finished, his breath hurried, and he could feel the fatigue coursing through his body, causing every part of it to tremble. Izuku gave Nito an energy bar after swiftly assisting him into a chair after realizing what had happened. Nito swallowed the bar right away. 5 minutes later, Nito felt his strength returning and the quirk gradually vanishing. "How do you even walk?" asked Nito, overcoming his fatigue. "I've never felt more Dead. The exhaustion I felt after the entrance exam is nothing compared to this. Izuku shrugged and said, you learn to live with it after a while. Nito shivered and said, I'm not going through that again just to get used to it. The application is simply spectacular, but that feeling. Izuku gave Nito an explanation of cellular reconstruction. That's my theory, anyways. Every quirk counselor I went to say my quirk works by transferring my energy to others, assisting them in desired task. It sounds simple enough, so that's what I use to explain to other people. Before returning his attention to Izuku, Nito rolled his eyes and said, right, because quirk counselor is so trustworthy. But, you know how your quirk actually works. Izuku explained, it's not possible to use on objects. It only works on anything that is alive. Biologically speaking, that is. I still haven't figured out why it's more difficult to heal old injuries, though. Because the cells of old injuries had already been replaced completely, thus making it harder to revert to its original state. Izuku whistled, ooh, that's a good theory. Unfortunately, there's no actual way to test it out. Not one I can think of, anyway. A shame, Nito thought, laughing. The act of reconstructing cells takes a heavy toll on your body. Izuku laughed and said, like I said, you learn to live with it. Besides, I usually talk to people a lot more before I let them look inside of me. I usually try to know more about someone before I let them make me feel weak in the knees, too. Nito was grumbling. There's still 2 hours left for my detention. Maybe I should rest up a bit before going home. Oh, really? Hummed Izuku. I thought we could do something else. When Izuku noticed Nito's curious look, he grinned evilly. This room is soundproof in and out. There's only 2 of us here for the next few hours. I believe there is something we could do. Nito became acutely conscious of his heartbeat. I'm home. She gave a loud greeting. A set of Viridian hair instantly appeared from the kitchen, grinning. His smile made her heart skip a beat. You're back, he said. How was training with Kon-sensei? She moaned, that man is a slave driver, and threw herself onto the couch. Where's Inko-san? He said, she's out with Aunt Mitsuki. I already cooked dinner. It's on the table. Please eat after you've taken a bath. Is that an invitation? She pouted when Izuku calmly replied, I already showered. I'll eat dinner with you. Just wake me up whenever you're hungry. On the other sofa, she watched Izuku slowly drift off to sleep. Approaching him surreptitiously, she whispered in his ear. I love you, Izuku-chan. Then she got up and went to take a shower. However, she heard his unconscious response before she could leave the room. I love you, too, Himiko-ne. Himiko chuckled as she silently shut the door. Chio sighed and said, you know what, Setsuna? I want to support everything you do. But if you ask me for tips so you can seduce my assistant. Don't call it seduce. Setsuna gave Chio a gentle elbow while her face flushed. It's a clarification of admiration. The only thing Chio could do was jab her cane at Setsuna's back. When they arrived at the nurse's office, Chio grabbed the handle of the door and turned to face her granddaughter. Your idiots are here. Wait for me to dismiss them. Bet my hoodie they're doing something in there. As she slid the door open, Chio sneered, don't be ridiculous. It's been only 3 hours. What could they be do? Lady, it seems to me that I can't stop thinking about you. Chio observed Nito singing while perched on a chair and using a pen as a microphone. For the first time, I feel love. And I am aware that it is accurate. The expression in your eyes tells me. She looked at her helper, who was singing while holding a rolled-up notebook. The 2 singing gremlins turned to face her as the beat went on. She could see that when they saw her and Setsuna, their eyes widened. Her granddaughter pulled a chair between them, jumped on it, and began to sing before Chio could respond. Listen to me tonight, lady. Because I feel like it's exactly right. They sang together flawlessly, like a sign. By the moonlight, we dance. You're my joy, don't you see? Additionally, there was one more singing goblin. Chio let out a dejected sigh and shut the door to her office to keep more of their kind from coming in because of the noise. Chio pondered whether or not she should retire as she took out her phone to capture the activity. I don't want your smartphone. Sensei. Toshinori stammered, slamming his legs together to quiet the tremors. It's me, Toshinori. A voice from the past said, Toshinori. Who's that? What happened to Watanabe, the usual sales guy? It's All Might, Nana-sensei's student. Your punching bag. Ah, Toshinori. He heard the elderly man smile at him. Finally found the balls to contact me. I'm still shaking a lot, does that count? That'll wear off. So, why do you call? With seriousness, Toshinori said, I've found him, Sorahiko-sensei. My successor. Took you long enough, Is it the kid Sasaki suggested? Toshinori shook his head, saying, no. He's different. He's not an official hero student, but I see so much of Nana-sensei in him, sensei. He's the right choice. I'm sure of it. Quote. You must have thought about it a lot. So why even call me? Toshinori shuddered at the thought. Despite your teaching method, she said, I value your opinion a lot, sensei. Would it be possible for you to come to UA and talk to him? What about Shuzenji? What's her take on your choice? Toshinori scratched his head and said, she recognized his talent, too. She actually mentors him. But she was not supportive. She wasn't outright against it, but I don't believe she supports it as well. If what you said about him is true, then I don't blame her. She took Nana's death hard. Maybe even harder than us. You know that. At that, Toshinori became silent. Sorahiko broke the tension by coughing loudly before speaking, but his student did not respond. I'll come to UA and talk to the kid. Might as well watch the sport festival live and give you a good kick. For old time's sake. The call ended before Toshinori could react to the unexpected threat. All right, his hands were trembling now. Izuku grinned at his mother and said, Mom. Welcome home. Dinner, or breakfast is on the table. Rather than respond, Inko withdrew the pen from Izuku's grasp using her quirk. Midoriya Izuku, it's 3 a.m. Why are you still awake? Izuku turned away from his mother's eyes at her tone. I was waiting for you. Inko sighed, I'm not falling for that again, Izuku. It's not good that this reminds me of my childhood. Izuku raised an eyebrow and said, I didn't know you were such a night owl back then. I mean, you still are now, but that's because of your job. With a nostalgic smile, Inko threw herself onto the couch and explained, no. Back then, I had to stay up to make sure your grandma has enough sleep. I suppose the workaholic thing is genetic. There are so many cases to solve these days. You don't sound like someone who's tired of their job. Inko smiled and said, because I'm helping people with my job. Guess that's genetics, too. As he watched Inko drift off to sleep, Izuku laughed. He covered her with a piece of blanket. He snuck out of the living room, took his report, and turned off the light quietly. He heard his mother call out to him before the door was shut. We're going out for lunch tomorrow. Hamiko's choosing where we're going to eat if you wake up later than her. Squinting his eyes, Izuku said, you wouldn't. Inko answered, not if you go to sleep now. I'll unlock your door. She'll sneak in again. Chio punctured Izuku's cheek with her cane and said, they're coming to you for frostburn, Midoriya Izuku. Why am I seeing them leaving with red faces? A student from the hero course threw a glacier at the others at the beginning of the first event. Many from the general education, support, and business departments had to travel to Izuku and Chio for their injuries, but the rest of the heroic course remained unaffected. Chio and Izuku work in different booths due to the way their quirks operate. Although they took a lot of toll on the patients, Chio's quirk healed quickly. In order for Chio to re-energize sufficiently for them to continue enjoying the festival, anyone who didn't want to sleep on the beds at his booth can come to Izuku. Anyone who came to Izuku's booth, however, left with a red face for some reason. Izuku moved the cane away from his cheek and said, I didn't do anything. While holding their hands to heal, I complimented them for the good work, and told them that as long as they tried their best, they are already heroes to me. Sometimes I think you're doing it intentionally. I mean, yeah, I complimented them by myself. Maybe it's the heat. The heat wasn't the cause. Chio gave up and went back to her booth, confirming that her assistant had no idea what he had just done. Izuku simply gave his mentor a shrug and went back to his booth. He saw an elderly man in yellow lying in a pool of red right away. Izuku stared for several minutes after blinking at the scene. The ostensibly deceased elderly man raised his face and gave him a look after a few awkward moments of silence. Izuku asked the elderly man with a smile. I can walk you to the canteen for a new ketchup bottle. Sorahiko smiled and said, smart and calm. I like that. Everyone else squealed like a little girl. Izuku laughed and said, it was quite a surprise. But I've seen enough blood to differentiate real and fake. The elderly man walked slowly over to the chair in front of the TV and sat down, apparently pleased with Izuku's response. Izuku grabbed another chair beside Torino and watched the second round of the festival with the elderly man after quickly wiping up the tomato sauce spill on the floor. Izuku noticed that his excitement at seeing new quirks increased as the cavalry battle continued. As he nibbled on a taiyaki, Sorahiko called out, "Any teams you are cheering for?" The old man nodded in agreement as Izuku hurried over to get him a cup of tea. Izuku then turned to the television, which was playing footage of teams attempting to breach the glacier walls, enlarged hands swatting away other people, and explosions exploding off-screen as well as cries and applause. Izuku grinned and said, "It's hard to choose. Everyone's so cool, fighting with everything they have, trying their best. It would be unfair to pick out a favorite." Then Sorahiko said, "Why aren't you out there, then? Don't you want to try your best like them? Be a hero?" Izuku grinned broadly and kept his gaze fixed on the TV as he said, "I am. After they've tried their best out there, I'll try my best in here to heal and patch them up. I mean, I know I'm not out there doing the fight like normal heroes." Izuku went on without noticing Torino's nostalgic gaze. But saving people isn't just winning a fight. It's about if I'm able to put a smile on their faces, making them feel safe. It's my way of being a hero. That's what my mom said when I was 6, anyway. I turned that into my whole belief system." Sorahiko laughed and said, "You have a smart mother. She sounds like a good friend of mine. Toshinori could learn a thing or two from her." "Really?" Izuku inquired inquisitively. "What is your friend like?" Sorahiko huffed wryly. "A strong, confident, beautiful, and smart woman. Snarky and mischievous and yet, denser than a rock. Her husband must have performed a ritual or something. That woman wouldn't get it if you took your shirt off in front of her." Izuku laughed and asked, "Can someone be that oblivious?" Sorahiko exclaimed, "You have no idea, kid." With a loud laugh, "You should ask." Izuku's booth door abruptly slid open. Both residents halted their conversation and turned to face the door, where they saw a tall, slender figure and an elderly woman wearing a furious expression. Goblin," Chio exclaimed. "Stop bothering my student, he's got work to do." "Can it, Siren?" Sorahiko jumped off the chair with a grunt. "I'm just having a chat with the young lad. Besides, isn't he too nice to be your student, malicious bat?" Izuku waved goodbye to the tall blonde, who bowed slightly to apologize before shoving the adults out of the room as the argument continued to spiral out of control. Midoriya-san, a familiar set of seafoam green hair that hung just past her shoulders was visible when Inko turned around. Inko put down the coffee cup she was carrying and got to her feet. With a smile, Inko gave the younger heroine a hug and said, "Fukukado-chan. What brings you here? Homicide, grand larceny, kidnapped?" Emi exclaimed, still as workaholic as ever. "I see. I was just in the area. Mind joining me for lunch?" Inko arched an eyebrow and asked, "Was just in the area? Your school and agency are like 2-3 prefectures away from here. What were you doing here?" With a stutter, Emi said, I was, without daring to look into Inko's round, green eyes. Gift. That's right, I was here to buy some gifts." "Ah, I see." Inko's expression was one of realization, as if she had finally grasped something. "Well, if you want, I'll help after we've had lunch." "Really?" Emi exclaimed with a smile that was a bit too big and radiant before she composed herself. "I mean, thank you, Midoriya-san. I appreciate it." Inko laughed and said, "Anything for you, cutie." She then took Emi's hand and walked away. Sansa and Naomasa observed the exchange from the corner as it was taking place. Sansa leaned over and whispered after Inko dragged a flushed Emi from the room. "You sure she doesn't know what's going on?" "Positive." Naomasa sipped his coffee without raising his eyes from his paperwork. "That's our brightest and densest detective at work right there." Sansa underlined, "This is the third heroine who asked her out for lunch this week. You're telling me she still has no clue?" "You'll get used to it." Suyu observed a flushed Ochako who had just entered after visiting the nurse's booth and remarked, "Your face is looking quite red, Ochako-chan. Were you crying?" As she recalled having her hands held while the pain from her wounds subsided, Ochako stammered, "And no. This is something else." Toru thrashed her hands violently, saying, "I really thought you had him with that meteor rain." With a dreamy expression on her face, Ochako sat down on a chair beside Suyu and simply nodded her head. Right now, the only things on her mind were his soft-spoken voice, his emerald, green eyes, and a set of viridian hair. Unwarily, She laughed strangely as his praises were returned to her. Poking an unresponsive Ochako, Kyoka said, "Someone wakes Uraraka up. Yaomomo's match is starting." Midoriya-san. The vice president of 1A was standing in front of Izuku, holding books, when he looked up from his book. "Yaoyorozu-san." Izuku grinned at him. "I didn't know you visit the library. I've only seen Yanagi-san and Jirota-san." Momo coughed into her fist and pointed to the chair in front of Izuku, saying, "I've heard good things about this place, so I decided to give it a try. Do you mind if I join you?" "I very much don't." Izuku grinned broadly. "It's always nice to spend time with someone I like." Momo took out a book and covered her face with it, blushing heavily. Then they sat in the silent library, where the only sound in the deserted space was the turning of pages. Momo would occasionally glance at Izuku, and each time she saw his exhausted but focused attention on the book he was holding, she could feel her face growing hotter before she quickly returned her attention to her book, concealing her blush from Izuku. Izuku closed his book gently after an hour and yawned as he stretched. In addition, Momo asked Izuku and carefully placed a bookmark on a page before shutting it. Momo inquired worriedly, "You seem tired, Midoriya-san. Do you perhaps have trouble sleeping recently?" As Izuku hummed, "I guess. Every time I try to sleep, I think about work. I read that readings help you feel sleepy, but I like to read so I just ended up finishing the whole thing." Momo hurriedly grabbed a thermos from her bag and exclaimed, "You must be exhausted." With grace, she poured Izuku a cup of tea, which he accepted with gratitude. As soon as Izuku sipped the tea, he felt at ease. Izuku praised, "Amazing as always, Yaoyorozu-san." Momo smiled giddy with relief. Momo said, "It's lavender tea. Mother said it helps whenever she found trouble sleeping." As Momo described the effect of the tea, Izuku laughed at her excitement. Izuku mumbled with a smile, feeling himself nod off as he took another sip. "I wish I could marry someone who makes such a good tea." Izuku had fallen asleep, and Momo was very happy that no one was around to see the dolls she had made in a panic. "I've got to move on and be who I am." Izuku held 2 hot dogs in his hands and hummed along to the song that kept popping into his head. Chio took charge and instructed him to grab a bite to eat. Izuku was currently bringing the lunch he had purchased back to his booth after rushing around to chat with a few pro heroes and trying out some activities. But then a voice called out to him. A robotic voice called out to him, "He who snitched. Be a decent, useful being for one and assist us with this task." Izuku groaned and moved in the direction of the robots. "What's up?" The robot then indicated the tunnel leading to the fighting ring and said, "One of your kind is currently sweating through their eyes in the tunnel. We are not equipped to deal with such a bothersome task. After no calculation, we agreed that a meddlesome being like you would be the right tool to solve this mess. That is, if you are useful at anything other than snitching." Izuku nodded, indicating that he accepted the task, then thanked the robot and followed its instructions, ignoring the machine's backhanded insults. The robot sneered, "Humans and their emotions." She was defeated. In a matter of minutes, Momo made an unsuccessful attempt to stifle her tears at the reminder of her swift defeat. The instant midnight announced her defeat, her drive and confidence were destroyed. As she walked back, the whispers she heard from the stand stung her like knives. She started crying as soon as she entered the gloomy, desolate tunnel. The fact that she was crying made it worse. Heroes need to be powerful. In spite of their defeats, they must always maintain their dignity. She was crying over her loss, which she was solely responsible for. Perhaps she wasn't meant to be he. Momo's thoughts came to a halt when she heard someone take a seat beside her. Momo wiped away her tears quickly and looked up from her knees to see a familiar pair of green hair chewing on a hot dog next to her. Seeing her looks, the man smiled calmly and greeted her. He said, "Yaoyorozu-san, right. We met on your first field trip. Midoriya Izuku." After that, he gave her a hot dog. "I bought an extra one. Can't finish 2 in a row, anyway." Momo accepted the hot dog from him despite her discomfort and started eating it quietly. She occasionally glanced at Izuku, half expecting him to ask her to speak, but instead she saw him try to stay awake by inadvertently falling asleep at different times. She muttered, "You should get some sleep, Midoriya-san." "I'm fine. I should go back to my class's stand." Izuku waved her worry away with a smile, saying, "I'm fine. It's just side effect from using my quirk. While we're on that, I'm on the medic team. I can heal those bruises for you now, if you want me to." Or would it be more comfortable if we're alone in my booth? Momo fought off her trembling voice and whispered. You shouldn't bother with me. It's better you save your energy for someone who actually put their efforts into their performances. Izuku tilted his head in confusion and said, but, I am, though. His smile remained fixed as he went on. You fought with all you have out there, did you N? I didn't, Momo shouted, interrupting Izuku. I didn't even move as Dark Shadow attacked me. I just stood there, cowering behind my shield and got pushed out of the ring like an idiot. Once more, tears were streaming from her eyes. They were all right. The other kids, my parents, my maids and butlers, my teachers, all of them. I'm not suitable to be a hero. I don't belong. Her attention was captured when Izuku interrupted, saying, let's say everything you just said is true. Let's pretend you're not suitable to be a hero. Let's say whatever crap everyone told you was true. Izuku hesitated, allowing his words to sink in, and Momo became even more devastated. Do you still want to be a hero? Despite everything they said, do you? I'm not. Izuku stopped her by raising a finger and saying, A. Do you want to be a hero? Momo nodded slowly and said, it's all I ever wanted to be. Izuku grinned and said, then that's good enough, isn't it? You still believe it's the right thing for you despite what everyone else said. You're on recommendation. That means someone thinks you belong here, and I agree with them. With a faltering voice, Momo questioned, do you really think so? Izuku nodded confidently, I do. But you were the one who worked through hell to get here. Do you? Momo raised her head and, despite her tears, displayed a sincere smile. I do. Momo gave a nod. Screw everyone else. They chuckled as they stood there. They stood there laughing together, ignoring the thunderous cheering that went on outside. It's good to have someone who has faith in you. As Chiyo examined the tea set that Izuku was using to make some teas, she whistled, that is one expensive tea set. Izuku smiled and gave Chiyo a cup of tea, saying, it is, isn't it? Yaoyorozu-san gave this to me as a gift. A gift? What for? Izuku sipped his tea cheerfully and said, she said it was for being her friend. Chiyo sipped her tea uncomfortably and said, this, friendship, tea set costs more than my yearly salary. How rich is she? She said she's the economy. It's scary that she said that so casually. Blood. Himiko collided with a garbage can and spilled its contents onto the ground. Himiko looked weakly for any edible food in the mess she had just made, not even trying to get to her feet. Blood. She required blood. Himiko picked up a dead mouse and sucked out the foul taste with her sharp teeth. Blood from humans. She required human blood. As the voice inside her head continued to grow louder and louder, overwhelming her sanity, her vision became blurry. She used the flickering streetlights as markers to continue on her way. Before long, she caught sight of someone. A person. A boy. Unable to be older than her. Himiko aimed directly at him, regardless of any remaining sense. She buried her teeth in his neck and threw him to the ground. Hours ago, she did the same to the rat. She was able to slip into her room, away from her parents, just like she did with all the animals. Toga Himiko was her name. She was also not typical, as she has always been told by her parents. She was a monster. Izuku bowed to her, looking drowsy. So, I'll see you tomorrow, Shuzenji-sensei. Chiyo sighed, you look like you can barely walk. Let me drive you home. A missing student is the last thing I need right now. It's fine. Izuku laughed slowly. My mom is waiting for me and my sister outside. Do you want to talk to her? Chiyo grinned and said, it's okay, sweetie. Tell her I said hello. You sure you can come to the second year's sport festival tomorrow? He waved her away as he started to go, saying, I'll be fine after a good sleep. A shorter, blonde-haired figure immediately tackled Izuku as soon as he emerged from Yue's gate. Izuku felt a gentle bite into his neck as the girl wrapped her arm around it. Rather than fight back, Izuku patted his attacker's head and kept walking toward his mother, who laughed as she assisted him in getting into the car. While driving, Inko inquired, all right, what do you kids want for dinner? Sushi. Izuku. Katsudon. Izuku sulked when Inko remarked, we ate katsudon last week, Izuku. And you're already eating him, Himiko. Himiko simply smiled shamelessly in response. Inko said over the phone, I'll be home in 30 minutes, Izuku. Can you go to your friend's house in the meantime? Izuku scratched his head and said, Shiozaki said her family is out for dinner today. I'll just swing by the convenience store. Sorry for bothering you, Mom. Inko informed him. Nonsense. Everyone forgets their keys at one point. I'll be home in a jiffy. Izuku went to the convenience store after realizing his mother had hung up. He hurried to get to the store in order to avoid the cold, but the night breeze made him shiver a little. Even though it was a Thursday night, the street was strangely silent. Izuku didn't see anyone en route, and he wasn't sure if that increased his anxiety or brought him relief. The flickering streetlights and a blonde girl with blood on her face certainly didn't help. Hold on. Izuku was tackled to the ground before he could comprehend what he was witnessing. Izuku could only moan as he felt teeth bite into his neck and his blood being sucked out due to exhaustion and his head being slammed barely into the ground. Izuku could feel the girl sinking her teeth deeper into him as the seconds passed, the pain overwhelming his tiredness. Tears were streaming down his cheek. He was also positive it wasn't his. She whispered, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," to him. As she sobbed, Izuku saw the girl tighten her grip on him. Then, Izuku placed his hand on her head and whispered as softly as he could. "You look malnourished and exhausted, Vampire-san. I'll use my quirk to help with the exhaustion, alright? Try not to suck too much of my blood." The girl tightened her grip on Izuku's arm but did not respond. Using that as confirmation, Izuku attacked her with his quirk. He grinned and said, "My name is Midoriya Izuku, by the way. Can I ask for yours?" Hamiko. Came her response. "Okay, Hamiko-san, is it okay for me to guess that your quirk is pushing you to do this for blood?" He could feel Hamiko recoil, as he surmised. His hand patted her head and said, "It's okay, Hamiko-san. It's a normal quirk's requirement. Why you are even in this state is more concern." "Normal," Hamiko whispered, her voice nearly drowned out. Izuku nodded in spite of the pain in the back of his neck. "Normal. Just as normal as me having an unhealthy craving for energy drinks. My mom drinks coffee more than she does water. Everyone has different needs. It's normal. Does that mean I'm normal, too?" Izuku laughed and said, "It's normal for you to want blood, Hamiko-san. I still do not recommend attacking passerby. It's dangerous for both you and the party involved. But I suppose I'm your first meal." Hamiko nodded unsteadily, her eyes still welling with tears. Izuku nodded and then took out a piece of paper, saying, "Then I suppose it's fine. Here." Hamiko studied the piece of paper that he had given him. "What is this?" "Swing by this address later. A detective will help you if you want." "You just gonna help me?" Hamiko screamed, her voice growing shakier. "I just attacked you." The Izuku shrugged and said, "Because you had to. I want to help. Also, you're going to have to carry me home cause I'm seeing 3 of you upside down and I don't think that's a good sign." Izuku's head struck the chilly floor once more as his vision turned black. "Hamiko!" yelled Inko. Hamiko looked up from the couch and stopped stroking the fluffy hair of a sleeping Izuku. She asked, grinning at Inko. "What's up, Inko-san?" Inko said nervously, "I kind of have some news for you. I'd rather you hear it from me than the news. Okay, here goes. Is it about my parents?" At Inko's stunned look, Hamiko burst out laughing. "I guess it really is. What about them? We finally got the proof to put them behind bars. For good, this time." Inko murmured. "Also, they said a lot of things about you, so I may or may not have decked them in their faces." Hamiko grinned and said, "You didn't have to do that. It's okay. I'm fine now." Inko shrugged and said, "I know I didn't have to. I wanted to, but because of that, I am on 1-week suspension pay. So, like a vacation." The commissioner wrote it off as raising my hand a little too high. Inko laughed. "By the way, we ran out of blood for your dinner. You want to go and get some? It's only for a night. I'll be fine." "Nah." Inko prodded Hamiko's cheek from behind the couch. "You can take blood directly from me. I don't mind. It may hurt you. It's alright." As she teased Hamiko by pinching her cheeks, Inko laughed and said, Hey. You bite Izuku every day. If you don't bite me too, I'm going to feel left out." Hamiko wrapped her over Inko's shoulder and hugged her from behind while they both laughed. Her name was Hamiko Midoriya. She is also normal, as her mother and brother have stated. She is more than that, though. She is content. "Real-time work event?" asked Izuku again. Chio corrected. "Don't say like it's a video game. It's a work experience. It's not like there's anything else for you to do." School is on break. The hero course is on their internship. Might as well come with me. Izuku shrugged, saying, I guess. Which hospital are we going? Chio said, Fujitani Hospital. Izuku made the observation, even if I don't have a license. The licensing exam isn't until a couple of months, not even counting the residency training. You're my personal student. That means I recognize your skill as a nurse. Chio clarified. Besides, you're mostly there to observe and help with small tasks. What's the worst that could happen? While laughing, Izuku said, You're jinxing it. Chio gently struck Izuku's back with her cane and said, It's real life. Jinx isn't real. Detective, exclaimed Rumi. Didn't expect to find you here. Inko smiled at the rabbit heroine as he turned around. You as well, Usajiyama-chan. I'd thought you wouldn't be interested in taking these kinds of babysitting requests. Rumi laughed and said, Oh, hell no. This is my first. I read through the debrief and was curious of who'd be crazy enough to find her at Tartarus. Inko shrugged and then grinned triumphantly. I guess, but if they sent someone as important as you, then my hunch is confirmed. Ho, smirked Rumi. This day keeps getting more interesting, I see. First, your brat made the dragon blushed like a high school girl. Tatsuma-chan. Oh, my. Inko's expression was worried. I suppose it's good that Izuku was there to check on her fever before it got worse. Ignoring her, Rumi said, Now it's you in this secret mission. Anything you can spill for little ol' me. Inko teased, I'd tell you anything you want, Usajiyama-chan. Before entering the room holding a file. But then I wouldn't be able to talk with you over coffee later. As Rumi watched Inko vanish behind Tartarus's enforced door, she merely scoffed while flushed. Give me the sterilizer. 1 second. Give me the bandages. On the way. Give me the operation knife. Coming up. Go to the storage room and get me the amputation kit, Midoriya. Coming up. A group of doctors and nurses stood in a circle and whispered to each other while Izuku ran around to assist Chio with her work. The head doctor muttered, Get me the application form. The moment he graduates, we're hiring him. A doctor questioned, Doesn't he need a license first? To work here. The chief physician snapped his finger in agreement. Good point. We're sponsoring that. A nurse held up her hand and asked, What about the residency training? The head doctor clapped his hands together to reinforce his statement. He got taken in and is studying under the Shuzenji Chio, aka Recovery Girl at UA. If that's not quality residency training, I don't know what is. A doctor added, Well, I just arrived, so pardon me for my ignorance. But why are we talking about hiring a student nurse? With great enthusiasm, the chief physician explained, This is his first day at one of the busiest hospitals in the country. He's only medically trained for slightly over a month and yet, his efficiency is top tier. I thought Shuzenji-san brought him here to show him the cruelty of this industry. I didn't expect her to bring the most potential doctor we've ever had since her. As they listened to the head doctor's tirade, a nurse whispered to her colleague, Is he always like that? The senior nurse shrugged and said, Only when he recognized real talent. By the way, it's lunchtime. Who's in charge of room 159? Another nurse retorted, It's Suzuki, but she called sick for work. Should I? I'll do it. Everyone looked at Izuku, who was grinning. Midoriya-kun, smiled the head physician. How do you feel so far? Izuku laughed. Tired, but that's just how I am, doctor. I overheard needing some help to get lunch to a patient. A nurse scratched her head and said, Yes, but I don't think you should do it. It's not like we don't trust you, it's just not the safest option for a student on observation. A nurse entered and gave an explanation after observing Izuku tilt his head in perplexity. She's a patient in the mental ward, Midoriya-kun. Are you sure you still want to do it? Izuku nodded his head, certain. I'm here to lessen your workload. If it's to help, I'll be glad to do anything you need. Single quote. The head nurse gave her approval, albeit grudgingly. Before heading to the ration storage, Izuku gave her a small bow of gratitude. One of the nurses muttered something aloud after he had gone. God, I wish I was 10 years younger. From behind Izuku, Najire called out, Hey, Kohai-kun. Whatcha doing there? Just some, Izuku yawned, covering his mouth. Reports and homework. How can I help you today, Hado-senpai? I'm here to watch over you, Najire said, smiling adorably gravely while crossing her arm. Recovery Girl told me to make sure you don't faint on the hallway again. Izuku sulked and said, I didn't faint. I just fell on the floor and decided it was a good place to sleep. I don't understand why everyone made such a big deal out of it. According to Najire, UA's floor is comfy. Once, I got back from a fight and I thought, walking is too tiresome. Let's just sleep on the floor and wake up in the morning. That way, I can get to class faster. Right, Izuku joined her in nodding. It's just sleeping. Our quirks affect our stamina. We need sleep. Why does everyone always default it as fainting? Ooh, speaking of our quirks. Najire exclaimed with a beaming smile as she immediately leapt to her feet. I tried that thing you mentioned. It worked. Izuku's eyes gleamed. It did. The direct contact blast thing worked. That just opens so many doors. You can temporarily paralyze your opponent with a precise shot at their nervous system or taking down an entire structure. Not to mention. That's what I thought, too. Najire nodded enthusiastically about it. Yup, yup, yup. Izuku exclaimed, taking out a notebook. Do you have anything to do tomorrow, Hado-senpai? Najire gave a headshake. Izuku smiled, saying, good. Because I'm not letting you sleep tonight. Najire concealed the redness from her underclassmen by nodding more quickly than she shook. Let it go, let it go. Izuku carried a tray of food in his hands and sang as he moved down the corridor. Next he came to a stop at a room with the name, Todoroki Rei, written underneath a sign that read, Room 159 feet. Izuku inhaled deeply to get ready before softly tapping on the door. Declaring his presence, Izuku said, Todoroki-san, I'm here to bring you your lunch. A few seconds later, a quiet, kind, but icy voice answered. Come in. Izuku walked in after opening the door and shutting it behind him. A white-haired woman sitting on a chair by the window caught his attention right away. As she gazed dreamily out the window, the sun accentuated her icy expression. She turned around at the sound of the door closing and looked at Izuku with a startled expression. Rei looked closely at Izuku and said, Aren't you looking a little too young to be a doctor, doctor? Izuku laughed and placed the tray gently on a table, saying, I'm not actually a doctor. I'm only here as a temporary assistance. I'm still a student. From UA. Hi. What a coincidence. At the realization, Rei's expression appeared more at ease. My son goes there as well. Are you a first-year student? He said, Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you, Todoroki-san. She smiled and motioned for him to take a seat in the chair in front of her, saying, Call me Rei, please, Midoriya-kun. I'm more comfortable with it. Are you a first-year student? Izuku nodded. I am. 1C, General Education Department. Which class is your son in, Todo Rei-san? Izuku noticed a hint of emotion in Rei's smile as she said, I know he's in the hero course. 1A, if my memory is correct. Shame. You must have been very at his performance at the sport festival, then. Izuku went on. He tried to dispel his own suspicion, but it was confirmed. Rei's once kind face changed to one of conflict, grief, and remorse. Rei stifled her sobs and tried to wipe away the tears that started to fall. Izuku put a handkerchief in her hand right away. In a panic, Izuku said, I'm so sorry, Rei-san. I shouldn't have. It's not you, Midoriya-kun. Rei interrupted him while taking the handkerchief in her hand. It's me. I can't, it's all my fault. Chuya, Shoto. My family Fuyumi is trying so hard and it's all my fault. Izuku held Rei's hand tenderly and said, Hey, it's okay, Rei-san. Just take your time, okay? Do you want me to leave the room? Rei shook her head, saying, No, please. I need to talk with someone. Anyone. Izuku reassured her, then at your own pace, okay. I'm right here. She took Izuku's hand and nodded silently. Rei took a deep breath and spoke after calming down for a while. Engine Endeavor is hurting Shoto. The light illuminated the dark room, and Rei winced a little. 3 uneasy moans came from the couch, as she had expected. Rei smiled and spoke softly while leaning over the couch from behind. Rei sighed as she observed her family lying on the floor in a cuddle pile, trying to squint their eyes shut to block out the bright light. I know it's Friday, but sleeping like that isn't good for you. Fuyumi rubbed her eyes wearily and asked, Mom, what time is it? Just a little after 6 o'clock. Rei glanced at the wall-mounted clock. Hard day at school. Yeah, kids get hype on FR, did you say 6? Fuyumi exclaimed as she jumped out of her comfortable position. Shoot, I haven't cooked dinner. And the laundry, the who? Rei grinned. Calm down, honey. Inko invited us out for dinner. She's heading there with Himiko-chan right now. Wash your face and change if you want. That goes for you, too, Izuku. Izuku gave her a thumbs up while wearing a pillow over his face. As her son moaned louder and refused to sit up, Rei laughed and said, "But you need to take a shower, Shoto. You reek of sweat." Rei went over and knelt beside her youngest son, who was not responding. So that only Shoto could hear her, she leaned over and whispered softly. "You sure you want to smell badly next to Izuku?" In an instant, Shoto leapt to his feet and ran to the restroom. Rei looked at Izuku and giggled at what she saw. She said, "So, did you mind?" She heard Izuku's response muffled beneath the pillow, "Not really. It's just sweat. He's a hero student. That's normal. And the fact he ran to the bathroom because he didn't want you to think he smells bad. I honestly don't mind." Izuku shrugged, adding, "He probably thinks it's rude. By the way, Fuyumi-san looked kind of red when I gave her the sweater I bought. Do you think she likes it?" With a sigh, Rei gave Izuku a gentle pinch on the cheek and said, "I guess I can understand why Chio-san is struggling so much at school." Rei only giggled adoringly as he moaned. "She was at home. I guess you heard all that?" Izuku asked, turning to face his role model. Chio did not respond. Instead, she cocked her head, indicating to him that he should find a more private place. Chio gave him a cup of tea and they returned to his office, where they sat down. Chio clarified, "I didn't mean to eavesdrop. You took quite a while and wasn't replying to my texts, so I got worried." Izuku smiled and said, "So you do care about me?" Chio rolled her eyes and said, Yeah. As angry as I am, no, we can't take down the current number 2 hero. Not now, not in this current situation." Izuku looked puzzled and nodded, "I figured as much. But we're not letting this slide, are we?" Chio shook her head, saying, "No, we're not. But our priority here is Rei and Todoroki Shoto, I mean. We need to get them out of their current living situations without raising too many suspicions. Please tell me you have a plan. For Rei, I might." Chio nodded, but her expression was unimpressed. "But Shoto is difficult. Impossible, as of now." As Izuku sipped his tea wearily, he said, "Baby steps, I guess. What do you propose?" "Depends. You said your mother is a detective." "Yeah, can you ask her to come here tomorrow?" Izuku sulked and said, "I can still work." Chio jabbed her cane at one of Izuku's sulky cheeks and said, "That's the exact problem, idiot. You're here to observe, not overworking yourself on the second day."
"It's just a few reports, it's a week's worth of work you finished in a night," Chio said, further twisting her cane. "If you still insist on not taking some rest, take a walk outside. Your mother and I need to talk, anyway." Izuku turned to face Rei's room and said, "Speaking of, I wonder how it's going inside there. They've been talking for a while now."
Chio said, "They're fine. I heard they were giggling in there. As for you, get out of this hospital and don't return for at least another 2 hours." Izuku rolled his eyes and said, "Fine." He removed his white coat and put on an oversized t-shirt that read, uniform. As Chio watched Izuku leave the room, she moaned, "Ugh, that reduced 3 years off my lifespan." Before she screamed, she had a sudden memory. "I missed your mother before she went into Rei's room. What was her name again?" Without turning around, Izuku replied, "It's Inko. Midoriya Inko." Izuku missed Chio's mumbling in denial as he walked out of his office, closing the door behind him. She repeated, Inko. It can't be, can it? Midoriya-chan." At the sound of her family's name, Himiko spun around. She saw Tatami running in her direction and grinning excitedly as she waved. "Tatami-chan." Himiko smiled joyfully. Her voice was sensual as she greeted. My, someone's excited to see me." Himiko patted Tatami's back and giggled as she watched her stumble for words, her face redder than Emi-sensei's. "You've got to get used to this at one point. What's up?" Tatami put her fingers together in an awkward manner and said, It's about the makeup license exam. I'm still kind of nervous. Do you want to go to the arcade with me and Yo? Before the big day." In a whisper, Himiko said, "Here, I thought it can be our private date. But I'll bite, if you promise another day for just the 2 of us, that is." Himiko had to ponder how her mother and brother managed to do it without even hinting, as she watched smoke begin to emerge from Tatami's ears due to her blatant flirtation. Heck, just by winking at her classmates, she could tell they were all crushing on her. If nothing else, Her fighting strategies greatly benefited from the lines she learned from the density of their head. I just wanna feel this moment. Izuku clutched the new bag of clothes he had purchased and hummed. Izuku took the train to Hosu to explore the department stores the city had to offer because there was nothing to do near his hospital. Izuku picked up a few t-shirts for himself, Inko, Hamiko, Rei, and Chio while he was out and about. Since it would take a lot more time, he decided to put off getting t-shirts for Nito, Setsuna, and the members of the church where he usually volunteered. Making his way to the station in order to return to Fujitani Hospital and continue his change. In addition, to learn more about Rei's current circumstances. However, a loud explosion erupted behind Izuku before he could enter the station. Izuku turned his head and saw a strange but recognizable creature being ejected from a train with an exposed brain. Izuku muttered incredulously, "Nomu." Before a familiar, short, yellow-clad elderly man rushed after it to pursue it. "Torino-san, what is even?" A hero yelled, "Kid." With a terrified expression. "Evacuate down to the platform right now. It's dangerous out here." Izuku retorted, "What is even going on?" The hero stated, "The Nomus are attacking the city." While glancing in the direction where the white Nomu had fled. "They're all over the city. It's total chaos out here." "How many?" The hero shouted, "It's not your problem to care about it. Get down to the station right in." A loud engine noise and the sound of someone screaming interrupted him before he could finish speaking. The hero was flung a plastic bag in his face before he could recover. "Take care of that for me, please." Izuku left right away. Izuku crossed her arms and sulked, "I'm too old to get grounded like this." Chio drank her tea elegantly and casually, saying, "It's not grounded. It's a detention." Izuku said, "It's not better." Chio said, "A shame, isn't it?" Izuku sighed in defeat and walked to his table to take a seat. Without glancing at him, Chio yelled, "For you, detention means rest. Do not grab anything that you can use to write. That goes for you and work tools, too, Hatsume." Glancing up from her Lego set, Mei said, "But I can write my ideas down." Chio got up and left the room after saying, "Yes, but try not to come up with anything that violates the Geneva Convention. Also, help me watch over this workaholic nurse right here. I'll be back in a jiffy, dearies. Try not to do anything while I'm gone." "Like what?" she was asked by both gremlins. Chio shut the door and left the teenagers alone, saying, "Don't worry about it." Izuku approached and sat down on the floor beside Mei as she carried on assembling the Lego set without looking up, realizing that his teacher was serious when she issued her warning. Izuku watched Mei and said, "What are you building there, Hatsume-san?" "Why, I'm glad you asked, nurse." Mei grinned while continuing to hold her hands. "This is how I want my baby to look like after I finished building her." Squinting his eyes at the Lego, Izuku said, "It looks like a laser cannon. Is this perhaps an upgrade from your previous laser handgun?" "It is, indeed." Mei chuckled while she carried on putting her project together. As Mei put the pieces together, Izuku grinned sweetly at her passion and tenacity. "Give me that 4x4 piece." When Izuku handed her the piece, Mei gave him the best look. "You're the best help with baby making, nurse." Izuku grinned and said, "Thank you. Speaking of, do you need any help with your baby? The actual one, I mean." "Not necessary." Mei supported him. "I'm almost finished. You can help with the next one." Izuku smiled and said, "Anytime you need. I love making baby with you." At those words, Mei's smile widened, and she silently reminded herself to ask Recovery Girl why her cheeks always felt hot in the nurse's presence. "I'm going to kill you." Tenya pointed at Native and Stain calmly interrupted, saying, "Save him first. Think about others before yourself, act for them instead of your own good. That's what being a hero is all about. Not blinded by vengeance, certainly not for self-satisfactory purposes." As Stain licked his blood on the blade, Tenya felt himself becoming cold. "You are not a true hero. That is why you are going to die. Right here, right now." Iida screamed, "Shut up," while keeping his gaze fixed on the blade that was going to sever him. "It doesn't matter what you think. You took my brother's future." Stain looked down at him and said, "Vengeful until the last minute, huh? It seems purging you here." A garbage can lid flew at him, but Stain swung the blade and deflected it. Without any delay, he leapt out of Tenya's way, avoiding a surge of trash that was flung at him. Stain saw another child dash in, snatching Native's unhurt hand and staring down at him. Would be better for my desired world. 60% of the hero killer's victim, including Ingenium, the weary-looking teen said, turning to Tenya, were found in alleys that no one paid any attention to. My mother said serial killers are creatures of habit. Guess those late-night talks education really is useful. Tenya shouted at him, this doesn't concern you, Midoriya. He's mine. Get away from him. Izuku spoke to Native in a whisper, ignoring him. The blood is clotted. Can you move? Native moaned as he struggled to get to his feet, saying, I can't. It's some kind of paralysis. Izuku muttered, it's blood-related. I can feel something weird with the cells. A healer? Stain asked, his gaze intently observing Izuku. Your effort and bravery are respectable, child. Leave now, and you may live. Cool. Izuku placed Native's hand over his shoulder and nodded without altering his expression. In an instant, a knife pierced Izuku's cheek and lodged itself in the wall behind him. They do not have that privilege. False heroes don't deserve to live. As he put Native down gently, Izuku glared back, realizing that there was no way to escape unharmed. People don't need privileges to not get murdered by a serial killer. I don't care about this crusade or ideas of yours. Just let me get two very injured people out of here. Stain's voice rose, they are parasites that tainted the very idea of being a hero. A true hero is someone who should risk everything for the sole purpose of saving others. That man over there stalled fights until cameras were on him. He used his fame to partake in sponsorship. It's for donation. Excuses, stammered Stain. And that one, he gestured to Tenya with the sword, abandoned his belief for vengeance. Someone clouded by so much hatred would only do more harm if left alive. He's the brother of someone you crippled. Izuku retaliated, surreptitiously tapping his phone from behind with his hand. And yes, while what he's doing is extremely stupid and reckless. Tenya attempted to counter, what are you, but Izuku disregarded him and went on. And absolutely suicidal, it makes sense. He's human. They're all human. If you're expecting everyone to be like All Might, that's on you, you delusional, noseless lunatic. And you, quote. Tenya recoiled at being singled out, but Izuku pointed his finger at her and said, what the bloody hell were you thinking? You're going to walk in here and take out the hero killer who killed over 6 heroes and left your brother, Ingenium, crippled. Have you considered what might occur if you pass away here? Quote. I must be the one to carry it out. Ingenium must be the one to defeat him, Tenya argued. The person who murders him. Quote. Stain moaned, you are too far gone, but Izuku silenced him. Moving lips while speaking, you don't have to, Izuku said, pointing at Stain before turning back to Tenya. You simply want to, and that's not the same. You mentioned that he must be defeated by Ingenium. Bullshit. That face was never worn by the Ingenium I saw on television. Will you live up to that moniker? Or will you alter it to something worse? Quote. You have nothing to do with this. Tenya yelled at him, his voice growing more and more tremulous. The essence of being a hero is meddling in other people's affairs. That's why I'm going to get you and Native out of here, Izuku retorted. Even if I have to drag you the hell out of this alley on 13th Street next to a damn taco restaurant and knock your shit out. Quote. As he listened to Izuku's words, Stain flashed a mad, contented smile. So, you are willing to sacrifice your life for these fakes? Quote. Izuku gave him a fierce look and said, no, I'm prepared to rescue these two from you. Quote. I passed. With the katana in his hand, Stain charged at Izuku, his smile growing. A glacial wall emerged from the earth. Tenya hit the button on the presentation slide that read, Meeting Number 3. Subject. War. Mina held up her hand. Mina, yes. Momo motioned to Tenya to ask his question next to him. This time, with whom exactly? It said, war, on the presentation, not, competition, like the previous 2 times, Mina inquired. Because Togaike-san and Shiozaki-san weren't present at our last 2 meetings. It is all of 1B and 1C. Tenya slapped the board with his hand. Quote. Avoid telling me. Ochako's eyes widened in realization as she suddenly rose from her seats. Yes. Momo bowed her head in embarrassment. They've managed to invite Midoriya-kun to stay over. Quote. Bitch sons. Eijiro desperately clutched his head. Kirishima-kun, I know how you feel, but please don't use such language. Unlike them, we are here to discuss like civilized human beings, Tenya chastised him. Quote. Culture is a joke. Those motherfuckers are going to be killed. Katsuki slammed his hands on the table. Quote. Shoto put his hands up in the middle of the argument and said, I don't mind. Tenya yelled, you have nepotism treatment, ice cone. As if a switch had been flipped, and now he was the target of everyone's glare. His family is close to yours. Quote. Isn't Bakugo also covered by that? Shoto pointed at Katsuki calmly. He is too much of a tsundere bitch to do any like that. Glasses, what the devil did you say? Katsuki shouted, his face flushed. Before things could get any worse, a knock on the dorm door was followed by a familiar voice, and everyone fell silent. Who's home? From behind the door, Izuku said, I have some spare cookies. While everyone else ran around to hide everything, Momo immediately threw a smoke bomb onto the ground as soon as he heard the door handle being turned. Izuku coughed a little as he entered a smoke-filled room, then put the basket down and opened the windows. Thank you so much, Midoriya-kun. I was trying to replicate Midnight's sensei sleeping gas, Momo said as she rushed to Izuku and assisted him in opening the windows. After training, you must be in need of some supplements, but Izuku laughed and said, it's all good. In that basket are some cookies that I have. There's just enough room for everyone, but I can bake some more if you'd like. Midoriya-kun. From the smoke, Tenya walked out and approached Izuku while ignoring a death glare that Momo was giving him. What a pleasant surprise. What is the purpose of our visit? Quote. Izuku smiled and said, Iida-san. I'm just here to give out some cookies I baked, she said. Everyone can find one. They're all in bags with their names on them. Tensai-san, how are you? Quote. I appreciate your concern. Tenya smiled softly and nodded, saying, he's doing well. He still needs the crutch to go outside, but he no longer needs it to walk around the house. Izuku clapped his hands together and then produced two tiny see-through bags tied with a small red ribbon, saying, that's great news, Iida-san. For him and you. Red-faced, Tenya took the bag and said, thank you, Midoriya-kun. Quote. Izuku nodded and said, you're welcome. He then put his green scarf back on and walked out of the dorm, waving the 1A goodbye before turning to wink at Tenya and saying, I put a little bit more effort and love into those, by the way. Lastly, remember to put effort and love into these gifts. Izuku read the recipe again after closing the door and ignoring the carnage behind it. When you give it to them, they will absolutely love it. Quote, quote. Izuku smiled and muttered to himself, I hope they like it. Quote. What do you think about a bracelet that also acts as a GPS, Izuku? I think you should keep that away from me, Mom. Izuku put a piece of apple in his mouth and responded to Inko's suggestion. As Inko cut a few more slices, she merely hummed in response to the rejection. Inko put a piece of apple in her mouth and said, then you better do something about that trouble magnet thing you have going on. Just you wait until Abara-chan hears about this. Izuku stuck out his tongue and said, I don't have to wait for anything if no one tells her. I mean, legally, we aren't allowed to say anything after that whole gag order. Inko shrugged and said, sometimes it's better to be an innocent victim than a punished hero. I'm just pissed that it's Endeavor who is getting the credit. Like damn, what about Gran Torino who actually arrived on time and knocked out the hero killer? I don't think Torino-san would like the attention seeing how he's somewhat retired. Izuku made the point, speaking of, how's the case with Rei-san? With a sigh, Inko said, it's going. Intentionally or not, Rei was the one who injured Shoto-kun. Our only option here is for her to get her out the proper way. Which means a very intensive psych evaluation, a place of residence and someone who deems fit to look over her for a while after she gets out. Don't we need family's approval, too? Like, Endeavor's approval. Inko dismissed Izuku's worry, saying, that's easy. I won't bore you with the details. I'm more worried about the toll the whole process would take on Rei. Inko's phone rang while they were conversing. She glanced at it, sighed, and got to her feet. Inko walked to the door and said, I need to take this call. Be back in a sec, sweetie. Izuku grumbled, you grounded me. Exactly. Izuku protruded his tongue once more, causing his mother to giggle before shutting the door. Izuku collapsed onto the bed and looked at his phone, which was filled with messages from his pals. When they learned of his involvement in Stain's case, they all expressed the same concern. Izuku heard knocks on his door as he read the messages and responded. Izuku yelled, come in, loudly. A teen with dual-colored hair and a chilly face entered through the sliding door. Izuku exclaimed, "Todoroki-san." His eyes grew wide. "What a surprise. I wasn't expecting you." With a blank expression, Shoto said, "Iida is talking to his family. I did not want to intrude on him. I also owe you a thank you for assisting me in taking down Stain." Izuku smiled and motioned for Shoto to take a seat on the chair by his bed, saying, "I should be the one who thanked you. Things would have turned bad hadn't you arrived." Shoto merely nodded in response. Unsure of what to say to each other, the two sat in silence. Izuku broke the awkward silence after a moment. "Todoroki-san, is it okay if I ask about your quirk?" Shoto gave a nod. Izuku grinned and said, "It's half cold half hot, right? Can you control the temperature, density of your ice? I can control how fragile the ice is, the force, the amount and how big the area it affects." With a nod, Izuku said, "That's so cool. But if I remember correctly, half of you was covered in ice if you overused it, correct?" Izuku asked in a gentle and earnest tone after looking directly into Shoto's heterochromia eyes. "Why don't you use your fire? Detective Midoriya." When the voice called out to her, Inko turned to face it. A white-haired woman with a gentle smile that contrasted with her piercing eyes walked gracefully in her direction. Inko grinned and said, "Rei-chan. What brings you out of the castle?" "I heard about what happened with Midoriya-kun, so I wanted to check up on him." Rei clarified. "He also said that I should exercise more often, so." Inko took a position beside Rei and pointed in the direction of Izuku's room, saying, "Ah, I'm going back to his room now." Rei said, "Busy day at work. Just updating some information for the heroes' agencies." Inko murmured. The Hosu attack left a lot of things to clean up after. Not counting the cult of followers who heard Stain's word on that viral clip. As she watched the video of Stain rescuing Izuku from a winged Nomu, Rei thought, the speech he made after he rescued Midoriya-kun from that thing, correct? The one about true hero and whatnot. The reason it got viral was because of the amount of people who agrees with it. Inko said, "The commission put a lot of pressure on the police department to take it down. Permanently. How's it going, then?" "Honestly, best we could do is slow down the pace of it being spread." Inko acknowledged. "Thankfully, the HPSC has no control over how the police work, so I can just direct them to our voicemail. I do hope you've been having a better day than mine." Fuyumi told me Shoto was mostly unharmed aside from a few scratches he received. Rei grinned. "I wanted to go and talk to him, but..." With a distressed look on her face, Inko gave Rei a gentle pat on the back and said, Hey, it's okay, honey. Just take it easy, alright? I'm sure it's hard for both of you to talk." From the door of the hospital room came Izuku's voice. "Why don't you use your fire?" The grown-up froze. Quote. 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 Chio's deadpanned expression, which grew increasingly weary as the seconds passed, caused the four students to blink. 5 more minutes passed in the eerie silence before Chio finally sighed, the most exhausting sound Izuku had ever heard her make. "Just for the sake of my curiosity, what are you guys doing here at this hour?" Izuku said. "After hours club activity." Chio hummed. "At midnight. And is that a pentacle drawn on my office's floor?" Izuku shrugged and said, "I'll clean it up when we're finished." "Finished doing what, exactly?" "We are attempting to summon a demonic being that shall serve as a way for us to covertly communicate with one another, be it directly or indirectly." Reiko clarified. In a mysterious whisper, Fumikage said, "The dark stars align, converging at the center, creating a round table for the dark nights that serve it." What a mad banquet of darkness this evening turned out to be. Shihai laughed. Chio silently begged for a proper explanation as she glanced at the 3 other students before turning back to her assistant. Yanagi-san found a forum with a ritual on how to communicate telepathically. Izuku clarified. "She said it is for Emily to communicate more easily with us. My inner sibling wishes to converse more freely with my classmates and your assistant, recovery girl." Reiko continued. "She is under the impression that her thoughts are not well transferred over by me." With a nod, Chio turned back to face Izuku. "Shouldn't you ask your girlfriend from the support department about that first before starting a cult meeting in my office?" "His what?" both Reiko and Fumikage exclaimed, rising from their seats, though Fumikage's reaction was more subdued. Shihai was quietly considering potential practical jokes he could play on the support course at the time. Unaware that three heads were turning at his response, Izuku answered, I did text Hatsume-san about that. She said she's currently focusing on another project, so that would take quite a while. We're not dating, by the way. I'm sure she has better options than a sleepless nurse. Chio shrugged and then smiled at the other three, saying, try dense, but that girl isn't any wiser, anyway. Doors wide open for you kids, it seems. Reiko did not quietly exhale a sigh of relief at that remark, as Shihai and Fumikage were busy hiding in the room's darkest corner. The pale-haired girl turned to face Izuku and made an announcement while maintaining a neutral expression. It appears fate agrees with us, and so does your mentor, my beloved. Would you now agree to take our hands in marriage? When Izuku said, as in walk you down the aisle when you get married. Gladly, she smiled broadly, though I really think your father should do it. This is the 5th time you've asked me. After giving a nod, Reiko turned to face Chio and gestured to Izuku. You are certain this is incurable? Chio sighed, if it is, I would have done it long ago. Despite Shoto's intensely angry glare, Izuku's smile remained unflinching. Your fire is a natural solution to your ice, and that goes in the opposite way as well. The drawback your right side has can be easily fixed with your fi. Izuku was interrupted by Shoto's hiss, I know what I am capable of. It's none of your business. Izuku went on, of course. It's your quirk, but clearly, by using only your right side, you are operating at half of your power. That affects your performance and proves to be dangerous for yourself, is it not? Shoto's glare hardened as he said, I don't care. I will become a hero using only my mother's ice. Not his fire. Whose ice and fire? What? Shoto blinked, taken aback. What are your parents' quirks, Todoroki-san? Frost and Hellflame. And what is your quirk? Half cold, half hot. That means the fire and ice that come out of you are yours, then. Shoto's glare hardened once more as he said, you don't understand. My father. This time, Izuku glared at Shoto in return, asking, and exactly how many people you are going to put in danger because you were half-assing out there, Todoroki-san? Is your desire to be a hero motivated by retaliation, or do you expect to go out there and fight with half of what you have because of your father? The door to Izuku's room was pushed open before Shoto could come up with a response to that question, and the teenagers turned to see Rei standing at the door, her serious eyes locked with Shoto's shock, tears streaming down her cheeks but no other expression. Izuku turned around and went on, saying, I'll drop this right now if you say so, but I'm willing to bet that's not who you are. So, I'm going to ask again, why do you want to be a hero? Quote. Shoto muttered, keeping his eyes fixed on his mother, because I. Hard day. Poking Shoto, who rested his face on the dining table, Rei inquired. Work study. It's more akin to child labor. Not even the enjoyable ones. Just exhausting and risky, Shoto moaned. What kinds of child labor fall under the fun category? As she set the table, Fuyumi's perspiration fell. Why did you choose him for your work study in the first place? Don't you know how that man is, of all people? Natsuo asked incredulously. Quote. I've ignored half of myself for a long time, Natsuo. Shoto glanced up. I'm just doing all I can to catch up. Rei patted Shoto's head and nodded, saying, despite his dog-shit personality and obsession, that is. Enji's work attitude is admirable. Mom, language. To Rei's delight, Fuyumi pleaded. So, how about a more light-hearted subject? How's that crush on that kid from Midoriya going? Natsuo smiled. Quote. Natsuo expected Shoto to laugh even harder, but instead he slammed his face down on the table once more. That awful, Natsuo drank the water and laughed. When Izuku cupped his cheeks to check for injuries, he was unable to even form a proper sentence. Fuyumi smiled smugly as she thought back to their previous encounter. Natsuo shot his sister a sidelong glance and said, that's rich, coming from you. Didn't you nearly pass out when the kid laid his forehead against yours? Quote. Natsuo leapt from his chair and ran after the sass, Fuyumi hot on his heels with a fork. Rei merely yelled, be careful, before she resumed petting Shoto's head, and they remained in the cozy silence for a few minutes before Shoto turned to face her. Do you still recall what I said, Mom? That hospital day, quote. In response, Rei smiled softly and nodded. Am I doing it correctly now? Shoto inquired anxiously, Are you happy now? Quote. We are Sue getting chased out of here. Izuku nearly giggled as he sat by his mother outside the room, and Inko sighed as she shielded her ears from the noise of the loud fire alarm. Izuku smiled and said, "Quirk accident, Mom. You taught me to use that excuse." Inko moaned, "I'm the one who has to write this report later, and I'm regretting it now." Quote. Rei and Shoto were crying and hugging each other when Inko peeked into the room. She smiled and closed the door softly. Izuku's cheek was pinched by Inko, who said, "You did good, honey. I'm proud of you. Are you so proud of me that you'll overlook this?" Quote. Inko smiled and said, "Oh, hell no. This weekend, there won't be any katsuden. Advice from a doctor." As Inko laughed aloud, Izuku's expression changed to one of despair. Rei gave Shoto a hug and said, "I'm not just happy. You, Natsuo, and Fuyumi are right here with me. I'm completely occupied." With a rare smile on his face, Shoto returned her hug. "Lord helps me." Curiously, Izuku turned to face Chiyo, who was throwing her phone on the table and grunting in an unusual way. Unpleasant news. Izuku got up and walked over to the teapot, asking. Chiyo moaned, "That depends. Have anything planned for tonight?" Quote. Izuku cocked his head in thought and said, "Apart from feeding my axolotl and reading some books, no. My sister, I'm not sure if I should still call her that after this, found out that I have an assistant." "I see," Chiyo confirmed dryly. "She requests that I extend an invitation to him for our weekly family meal." "Who is Ho? I'm that person." "Yes, that makes sense." After giving Chiyo the teacup, Izuku realized and pounded his fist into his palm. "I guess this could be a celebratory dinner. This is the last day of your internship." Chiyo shrugged. "You've had an insane week." Izuku smiled and took out his phone, saying, "I need to check with my mom first, but I think it should be okay. Do I need to go home and change before coming?" Quote. "You have to travel too much for that." Chiyo informed him, "We're heading out after 5. I'll drive you there. Get some rest. Iida was subjected to too much of your quirk. Anyway, how's that going?" Quote. However, Izuku reported that, the fracture parts of the spine have been healed up. The nerves aren't responding as well as before, though. He needs to work on that in physical therapy. Unfortunately, that's the only thing I can do. "Dear, you did all that for him." Chiyo gently reassured him. "Tensai would have spent his life in a wheelchair if it weren't for you." Izuku whispered, "But he still wouldn't be able to return as Ingenium." "We can't save everyone, Midoriya." Chiyo prodded the dejected Izuku with her cane, saying, "But we're trying our best for those within arm's reach, and that's important." Chiyo acknowledged that Izuku had nodded, and she went back to her paperwork. A woman in a dark costume shakily stood up and said, I could still save more. Skyward. Chiyo, I could still enter." She hobbled over to the flaming structure in front of her and exclaimed, there are still people inside. I must enter." "Nana." Nana winced as Chiyo yelled, "Look at yourself. You're unable to even walk correctly. Leave the rest to Torino and Yagi and stay here." Quote. The silhouette of her student running through the blazing flame with civilians on his back finally caused Nana to collapse, and Chiyo hurried over to kiss Nana's burned hand as her eyes followed Torino's flight around the building before he dashed in through a window. In order to avoid depleting her friend's energy, Chiyo let go early. While she was carefully bandaging Nana's burns, the heroine watched as the building's fire was gradually extinguished, and the cries gradually subsided as more and more people were removed from the building. Quote. "How recently have you slept? Actually, when was the last time you visited your home?" As Nana spoke, Chiyo watched her eyes and said, "You look like you're about to crumble." Quote. Nana laughed, but Chiyo didn't find that funny. "That's rich coming from you, Chiyo. I work duo jobs that are understaffed while having no one waiting at my apartment." Chiyo responded, "You have kids and a husband at home." Quote. Nana replied, "I've been hearing rumors that people lost control of their quirk, or peculiarities." Chiyo nodded, trying to control her frantic heartbeat. "I've seen some cases like that at the hospital. Kids came in, apparently losing their newfound quirks after some counseling." Chiyo, if that's true, it means you need to go home and have a proper rest with your family." Chiyo immediately interrupted Nana, "You can't win any battle looking like you're about to faint from a push." Nana simply remained silent as she tucked herself into Chiyo's arms, and despite being taken aback by the unexpected gesture, Chiyo put her hands around Nana and embraced her. In an attempt to distract herself from the terrible omen she sensed was approaching, Nana clung to Chio. Chio gripped Nana tightly, clinging to something that wasn't hers. During the entire ordeal, neither of them spoke. When the doorbell rang, Hanbin turned and said, "That's probably your great-aunt." "Setsuna, honey, would you please go get the door?" Quote. Mom. Even though the internship with Majestic was entertaining and helpful, it was exhausting. Despite his lack of knowledge about romance, the man was an excellent teacher and hero, but he also worked her to the bone to improve her quirk. Setsuna put down her phone before taking a long break. She yawned and skipped to the door to open it. "Granny Kai." Setsuna smiled as she greeted her great-aunt. "Setsuna." Chio grinned upon seeing her thrilled granddaughter. "Would you mind if we entered?" Quote. "We," Setsuna repeated, bewildered. "Shuzenji-sensei, do you think this is sufficient?" A familiar set of green hair was approaching with a large basket in his hand as Setsuna turned to look behind Chio. "I still think it isn't good enough," Setsuna said. Chio underlined, "I already said you don't have to buy anything. We invited you over for dinner." Quote. "The least I can do is buy a gift for Tokage-san," Izuku pouted. "I'm interrupting your family's dinner." Quote. As her face began to heat up, Setsuna jolted out of her shock and coughed into her hand before smiling broadly. "Midoriya, I was unaware of your arrival." Quote. As he handed the basket to Setsuna, Izuku grinned and said, "It's great to see you, Tokage-san." "For your parents." "Oh no, you were missing dinosaur crackers," Setsuna cheerfully exclaimed before she detached her hands and floated them along with the basket inside. "Come on in." Quote. "When was the last time you had the time to purchase those?" As they entered, Chio turned to face Izuku. "When you were putting gas in your car. That was 5 minutes." Izuku shrugged as he removed his coat and shoes, saying, "I ran really fast." With Izuku following her, Chio made no further remarks as she made her way to the living room, where they discovered Setsuna savoring the gift by putting some crackers in her mouth and contentedly chewing on them. An elderly woman with long, green hair that was turning silver was sitting on the loveseat and waving at them. Before turning to face Izuku, the woman smiled and said, "Chio. This must be your lovely assistant," she said. "Tokage Nonkuna is who I am. Young man, nice to meet you. My name is Izuku Midoriya." Izuku bowed. "Nice to meet you, ma'am." "What a young man of humility. I hope my sister isn't being too hard on you," Nonkuna said with a giggle. Chio rolled her eyes and said, "Nice to see you too, sister dear. Where are Isha and Hanbin?" Quote. "They're setting up the table." Chio followed her sister's gaze to the kitchen, and she nodded before moving slowly in that direction while Izuku sat down next to Setsuna, who was not exactly creeping up on him. "Tokage-san, how was your internship?" "Shuzenji-san told me you went with Majestic," Izuku inquired. Quote. "Yes, I did. He taught me some very useful tricks with my quirk," Setsuna said with pride. "Really? Am I able to see?" Izuku excitedly vibrated in his seat from anticipation. Setsuna grinned. Immediately, Izuku could feel his waist being grabbed by Setsuna. He giggled from the sudden contact. "When did you get your hands there?" Quote. "I discovered some interesting distraction techniques. It's really useful," Setsuna said, pausing when she touched Izuku's firm abs. "Tokage-san." Izuku's head cocked. "Yeah, Majestic taught me a useful sneak attack, that's all. How did your week go?" Setsuna pulled her hands back and turned her head away, laughing a bit too loudly. "A bit more hectic than normal. However, it was truly eye-opening." As he reached his bag, Izuku ignored Setsuna's strange response and said, "I actually got a gift for you." Then Izuku produced a yellow t-shirt featuring a picture of a Triceratops wearing a police hat and sunglasses, with the word, Triceratops, written beneath the dinosaur. Setsuna studied the shirt with the brightest of eyes and grabbed it. "I adore it." Looking at Izuku, Setsuna cried out, "This shirt is going to be my third favorite." Quote. Izuku grinned and got up, saying, "I'm going to see if Shuzenji-sensei needs any help." "I'm glad you like it, then." Nonkuna, who had remained silent during the entire conversation, turned to face her granddaughter with a playful smile on her face after Izuku left the living room. "That was cute." Quote. "I'm not sure what you're discussing." Setsuna averted her gaze. Of course. Nonkuna grinned. "I guess I was just mistaking that cute moment with you caressing his abs while drooling like a hungry T-Rex." Without even glancing at her grandmother, Setsuna instantly buried her face in a pillow. What a dumb, attractive, sexy, buff nurse. She remembered the feeling and pouted angrily, her face flushed. Hey, this honey badger is my favorite. Nana walked in smiling broadly and carrying 2 bags of snacks. How are you, Nezu? Quote. Without altering his expression or raising his head from his book, Nezu answered, skyward. Nana laughed as she placed a bag beside Nezu and sat down across from him, saying, as energetic as ever, I see. What's that book you've got there? Quote. Rather than respond, Nezu tipped the book slightly so Nana could read the title, and the heroine glanced at it and clearly gagged. You mentioned that you only read worthwhile books, right? Quote. Nezu responded sarcastically, the only way to tell if a book is bad is to read it. Humans have a curious way of disagreeing with everything that has happened or will happen. Every single discussion or action has the potential to escalate into a full-scale conflict. You aren't wrong there, Nana replied. Chio and Sora had a fight just now over who's picking up my kids for the day. So I take it that recovery girl has won. Nezu pondered indifferently. Nana shrugged and said, she always wins by the rock-paper-scissors rule. Maybe you should come get the kids next time. My daughter would be thrilled to see you once more. But I don't think my presence would be beneficial for a child's development, Nezu said, smiling slightly for the first time since Nana entered. That's a kind offer, Skyward. That is, unless you want them to end up as cold and cruel as I do. All right, you sit on the idea. Nana got up and made her way to the door. Nana's voice forced Nezu to look up from his book once more before he could resume reading in peace. By the way, that callous thing is bullshit. Perhaps ruthless. Not cold-hearted, though. And how did you arrive at that conclusion? Quote, I have a good feeling when I first met you. Nana laughed. I'm sure you're going to be a great teacher one day. Nana shut the door behind her, and Nezu sipped his tea quietly, grinning. Chio said without emotion, you want something. What leads you to believe that? Nonkana asked without knowing. I practically raised you, Nonkana. Chio rolled her eyes and said, what do you want? Quote. Nonkana's eyes darted to the living room and she giggled, don't be such a killjoy. I'm just feeling nostalgic. Unaware that Setsuna's parents were filming them as they hugged each other, Chio silently followed her sister's gaze into the living room, where they saw Setsuna and Izuku sitting on the love seat, squeezing against one another while laughing at something on Setsuna's phone. Chio's ears were pierced like a sharp, rusty knife by Nonkana's remark, you, and Shimura-san. They remind me of you from back then, you know. Quote. That wasn't the case, Chio muttered. Before turning to look at her sister gravely, Nonkana stuck out her tongue and said, almost half a century passed, and I still don't believe that. Chio, I know you still. Chio interrupted, saying, don't. Just, don't. Not today. Quote. I just hope Setsuna won't become like you, Nonkana sighed. All right, sorry. Chio never took her eyes off her granddaughter from the beginning of the conversation until it was over, and as she watched Izuku braid Setsuna's hair, a smile slowly appeared on her lips. She muttered, I do hope so, too. Happiness, joy, excitement, relief, joy, and enjoyment were the exact opposites of Yui's feelings as she hobbled toward the nurse's office, holding on to her side. She silently cursed Kamakiri for the sharp edges he put on one of the pipes that passed through her, and it didn't help that, aside from Shota and Kendo, her always neutral expression made it difficult for people to talk to her. However, even these people have their own friend groups, which she was unable to join or only infrequently because the canteen was too noisy for her sensitive ears, and making friends was difficult due to her social awkwardness and selective muteness. It took only a few more steps before Yui realized she could no longer stand straight as her feet tangled with each other, causing her to lose her balance, and she winced as she felt another sharp pain. The nurse's office was at the end of this hallway, but every step she took just made the room feel farther and farther away. As Yui's face approached the floor, she gave a strained yelp. What the fuck is going on? Quote. As Chio entered her office and saw the terrible scene before her, she screamed, and her assistant spun around at her cry. Chio-sensei. Good afternoon, he said with a smile, how is the meeting going? Quote. Whatever is happening here is more frightening than this. Why are you covered in mushrooms? She cried. Quote. Izuku shrugged and said, I fell asleep on a bench. I guess that's why Kanoko is on the bed. It explains so much yet so little. Chio finally calmed down a bit as she walked carefully to her table. Quote. As he pulled a mushroom from his thumb, Izuku explained, I would have used my quirk on her, but I think it's best that she rests naturally instead. Just exhaustion from overused. I see. Chio nodded. How long until the entire, disappears? Quote. According to her, it only lasts a few hours. Izuku got up and went to the door, saying, I might as well make use of the time left. I should be fine before school closes. Quote. You intend to play a practical joke on the staff members, don't you? Chio narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Izuku closed the door after putting a finger to his smiling lips. When Yui felt an arm grab her by the waist and slowly positioned her in a sitting position against the wall, the fall she had anticipated never materialized. Yui finally saw a set of green hair while closely examining her wounds. Are you able to hear me? Did he ask? Yui gave a nod. That's good, he said with a kind smile. Does your wound hurt? Quote. Wincing slightly as the pain returned, Yui nodded. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I can alleviate the pain by using my quirk. I must hold your hand because it necessitates direct contact. If you don't like the idea, I can go get Shuzenji-sensei. Yui's eyebrows went up. I breached that rule, so much Recovery Girl already gave me permission to use my quirk on school ground. Izuku clarified, so no problem on my part. Yui chose to trust the nurse in front of her despite her discomfort with direct contact from another person. After receiving a nod of confirmation, Izuku took Yui's hand and used his quirk to gently bandage her wound. Gradually, the discomfort subsided as the pain gave way to a sense of energization. Abruptly, the nurse let go of her hand and threw his back onto the wall beside her. Concerned by the nurse's panting, Yui inquired. It is merely a disadvantage. Izuku laughed wearily and said, I'm fine. In relation to that, may I inquire about your quirk? Quote. Yui nodded and held up her palm, saying, Izuku smiled and imitated the gesture, saying, hey, touch-based quirk gang. Is your contact activated like mine? Quote. Yui wiggled her fingers and shook her head, saying, Izuku nodded in comprehension. 5 fingers. What does it do? Quote. As Izuku watched in awe with admiration in his eyes, Yui pulled out her phone, enlarged it to the size of a laptop, and then, feeling smug, put her fingers on both hands together and shrunk the phone back to its original size. Izuku yawned and stretched, his eyes still closed, and he sat up from the hospital bed, rubbing his eyes wearily. Izuku looked to his left at the familiar voice and saw Yui sitting there with a pack of tomatoes in her always expressive face. Izuku grinned, Kodai-san. Is the canteen noisy today? Quote. He was shocked when Yui shook her head and simply pointed at Izuku before turning back to face the bed. Remain vigilant. Izuku cocked his head and asked, on what? Quote. The drape opened at that question, revealing a girl with ashen hair and a level of fatigue that rivaled Izuku's. Reiko clarified, Yui is here on a mission to prevent myself from being closer to you, my beloved. While I insisted that I only wanted to share a bed with you, Yui accompanied me to ensure that I didn't do any, unsafe to perform work-related tasks. Unsafe for work? What do you mean? Izuku repeated. Quote. It means. Reiko merely shrugged and excused herself to use the restroom, but before she could say anything more, a tomato was thrust into her mouth. Yui inquired. Izuku yawned again and explained, just some late-night talk with a friend from overseas. I was dozing off. Izuku defended himself before realizing that he had woken up because he had heard your voice. When I was sleeping, did you say anything? Quote. Izuku scratched his head and said, yeah, that was a stupid question. Would you like to join me for lunch? Quote. Izuku handed Yui a piece of paper and said, here's the doctor's note. Please come here immediately if you feel anything weird. After accepting the piece of paper with a nod, Yui bowed slightly and left the office to return to the practice site. On the way back, Yui flushed at the memory of Izuku holding her hand tenderly. It didn't help that the nurse's gentle yet unassuming face was just right for her. Even better, he was a kind and respectful person, and he didn't dismiss her quiet manner as rude or frigid. Instead, he spoke to her in a normal manner. Hold on. He spoke to her in the same way as he spoke to everyone else, and she didn't say anything. As Yui hurried along, hoping no one would notice her tomato-red face, the realization struck her hard. Yui closed the drape on her bed, making sure Reiko was asleep now, and went back to simply watching Izuku sleep, slowly leaning down to his ears. I love you. At the smallest, gentlest tone, she whispered. She saw that Izuku was twitching a little and quickly sat back up. She silently promised herself that he would be awake and pay attention the next time she uttered those 3 words. Ideally without Emily overhearing them. At the end of the day, it's his decision, Chio said with a weary sigh, as much as I want to say no. Toshinori nodded and said, I understand. Then I shall do it. Chio firmly grasped her cane. I'll explain, one for all, to young Midoriya. Dear diary, I really like a certain phrase. You can't make the same mistake twice. If you make the same mistake twice, it's a choice rather than a mistake. The head of the Hero Public Safety Commission erred 10 years ago by threatening the wrong person, for which he paid a hefty price. I'm afraid they deserve it this time if they're truly making the same decision again. Nezu looked down at the number 1 hero, who was kneeling on the floor, and grinned at him indifferently as usual. I understand you wish to talk to Midoriya-kun about one for all, Yagi-kun. But I do not believe stalking the young man is the right way to go. Even Kayama-kun was weirded out by your actions. As they watched their former pupil being chewed out, Chio and Sorihiko were behind him, rubbing their faces wearily. As Nezu went on, the heroic foundation teacher could only nod. Now, instead of stalking him before classes start, ongoing, and end, have you tried approaching him during his working hours with Shuzenji-san? Nezu responded, I believe she is more than understanding to give you both some privacy. Dejectedly, Toshinori replied, I did try that. But young Midoriya's friends are always with him. It's a different student every day. Chio nodded and pressed the sharp end of her cane against Toshinori's back, saying, this I can confirm. But have some decorum, would you? That's my student you're stalking there. Toshinori begged, please stop calling it stalking. It's just difficult to ask the young man to speak privately with someone he doesn't know. Sorihiko kicked him on the back and said, you're the number 1 hero, you blonde oaf. Your face is everywhere. It's infuriating. Nezu chuckled, pleased with the lecture. Now, Shuzenji-san, Torino-san. I believe Yagi-kun has learned his lesson. Let me have a talk with the young man. It's a good opportunity to get to know the possible holder of one for all after all. Nezu-sensei. Before the matter was even raised, Nezu said, I will not reveal one for all. I believe that's fit for the current holder. I'll just have a quick chat with the young man before setting up a meeting for you, Yagi-kun. Does that sound good? Sorihiko grunted, better than this one following him around. Chio sighed, I agree with the goblin. Toshinori gave a nod. Nezu clapped his paws together and said, excellent. I believe that concludes our meeting here. Good job, everyone. He's going to earn us millions. Quote, money doesn't matter to me. Our names will go down in history thanks to this man. Quirk animal, quote. One with a long lifespan and an intelligence quirk, quote. Nezu gulped down the coffee once more, shaking the memories from his mind. His left eye's scar itched. Every time he experiences one of these terrible nightmares, it always does. Memories of misery. Nezu growled and put down the coffee cup before peeking out from behind the curtain. In an instant, the sun assaulted his eyes. His strength to pull the curtain closed was as strong as the realization that he had slept through the whole morning. Nezu groaned again and walked slowly over to his laptop. Before he could settle down comfortably, though, he heard his doorbell ring. Ding. Quote, most likely, only a few deliveries. After opening his laptop, Nezu began typing. Ding. Ding. Quote, perhaps it's another proposal from the HPSC. That simply makes ignoring it simpler. Ding. 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 Quote, today, those kids down the hall are obstinate. Nezu believed that last week he had definitely scared them away. Bang. Whoa, 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 quote, it seems like those CRC members are acting aggressively today. After everything, it might be best to get some materials for blackmail on them. Nezu, if you don't open this door right now, I'm going to kick it down. It was someone worse, Dignabbit. Nezu closed his laptop, walked to the door, and calmly opened it. Shimura-san. He bowed slightly. What brings you to my humble abode? So you like Ultraman too? Izuku paused to think. No, let me guess. Ultra 7. Izuku shouted. I knew it. With a finger snap. That season was peak Ultraman. Yui pressed her index fingers together and said, Of course I'll watch it with you, Kodai-san. Izuku grinned broadly at her. When is good for you? If it's Friday, I can probably ask for a projector to use in here. Otherwise, we'll have to watch it on the computer, which we might have to sit quite close together to walk. Izuku nodded and said, any day except Friday. Got it. Chio watched in complete bewilderment as the conversation continued. She turned to her assistant after shaking off the shock. Chio questioned, are you telepathic? Izuku held his head for a few seconds before responding, nope. Then how the hell did she didn't even, what? Yui imitated Izuku's perplexed head tilt as he said, she talks fine. What are you talking about? Chio moaned, I'm too sober for this. Go home, Kodai, it's getting late. Yui crossed her arms and said, Chio blinked in surprise as she said, no, you are not using that taco. Hey, I can understand you, after all. Anyway, go home, it's an order. Izuku turned to Yui, who was tilting her head once more, and said, she's right, Kodai-san. I think I'll leave in 15 minutes. Are you sure you want to wait? We'll meet at the front gate, then. I need to talk to Shuzenji-sensei a bit and then I'll pack up. Before leaving the room, Yui gave him the thumbs up. Chio whistled, that girl's a real mystery, huh? Izuku scratched his head in thought, I don't see it, though. She doesn't talk but her body language conveys all her thoughts. She's very expressive. Maybe we should just agree that you operate on a level that mere mortals like me couldn't comprehend. Replied Chio, we still need to address the notebook thing. What notebook thing? Chio cut in, later. You have a guest. Something happened before Izuku could ask his question. Or, more accurately, someone fell from the ceiling. As he introduced himself, the creature in the suit stood proudly on the chair, grinning broadly. Am I a dog, a mouse, a bear, or human? It's me, UA's one and only principal Nezu. Nezu gasped. Izuku bowed slightly and said, good afternoon, Principal Nezu. Shuzenji-sensei said you want to speak with me. Nezu cackled, that is correct, Midoriya-kun. May I ask what it is about? Don't worry, student of mine. Nezu reassured, settling into the chair and motioning for Izuku to take the one in front of him. Chio slipped out of the room at that moment. I thought it is already past time I have a conversation with the school's first nurse. How are you today, Midoriya-kun? As he brewed the tea, Izuku shrugged and said, there's the exam incoming, so just dandy, I suppose. But Shuzenji-sensei said I can help her with the hero course's treatment, so there's that to look forward to. It's good that you are passionate about this job, Midoriya-kun. Nezu gave a nod. Would you prefer to continue this after you have transferred to the hero course? Izuku was about to give Nezu the teacup when he froze. From Izuku's hand, the chimera removed it himself. Nezu went on, you are here for a chance to transfer, after all. And I believe you are more than qualified for that transfer. Izuku acknowledged, this is a bit sudden. Nezu put it this way, I agree. But the end of the day, it's your choice. Let's play out a scenario, then. Say I am giving you the transfer right now, yes or no, Midoriya-kun. If so, why? I don't know. Izuku kept his voice low. I thought being a hero was the fastest way to do it. But now, doing this, it's different. I don't have to hurt anyone while still helping others. I've only ever wanted to help people. Doctor or hero, it just doesn't matter anymore. Nezu examined Izuku's face and said, what about Shuzenji-san? She's both. There's that route for you to pursue. But Shuzenji-sensei can fight. With or without her quirk. Izuku countered, I would just be a liability. What good can healing one person bring when another one collapse? Nezu gave in and reminded himself to speak with Nimari and Chio. I understand. Then please, take all the time you need to consider your options. I must apologize for donning this on you so suddenly. Izuku gave a sheepish laugh and said, no, please, it's not. You just gave me a lot to think is all. With a clap of his paws, Nezu exclaimed, that's great to know, then. And leapt from the chair. I'm afraid I have taken enough out of your time today. I have someone who wishes to talk to you, and I believe he might be able to help you with your choices, if you would like. That's fantastic, Nezu-sensei. Thank you. Great. Shuzenji-san will inform you about the details tomorrow. I believe Kodai-kun is waiting for you. Ah, right, Izuku exclaimed as he hurriedly picked up his bag and left the room. He turned to Nezu before shutting the door. As for your first question, I might be wrong, but you always give that honey badger vibe. Nezu's expression changed from one of quick shock to one of nostalgia. Nana greeted herself inside with a firm nod. You're still alive. Good. Then I can personally kill you myself. You miss your first day at UA. As he shut the door, Nezu sighed. I start next week, Shimura. Nana sat down in a chair and sneered. Teacher needs orientation too, Nezu. I would have thought you're doing this to get fired if I didn't know you any better. Then Nana slammed a letter that said, Resignation, onto Nezu's desk. After examining it, the Chimera simply sighed. Nana gave him a fierce look and said, which I fucking did. Do I need to ask you to explain to me why? It doesn't concern why. Nana's eyes rolled. Don't fucking use that on me. Why? Nezu yelled back at Nana, because as I've told you multiple times before, I am not suitable to be a teacher. In fact, I am the last thing on this planet suitable for that job. What good can intelligence do when the person giving it is so unhinged, Nana? I don't eat, I barely sleep. Every time I do, I was back at that place. The children aren't safe around me, Nana. No one does. Nana remained silent during Nezu's tirade. Nana remained silent as she helped him into a chair, even after he was finished and struggling to breathe. As she guided his breath with her own while holding his palms in her hands, she continued to remain silent. Nana gave Nezu a cup of water once he had calmed down, and the rat accepted it with gratitude. Nana's voice was soft and gentle as Nezu drank slowly from the cup. You remember Kotaro's birthday, the first time I took you to see my kids? Nezu gave a nod. Nana laughed and Nezu grinned a little. Then you must remember how happy my daughter was when he played with you. Hell, you took over as her favorite uncle. Sorahiko was flabbergasted. That's when I realized you should be a teacher. It's just right. Nezu muttered, Nana, you know what happened to me. How can I be sure they'll be safe around me? Because I saw it when you were playing with them. Your smile. Nana cracked a grin. A kind, soft and genuine one. Then she picked up Nezu's letter of resignation and gave it to him. I know you will be a great teacher, Nezu. Please, just give it a chance. Nana begged. The children need someone who's been through darkness to guide them to the light. Nezu took the letter from Nana's hand with trepidation. He silently gazed at it for several minutes. He rubbed his sleep-deprived, blackened eyes and sighed wearily. Then he ripped the letter to shreds. Whoops. When Inko's gaze fell upon Izuku seated on a ladder with Himiko perched on his shoulder, she winced. Inko confirmed that she didn't inform them that she was returning home early based on their frequent blinking. Welcome. Tell us you're home because you forgot your key. Himiko begged with the banner in her hands. Please. I don't think lying straight to your face would set a good example, Himiko. Inko conceded. Izuku grinned smugly and said, Hold up, Himiko nay. Let's look at this positively. Mom is alone. We still have time. Detective Midoriya. Izuku stood up in a panic, forgetting where he was, but was interrupted by a familiar voice. Before the ladder fell, Izuku embraced Himiko around the waist and she let out a startled yelp, grabbing onto the wall. As her kids clung to one another from the ceiling, Inko watched intently. Is this normal in your house? Rei was staring at the scene in disbelief when Inko turned around. Inko shrugged and said, They're usually more gremlin than this. Worried, Rei said, Shouldn't we help them down? Inko merely grinned at Rei before returning her attention to her kids. As Izuku dropped to the ground with ease and held out his hands to catch Himiko in a princess carry, Rei watched in confusion. Himiko laughed and said, Good catch, Izu-chan. Onwards to helping Rei-san packs. With a charming smile, Izuku said, I'm setting you down. And Todoroki just blasted us straight to the Shadow Realm with his fire. Mina moaned, and Izuku laughed teasingly at her grievances. As he kept writing down his homework answers, Izuku questioned, Did you at least win the fight? With a pen in her mouth, Mina whistled, It was a tie. Time out, you know. What's your answer for this question, Midori? Izuku casually answered, I went through that with you earlier, Ashido-san. 3 times. Mina threw herself onto the pink beanbag behind her and said, Studying is hard. She then observed Izuku's expression of concentration for some time. Mina sat up, crawled over to Izuku, and smirked as an idea suddenly came to her. Izuku turned to face Mina as she called sexily, Am I? Do, re. Izuku asked naively, What's with that tone, Ashido-san? You know, I just put on a request to soundproof this room last week. That reminds me, I should put in a similar request for Hatsume-san's room. Izuku pondered. A lot of 1H have been asking for my help to rein her in on the weekends. Mina whispered in his ear, a man and a woman, alone in a room. Who knows what's going to happen in a closed room? Izuku raised an eyebrow. Oh. Got you, smiled Mina. See, no one can resist the good old Mina's char. Izuku interrupted Mina, saying, you make a great point, Ashido-san. We're alone, in a soundproof room, with no one to interrupt us. Am I Midori? Mina said tremblingly. Izuku smiled as he leaned over Mina, whose face was changing from pink to scarlet red. I suppose now would be a better time than ever. Especially with two of us here. Then Izuku leaned close to Mina, his lips touching her ears. As Izuku's gentle breath assaulted Mina's ears, she stifled a groan. Midori, if we're going to do it, at least let me. Get out your math homework, Ashido-san. We've got work to do. Mina immediately made a beeline for the door in an attempt to flee. Chio asked, has Rei settled into your house? Before taking a sip from the teacup she was holding. Yep, but to be fair, she doesn't have that much stuff to pack. Izuku responded. Mom had to drag her shopping yesterday. I surely hope her clothing choices aren't as terrible as her son. Izuku stuck out his tongue before shrugging, saying, I'll let you know I have an amazing sense of fashion. You guys are just too behind time to understand them. Only Tokage-san gets me. But then I would argue that this fashion sense is a Midoriya kind of thing. Mom said my dad was the one who bought all my shirts when I was young. Personally, I would file that as child abuse, but let's not get carried away. Chio was deadpanned. I believe I've never heard you mention your dad before. He and Mom divorced when I was 6 or something. Can't remember. Izuku sighed. It was a mutual decision since they both work too much. We still talk from time to time. He's in America now, actually. Your mom didn't change back to her maiden name after the divorce. Izuku laughed and said, she said it was not worth the paperwork. Akatani isn't that good of a name, anyway. Chio arched an eyebrow, saying, your grandparents won't be pleased. Izuku smiled and said, they'll forgive me. I'm their first grandchild. You tell me you don't have a soft spot for Tokage-san. Chio held up her hands in defeat and said, well played, child. Now go back to your afternoon classes and ready for that appointment you have. Chio's expression changed to one of, after Izuku waved her off and vanished behind the closed door. Disappointment as she rubbed her weary eyes and sighed in exhaustion. She took a picture frame out of the drawer beneath her table. Chio held it high as she glanced at the picture she had taken with the friends and family of her best friend. Even though it was gradually fading over time, Chio could still make out a sullen Sorihiko placing a teenage Toshinori in a headlock. Her younger self was kneeling to embrace an emerald-haired girl on their left, and the girl's older brother was hiding behind his parents on their right. Chio stared at the photo and whispered to herself, Akatani, and Midoriya, not Shimura. I knew that. I read the file. Her creased fingers lightly brushed the frame. I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. Maybe it's better this way. As her fingers reached Nana's face, they came to a stop. Chio kept her lips from quivering by biting them. Before returning the photo to the drawer, she inhaled deeply. Closing the drawer with a heavy heart, she returned to her computer. The fact that the boy and his mother weren't Shimura might be for the best. She believed she couldn't afford to fall in love again. Izuku lay on the bed and asked himself, have you ever thought about how small we are in this vast universe? No matter how impactful our actions are today or in the future, it will all but a blink in the near future. Quote. It's still lunch, Izuku. Chio blinked while holding the sandwich. Have you been drinking coffee again? To which Izuku abruptly replied, well, yes, but that's not important now. I have opened my third eye, my sixth sense, Chio-sensei. This realm, among many others, is destined for invasion. Only combat shall. Chio shut the curtains and said, all right, let's get you to bed, dear. I'll inform Nimori that you won't be attending afternoon classes. Izuku insisted, I am fine, Chio-sensei. But I must inform this realm's protector of the upcoming invasion. They must be prepared for. As she typed on her phone, Chio grudgingly agreed with him, for combat. I know. We played that game yesterday, remember? At your house, with your mother and sister. Izuku exclaimed, you must be one of Earthrealm's champion, then. Without hesitation. Yes, I am, and the Netherrealm might have me when it earns me. Now go back to bed. I swear I'm banning anything caffeine in this damn building. This is a lot of firepower in one room for career counseling. Izuku glanced around the room and made a nervous comment. A coffee table is surrounded by two couches that are seated directly across from one another. Between Sorihiko and Nezu sat a blonde man who was dangerously malnourished on one of the couches. Chio motioned him to sit beside her on the other couch. Nezu explained, "It is career counseling, Midoriya-kun." As Izuku sat down beside Chio. "This is just at a different scale, I suppose. I'll leave it to Yagi-kun to give you the details." "Okay. Then why are you, Torino-san and Shuzenji-sensei here?" "Because this is probably going to be the most outrageous story you've ever heard." Nezu responded, "And it is going to be unbelievable. That's why we are here to clarify any doubts or concerns you may have during and after." Izuku gave a tentative nod of comprehension. Toshinori saw that and used it as an opportunity to introduce himself. Toshinori said, "I think this is our second meeting, young Midoriya. My name is Yagi Toshinori. On paper, I am merely All Might's private assistant." Izuku interrupted, saying, "This is not our second meetings, though." Chio glared at Toshinori and said, "Excuse me. Is it not? My apologies, young Midoriya, but I only remember our first interaction, which was during the sport festival." Izuku said, looking perplexed, No. I'm pretty sure we've talked plenty of times before. The USJ, that backyard incident with Togaike-san, occasional encounters in UA's hallway, at the staff room sometimes actually, what did you meant by, All Might's private assistant?" Toshinori turned to face Sorihiko and Chio, who were also looking perplexed, and said, I don't believe I'm following, young Midoriya." Nezu, meanwhile, continued to smile inquisitively. "I mean, All Might is All Might's private assistant. How does that even work? I mean, it could work if you do everything by yourself, which you absolutely could since you're All Might. But why call yourself your own assistant? That's just weird, isn't it?" Izuku cocked his head. "Also, I just learned All Might's real name. Isn't it supposed to be a huge secret? I've followed your entire career since debut, and this is the first time I've heard of it. Also, why do you look like you haven't eaten anything since you've escaped being buried alive for a month?" The three adults in the room were completely confused by Izuku's tirade. As Nezu listened to Izuku's discovery, his inquisitive smile transformed into a playful one. Chio was the object of Toshinori's gaze. Shuzenji-sensei. Still trying to figure out what was going on, Chio answered, I assure you, Toshinori, that I did not say a single word about this to him." Izuku questioned Nezu, "Why is everyone looking so surprised? They didn't know." Nezu laughed and offered Izuku a cup of tea, saying, "They do, Midoriya-kun. How you do is why they are in such state. Mind if I ask how you came to such a baffling conclusion? Did someone tell you? It's very obvious, isn't it?" Izuku said as she took the teacup. "Let's put the similar eyes, hair color and hairstyle aside, anytime I meet him it's always the same clothing. The way he speaks, and his voice is almost the same. Whenever I walk into the staff room, he's in All Might's seat. And even though his name is not on the staff roster, he seems to be very familiar with the rest of the staff. I just put two and two together. And I believe you haven't told anyone about your discovery." Izuku muttered, "I thought everybody knew. It's like telling them the sky is blue. Like, what even is the point?" Nezu had to calm down after laughing so hard that it took several minutes for the other three to recover from their shock. Toshinori frantically made sure Izuku wouldn't tell anyone about this before sitting up straight and meeting Izuku's eyes. "Young Midoriya, I heard you've been having troubles deciding which path you want to move forward in the future." Izuku gave a nod. Once more, Toshinori inquired, "Why do you want to be a hero or a doctor, then?" Izuku looked resolutely at him and said, "I want to help. I understand that there are a lot of messed up things out there, and not everyone is willing to put themselves out there to solve it. Even if I'm the only one, even if the changes I could do is minuscule, I want to extend my hand, so that someone would have a chance to grab it." After examining Izuku's eyes for a few moments, Toshinori smiled himself. He noticed that Chio simply nodded proudly, but Sorihiko scoffed in amusement. "Young Midoriya, what do you know about my quirk?" Izuku narrowed his eyes and said, "The media always theorized it as some types of strength enhancement. But you always deflected the question whenever it was brought up." Toshinori declared, "One for all is the name of my quirk. And
It's 8 holder. 8 holder, asked Izuku again. You mean there are 7 other people with a similar quirk? As Toshinori clarified, not similar. Just one. There were 7 people who held onto this quirk before me. And I want you, Midoriya Izuku, to be the 9th holder. Observing Izuku's quiet, Toshinori went on. Allow me to paint you a clear story, one of 2 brothers, from the dawn of quirks. Hamiko looked up languidly from the couch and said, Rei-san. Is Izu-chan and Inko-san home yet? Then Rei thought, he said he has some career counseling to go to. You want to wait for him or have dinner now? Hamiko said, I'll wait for him. What about you? Eating now or wait for them? Waiting. Rei laughed politely. It's been a while since I've had a proper family's dinner. Hamiko laughed and said, I was going to hug you, but the couch already got me. Rain check. Of course, Hamiko-chan. Rei grinned softly before settling back into the chair's comfort. So this all for one terrible name, by the way, had a quirkless brother who resented him for his reign of terror. Yes, Yagi gave Izuku's recap a nod. Due to his crazy obsession, All for One forced a stockpiling quirk into his brother. But as it turns out, this quirkless brother has a quirk. One that allows him to transfer it to another person. The combination of the stockpiling and the transferable quirk has created, One for All, a quirk dedicated to taking down All for One. It has been passed down for 7 generations before you, the 8th. Yes, and you want me to be the 9th? Yagi nodded again and said, yes. What do you say, young Midoriya? Izuku blinked the request into his mind for a few more minutes. He looked over at Chio. Chio sighed, yes, it's real. All of this is real. He looked over at Sorahiko. Before taking another bite of the taiyaki, Sorahiko calmly reassured him, no trick here, kid. The rat, the harpy and I have been with 2 generations of One for All. Izuku's eyebrow went up. You know the previous holder. Who are they? The adults in the room exchanged glances. Nezu answered, forcing a smile. Nezu inhaled deeply and said, Shimura Nana was a fellow hero, friend. She was like family to us. Toshinori coughed into his hand and said, she was my mentor for quite some time before she passed on, One for All, to me and felled by All for One. Izuku apologized sadly for bringing up such a negative subject, muttering, I'm sorry to hear that. Her name sounds familiar. Was she a popular hero? In response, Toshinori and Chio stutter and scoff as Sorahiko points his cane at them and says, I wouldn't say popular, like that harpy or the blonde oaf. But she did make the headline a few times. The Marvel heroine. Skyward was her name. Izuku grasped his head and did his best to recall, I definitely know her. I just couldn't remember from where. Nezu clapped his paws together to attract everyone's attention and said, as interesting as that is, I believe we're straying further from our original purpose here. Izuku coughed into his fist and turned back to Toshinori, saying, right. Just, why me? I'm sure there are better candidates out there. Toshinori concurred, saying, there might be. But I saw this boy who stared straight back at death for someone he just met. This boy who stood up for the others, believing in what is right. This hero who risked his own safety for others. That is the type of person who I believe deserves to inherit One for All. Izuku sat in silence while the adults watched with anticipation. The only sounds in the room were the white noise of the clock ticking away and the occasional shouting of students through the window. As Chio and Sorahiko impatiently tapped on their canes and Toshinori anxiously assessed Izuku's response, Nezu only gave a cryptic smile. Less than 10 minutes later, Izuku finally raised his voice. What does it stockpile? Excuse me, exclaimed Toshinori. Izuku reiterated more clearly, One for All. You said it is a stockpiling quirk. What does it stockpile? Is there a reason for this sudden inquiry, Midoriya-kun? Nezu inquired. Izuku clarified, on paper, my quirk is called Healing Contact. But its real name is Cellular Reconstruction. I can rewrite a living cell structure, making it healthier or in some cases, preventing it from dying out. But my own cells are constantly in this state of change, putting me in a low-energy operation. Izuku's explanation caused Chio's eyes to widen. As he scratched his head in confusion, Toshinori said, I see. That's an amazing quirk, young Midoriya. But what has that got to do with One for All's stockpile? Chio muttered ominously, because if One for All stockpiles on energy, it could potentially zap Midoriya off all of his already scarce energy, putting him in a coma at the very least.
Finally, Nezu said, or death. Toshinori's face took on a horrified expression as he realized what might happen. Sorahiko added, aren't we getting too ahead of ourselves here? Maybe, one for all, might be the solution to the kid's energy problem. We're talking about unlimited and unconditional healing here. Nezu retorted, yes, but the risks outweigh the benefits here. We have no sure way of knowing what, one for all, will do to Midoriya-kun. I'm not risking my student's safety on a, what if, Torino-san. Sorahiko acknowledged the logic with a grumpy grunt. Izuku said, maybe we could look into its previous holders. They might have had the same issue. We could also learn more about One for All. About what it stockpiles on. Toshinori raised an eyebrow and asked, does this mean you accept? Keeping his head down, Izuku said, I'm still on the fence. It's a huge responsibility, Yagi-san. Even without the current predicament, I wouldn't know if I am up for the task. I need some time to consider my option, like Nezu-sensei had suggested. With a smile, Nezu nodded, a reasonable reason. We will look into One for All, Midoriya-kun. Take all the time you need to make your choice. Remember, you can always talk to any one of us here if you want. Izuku bowed and said, thank you, Nezu-sensei. This is one interesting career counseling. Yeah, it has been. Nezu roared with laughter. Now that we've reached a conclusion, I believe you should go home, Midoriya-kun. We've kept you here long enough. Izuku recalled, oh, one thing before I go. Yagi-san, could I have a look at your injury? You can heal it, Sorahiko exclaimed with admiration. With a shrug, Izuku said, I can try. Usually, such an old injury would be impossible to heal. But since Yagi-san's cell might be affected by One for All, maybe I can use that to heal as much as I can. Yagi pulled up his shirt to show a gnarly injury and nodded, saying, I see no harm in trying. Izuku took that as permission to lightly touch Toshinori's wound. Izuku's vision turned black as soon as he used his quirk. A white-haired man covered his eyes and put a piece of popcorn in his mouth, saying, that's a reasonable course of action to take. A headband-wearing man turned to one with 2 scar lines across his left eye and sneered, they'd better do one hell of extended research, then. I'd rather not have another die of overclocking. Especially one so young. I concur. With how much energy One for All had stockpiled and will continue to do so, I'm not sure the boy will last longer than a year. A bald man exclaimed in exasperation, what a missed opportunity, though. He's such a good candidate. Now we may or may not back at square one. A man with short black hair said, 7th, you've been oddly quiet. Is there something on your mind? Or is this the beginning of a phase like 2nd? A man with a scar across the middle of his face swore, fuck you, 6th. As Chio checked on the green-haired boy, a woman with black hair muttered under her breath, it can't be, right? He is, she said as she watched him fall to the ground. Silently, a yellow silhouette observed his mentor. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Detective Midoriya. When Inko heard her name called, she turned around. A surprised expression was on the face of the withered figure of the retired #1 hero as he approached her. Yagi-san. Inko said hello to him. I didn't expect to find you here. Coughing into his hand, Toshinori said, neither did I, detective. But to be fair, this is the last place I would expect any acquaintance of mine. Just acquaintance. I'm hurt. Inko pretended to look dejected. Toshinori stammered in a panic. No, I didn't. What I meant was, of course, you're not just an acquaintance. You're Iui. As she gave him a back pat, Inko chuckled and asked, aren't you a little too gullible to be the #1 hero? So, what brings you to Tartarus, Yagi-san? Toshinori clarified, I'm just here to give some insights about the security on, you know. What brings you here, detective? Before resuming her assured demeanor, Inko muttered, an overdue conversation with an old friend, I suppose. Anyways, are you coming for dinner tonight? Toshinori grinned and said, of course, detective. I do need to discuss with young Midoriya about a certain matter. With a sheepish smile, Inko scratched her head awkwardly and said, oh, right. About that, Izuku and Himiko won't be at home tonight. Himiko has girls' night, and Izuku told me his friend's family invited him over for dinner. Toshinori turned her head away and said, so it'll be just us. With a smile, Inko said, yeah, just us. Still want to come? Of course, was Toshinori's prompt response. I must go home now. I am underprepared. That response made Inko smile broadly. Then she gestured for Toshinori to bend down by wriggling her finger. The man trailed behind and heard a gentle, playful whisper at his ear. I do hope you won't just refer to me as detective for dinner later, Toshinori. Rumi had to tell Toshinori to stop breathing, because his heart was beating so quickly. Quote. With a low voice, Izuku declared, I'm heading out now. Be back before dinner. Rei asked worriedly, are you sure going out now is a good idea, Izuku-kun? It's only been 2 days. Shish. She was abruptly shushed by Izuku in a panic, saying, Mom and Sis are still sleeping. This is my only opportunity to leave covertly. Quote. Rei murmured, right, sorry, at Izuku's volume. But shouldn't you still be sleeping? You were bleeding just 2 days ago from. Yes, everywhere. I was knocked out before the bleeding, so it wasn't like I remembered anything. Izuku sighed. What about the voices you claimed to have heard prior to being unconscious? Isn't it 7 distinct voices? Rei pondered. Izuku-kun was a mental health facility where I was a patient. I am aware of what is and is not concerning. That is definitely in the concerning category. It's probably the teacher's voices. Izuku shrugged. I was pretty much a bleeding mess at that point. So you acknowledge that you should rest because you were made a mess. Quote. Izuku swallowed and said, Rei-san, you are surprisingly scary. Rei smiled and said, I am a mother of 4, Izuku-kun. I know how to deal with kids. Now, take a nap or assist me with breakfast. Or lunch for the 2 ogre sleepers inside. Izuku sulked. Rei-san. It's the weekend. I'll be back before dinner, I swear. On my way back, I'll even pick up some groceries. Quote. For approximately 5 minutes, Rei was locked in a staring contest with Izuku's puppy eyes before giving up with a defeated sigh. To check in, I'll give you a call. I'll bring Inko if you don't answer. Izuku nodded, grinning broadly, and walked out of the house, leaving Rei to ponder how Fuyumi managed to handle her students. In relation to that, she ought to inform Izuku that her kids will be visiting the following weekend. Are you moving? What happened suddenly? Quote. Even though it had been nearly a year since Izuku's transformation, Inko's feelings of pain and guilt continued to worsen as he sat up from his bed and answered his mother in a weary manner. It is complex, honey. Inko responded, her heart hardened, but to put it plainly, I don't feel good about this place. In addition, the neighborhood where we're relocating is peaceful and quiet. Additionally, the neighbors appear to be very kind. You'll benefit from it. It's also nearer to where I work. Quote. So I have to bid the Bakugo family farewell. To Uncle Masazuru and Aunt Mitsuki. To Kachan. To Kai-ne. Izuku's voice was tremulous as she asked. Quote. Yes, for the time being. But you can still occasionally see them. Inko nodded, afraid to look him in the eyes. I swear, little Katsuki would be overjoyed to visit us, I'm sure. Quote. Izuku simply nodded sadly, and Inko, holding his hands up, saw that his sadness had changed to one of conflict. Since this quirk entered his life, Izuku's life has completely changed. He was only permitted to attend school because of his extreme stubbornness, and even then, he was only able to watch as his friends went out and played among themselves while he was unable to run, and he had to put up with people looking at him with pity or annoyance.
Inko was forced to watch her son, who was so vibrant, joyful, and innocent, gradually lose his quirk. Izuku? I did not expect to see you today, Abara said, grinning as she looked up from her book and saw a familiar, weary face. Izuku smiled as he put on the apron and explained, Mom was very adamant about me resting up for the rest of this weekend, so I had to sneak out. Considering the event that transpired from what I heard, I must agree with her, Izuku. Abara put her hands together. Though I am grateful that you are here to help us, I am inclined to wrap you up and tie you into a bed. Whatever became of the ban on quirk use in public? You seem to have been unaffected by that throughout our entire childhood, don't you? Abara grinned. Whatever became of the law-abiding Abara I know and adore? Izuku gasped in shock. What have you done to her? Harlot, where is she? Abara flicked Izuku's forehead and said, clearly, she is incapable of making you understand the importance of remaining healthy. Izuku jeered, boo, I liked her more. Abara laughed and said, all right, you can assist me in serving the food. In any case, the kids prefer you to me. I'll handle everything else. Are you certain? When Izuku said, that's a lot of work for one person to handle, he raised an eyebrow. I can get help from my vines. Abara clarified,
It's good practice for the upcoming exam, so I'm allowed to use my quirk on the church grounds. There's my friend who follows the rules. Izuku chuckled before being gently struck on the head by a vine. Midoriya-san, nice to meet. My name is Shiozaki Ibara, but you can call me Ibara, Ibara said with a smile as she welcomed the new student to her class. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku greeted his seatmate back with a weary smile before slamming his head against the table. Nice to meet you. Ibara went on, unfazed by the strange behavior. May I ask why you're joining us so late, Midoriya-san? A week has already passed since the start of classes. Izuku looked up Leslie and said, we just moved here. We had to move all our stuff first. You're new to this area, then? The Lord has given us such a wonderful opportunity. If you want, Ibara can show you around the town and show you some of the most well-known spots, Midoriya-san, he cheered. I can't, Izuku said glumly. What a shame, oh my. After school, do your parents forbid you from going out? Izuku turned to Ibara and grinned sadly, saying, it's more of a, I can't, my quirk makes me tired all the time. It is. I find it challenging to perform any demanding tasks, or any activity. If it's okay with you, may I ask what your quirk is? As you can see, Ibara said, mine is, Vine. Izuku laughed, here, I thought that was just a cool hairstyle. Mine is. I'll just call it, healing contact, and it heals people by using my own energy. Ibara honestly responded, that's a wonderful quirk you have been blessed with, Midoriya-san. Izuku chuckled grimly and said, I know. I just wish it didn't make me feel so tired. Midoriya-san. Ibara whispered to her new friend, who was resting his head on the table, class is still in session. Izuku moaned under his breath, please give me 5 more minutes. Ibara pouted at Izuku's lack of response, saying, all right, then, school ends in 5 minutes, Midoriya-san. Without you, I'll just go. Izuku eventually turned to face her and pouted, saying, but you said that every day, Shiozaki. You always end up walking home with me. I might not today. Ibara averted her gaze. The two became so consumed by their dispute that they failed to notice that the entire class was observing them. Don't you want to stop them? One of the pupils glanced at the responsible teacher and pointed to the scene. They can flirt all they want as long as they understand the lesson. The teacher responded nonchalantly, continuing to write on the board, which they do. They're my best pupils. Aren't you expected to avoid showing partiality? An additional pupil inquired. The instructor shrugged and said, it's more of a suggestion. Under his breath, the student muttered, it definitely isn't, though. Well, class is over. Too bad, then. The teacher whistled. Go home, everyone. Don't forget to turn in your assignments by Friday. Bowing, Izuku said, good morning, Shiozaki-san. Kiba returned the greeting, and you, Midoriya-kun. Ibara is still getting ready. Would you like to enter? Izuku politely declined, saying, thank you for the offer, Shiozaki-san, but I'll just wait out here. How's the garden? Kiba glanced at his garden and said, I think the tomatoes are growing pretty well. Too well, actually. I may have to part with some. When it's time to harvest, I'll instruct my daughter to bring you here. With a laugh, Izuku said, can't wait. Sorry, Midoriya-kun, for keeping you waiting. Izuku turned to see his friend, dressed in her new middle school uniform, jogging in his direction. I hope this won't be an everyday thing from now on, daughter. Kiba laughed. You're going to be late if you take this long to prepare every day. Ibara calmly responded, twirling her hair, it takes a moment to comb them. I just had a rough hair day, father. Izuku told her, you look great. Kiba's daughter turned away, her face flushed, and he had to hold back a laugh. Shiozaki. I'm not supposed to say this, but what the devil are you wearing, Midoriya Izuku? Ibara gave Izuku's t-shirt a scowl. Pants, it said. I find it amusing. Izuku sulked. Midoriya-kun, I won't let you wear that to your own celebratory dinner. Ibara took hold of his hand and pulled him in the opposite direction from where they were going. It's so strange that you would wear that outside. Now you just sound like my mom. Inko-san possesses wisdom. Ibara continued to pull him toward a clothes store, saying, listen to her next time. I beg of you. You are blessed to have her fashion opinion. Izuku rolled his eyes and said, it's not even that big of a celebration. Maybe not to you, Midoriya-kun. Ibara responded, but as your friend, it sparks me joy to see you are no longer burdened by the downside of your quirk. Looking around the store anxiously, Izuku said, it's still not that big of a deal. To me, it is. Try this on now, Ibara said. lifting the t-shirt to Izuku's chest for measurement. Fourth place. Whistling, Izuku said, I might have reconsidered mocking your hair now. Abara closed her eyes and relaxed, saying, you should be thankful for these vines instead of fearing them. They have been carrying you ever since we were children, Izuku. Izuku twirled his finger on one of Abara's vines and said, I remembered them wrapping me up like a mummy. Abara laughed and said, I'm afraid you're solely responsible for that incident. What class are you in? Izuku continued to style Abara's hair and answered, 1C. I was unaware of UA as starting a new hero class. They. But aren't they? With a head tilt, Izuku said, I'm in general education. Well? Then Abara turned. Well? Izuku leaned back, avoiding Abara's face as it approached. Hey, Abara. Izuku turned towards the sound of his hospital room's door being violently opened. How's school, Todd? Abara leapt forward and threw Izuku into an embrace, interrupting him. Thank you, heavens. He heard Abara sob. When I learned about what transpired at the USJ, I assumed the worst. You ought to have known, of all people, right? As he embraced Abara, Izuku laughed sheepishly and said, I told you I'm like a cockroach. You won't be able to get rid of me that easily once I've entered your life. I've told you plenty of times that that is a terrible comparison. Abara laughed. At least compare yourself to a leech. That's Himiko Ne, isn't it? She's more of a vampire, in my opinion. Every time I pass by, she always hides behind you. At the sound, Abara turned to her right and saw Izuku leaning his head against the bench and snoring softly. Abara smiled and placed Izuku's head on her thighs, patting his head lightly. Even after all these years together, Abara never grew tired of seeing her friend fall asleep, so she silently led her vines to a nearby speaker and turned down the volume. After all those years, I will admit it feels strange to not have you in the same class as I do anymore, Izuku. Abara laughed. If I say that to you while you are awake, I'm afraid you will tease me for a long time. If I hadn't grown up with you, I don't know how different I would be. Perhaps I would be much more aloof and reticent. Abara muttered, I might be extremely narrow-minded and prone to criticizing everyone else, but I do know one thing. Abara jabbed Izuku's cheek with her finger and said, I will never let go of this special position, being by your side. You are, of course, a very well-liked person. However, that does not imply that I will cede this to another person. May we continue to be together from here on out, just as we have been for the last decade, Izuku. With her most significant other at her side, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. No additional adverse effects. No coughing, sneezing, vomiting, bleeding, etc. The pen on her checklist was tapped by Chio. I'm all right. 100% efficiency. Izuku yawned. That was probably just, one for all's defense mechanism. A little hungry, actually. Chio reprimanded him before taking some cash out of her pocket and saying, defense mechanism or not, I'm not comfortable with the idea of looking past my student vomiting blood while bleeding from every place one could imagine. Before you leave for class, get some food. Is this what I get paid? Am I at last acknowledged as your grandson? Izuku exclaimed as he took the cash. Chio replied bluntly, but I will say that would just make it more complicated for Setsuna, so no, my most bearable pupil to date. Izuku laughed mischievously and said, that's probably the best compliment I'll ever get from you, so I'll take it. What did you mean when you said it will make things more difficult for Tokage-san? Chio informed him, because she likes you, Midoriya. Isn't it clear? I don't think she would hang out or even talk to someone she doesn't like, Izuku sneered. I get the impression that Tokage-san is very forthright about who she likes and dislikes. Chio raised her hands in surrender, saying, no, I mean it as you know what, I am not having this conversation again. Everyone who uses one for all is the same, thick-headed fools. Izuku pouted and said, I am not thick-headed or a one for all's user yet. But were Yagi-san and his mentor unaware? Yagi, I get it. There are a lot of reasons why he is the #1 hero. Improvements made by women. It's difficult for him to tell who was sincere and who wasn't. Chio sighed. As for Nana, that woman has no hope. She was so dense that words could not adequately express it. Izuku arched an eyebrow and said, sounds like you had a hard time. As she pushed Izuku out of the office with her cane, Chio sneered, I always do. But that is a story for another time. You young gremlin, get moving. Chio returned to her chair after Izuku was pushed out and the door was shut, but her thoughts continued to dwell on the exchange. Her grief over the death of the only person she had ever loved persisted. It persisted in Nana's distant but compassionate demeanor, She was prone to rage but always found the capacity to forgive. Beneath that cold glare, she was a happy, vivacious person. She was both different and similar to Izuku. Even though it was a long-gone dream, it kept coming back to her how much she wished things were different. Chiyo sighed and rubbed her eyes wearily with her fingers before focusing entirely on the computer screen. Not again, man. With a groan, Setsuna tossed the paper aside, allowing it to drift aimlessly before hitting the floor. After ordering one of her vines to pick up the paper from her seat and return it to her, Abara glanced at it for a moment before turning to Setsuna. How often has it happened? Abara inquired. 3. Setsuna responded glumly. Principal Nezu is astonishingly severe about this. Principal Nezu must take all necessary steps to make sure you are not getting this, Abara said, placing the paper on the table. Having a pet, especially a reptile, is a long-term and serious commitment, Tokage-san. The Aki monitor at random. I've been researching and purchasing enclosures, accessories, supplements. Setsuna pouted. Everything that is required. I no longer have the animal in my room's whole terrarium. Why are you here even thinking about getting a pet? Just have the damn lizard at your house, asked Tagaru. You believe I haven't given that a try? Setsuna gave him a fierce look and said, my parents don't let pets in the house. I'll find a place of my own either now or after I graduate. Nato proposed, I think it would be simpler if someone with a pet vouches for you. Kon-sensei? He wouldn't agree. Yui volunteered. Koda is little known to me. Setsuna buried her face in the pillow and said, he's probably too shy to do it anyway. Is there really no way? Abara looked at Setsuna with a puzzled look and then sighed in exhaustion. Abara clasped her hands together and said, Izuku might be able to help. He has a pet, and I believe Principal Nezu favors him above the rest of us. Yui gave Abara a startled look. Does Midoriya own a pet? He's never mentioned it before, Setsuna exclaimed. Or is it something new? He has had Axel, that's its name, before we started middle school. Abara laughed. It was kind of an impulse purchase, but Izuku is responsible enough to keep it happy and healthy ever since. Since before you entered middle school, is that correct? Wow, that's a long time. Pony sat up excitedly. What is it? An axolotl. Abara laughed. A pink GFP axolotl, to be precise. I shan't bore you with the details, but he decided to bring it home with him after seeing the condition it was in and took care of it ever since. You mean an axolotl? That fits him, Nato said with a laugh. Extraordinary capacity for healing, a gentle and reserved demeanor, and a cute, quirky face that makes you want to cuddle with him all day. Before turning to Setsuna, Abara quickly struck Nito's head with one of her vines. If you would like, I can ask him to attest to your credibility. However, you may need to persuade him on your own. When it comes to pet ownership, he is extremely strict. Shiozaki. Thank you. Abara returned Setsuna's beaming smile with a grateful one. Convincing Midoriya. Huh? Perhaps I ought to put on my hoodie. Everyone shouted, no, and Yui held up a ridiculously large board with a red X on it. He who snitched. Fuck it. Izuku muttered a curse and clicked his tongue, then turned to see a swarm of robots coming toward him. Am I getting jumped at last? Izuku cocked his head and said, why are you guys in such bad shape, too? Do you recall the time you betrayed us? The group's apparent leader raised his voice. Nodding, Izuku said, vividly. We might be able to forgive you for that sin. The machine replied. If you agree to help us, that is. Izuku reluctantly nodded and said, yeah, I do owe you guys for that. What are you in need of? Do you know someone by the name of Hatsume Mei? I can't recall ever seeing someone with that name in the nurse's office. Oh, I recall that name being brought up by a few support course visitors. Is that who they are? The robot confirmed, most likely. And lately, she's noticed our existence. Izuku claimed to have witnessed the robots tremble. She has been abducting a few of our members for her personal gain. Experiments. She's not stopped by the teacher. We discussed the issue with Powerloader. After saying, better you guys than my workshop, the robot hung its head in disappointment and proceeded to pop another bottle of vodka. After suppressing a chuckle, Izuku inquired, so, what are you asking me to do? Tell her to stop? Before reaching his hand behind him, the robot confirmed, if you were able to. If not, we have this very poisonous syringe that you could. Izuku interrupted, saying, I'll talk to her. Put it away. Better yet, give it to me so I can discard it. Is Midoriya present? I need to talk to Higari rushed into the staff room, scanning the area frantically. Nomori snatched up a plastic water bottle and hurled it at her coworker's face in a quick response to his loud yelling. Quieter, Majima. Barge in. Silently, Nomori hissed, he's asleep. Izuku was snoring softly on a couch, and Nomori was sitting on a chair beside him, a stack of papers on her thighs. Higari squinted his eyes open and rubbed the area where the water bottle had fallen on his face. But why is he sleeping here? Oh, sorry, Higari said. He's been helping Inui with some students' counselings. Nomori clarified. Some students find it easier if the one they talk to isn't growling all the time. How long until he wakes up? I see. Higari nodded. It has been. Nomori glanced at her phone and said, I'd say another 15 minutes. I don't think I can wait that long. Higari exclaimed. Rather, I don't think she can wait that long. Are you referring to your prodigy? Nemori's eyebrow went up. We're talking about my absolute worst nightmare ever since I accepted this job. Higari elaborated. But yes, Hatsume is cooking again. Majima, it's Friday. Why did you allow her to cook? Nomori moaned. This time, what convention is she attempting to break? I'm not sure. All of them? The point is that I need Midoriya to stop her, Higari yelled. Could you please wake him up? With a weary sigh, Higari left the staff room with a message, stopping and gulping as Nomori gave him the most deadly, menacing glare he had ever seen. When he wakes up, please direct him to go directly to the support course. I'll do my best. Slow her down. Izuku-kun. Ochako sprinted in his direction. Midoriya-kun. Despite seeming more composed, Tenya approached Izuku with a happy face and a fluttering heart. Tsuyu and Shoto smiled and followed behind them. Izuku said, Good afternoon, Uraraka-san, Iida-san, Todoroki-san, and Asui-san. Are you guys here for the upgrade of support items? Yes. Ochako nodded. We're making a few last-minute changes to ensure there won't be any problems because the test is approaching soon. Tsuyu placed a finger to her lips and said, I told you to call me, Midoriya-chan. Seeing you here is a little unexpected. Is there anything you require from the support course? Izuku laughed and said, It's more like someone. Oh, I nearly forgot. Rei-san instructed me to inform you about this Friday's family dinner, Todoroki-san. Your brother and sister are also coming. I see. Shoto nodded. I'll see you on Friday, Midoriya. Which flower is your favorite? A red rose? A peony? Izuku hummed in contemplation, ignoring Tsuyu's prodding of Shoto. I don't know much about flowers. I do like some daisies, but I guess I like whichever one is given to me. Midoriya-kun, if you don't mind, may I ask? But who exactly are you looking at? Tenya interrupted. The door next to the group exploded open before Tenya could finish her question, and before Izuku's mind could process what was happening, a heavy weight struck him, sending them both to the ground. Hatsume. A rough, irritated voice yelled. Stop blowing up the workshop. We used more fire extinguishers than we have in the last 3 years. Now, Power Loader Sensei. A sly female voice laughed. All success comes from failure. Oh, hey, if this many explosions set us back, maybe you're a client. Her pink dreadlocks intertwined with his green, curly hair as she leaned closer to Izuku, and as the smoke subsided, a stunning pair of yellow, crosshair-shaped eyes met Izuku's, studying him. That depends. Are you Hatsume Mei? Izuku said with a smile, content to simply lie on the floor. Just one and only, Hatsume Mei, brilliant inventor and CEO of the future Hatsume Industries, at your service. Mei's smile widened. Izuku laughed at her eagerness and said, Nice to meet you. Midoriya Izuku, apprentice nurse, unknown of the future, at your beck and call. Chiyo whistled. Now this is a sight to behold. Izuku grinned when he saw his mentor and looked up from his book. You appear less angry now than you did when you departed. Can we presume that nothing dreadful occurred? As Chiyo sat down in her chair, she repeated, Yeah, those stupid kids were just playing around and ended up setting off the alarm. I'm more invested in what I'm looking at right now. Oh, this? Izuku showed her his book cover. I'm using this free time to learn more about her parents because Juru-san gave me a ticket to their concert later tonight. It's incredibly fascinating. I don't know what I mean, but she asked you to go with her, like going on a date. She said it was an extra ticket. Izuku sighed. I shouldn't read between the lines. She dug her own grave, then. Chiyo laughed. But I'm actually talking about Hatsume sleeping on you right now. Mei moaned uneasily and tucked herself deeper into Izuku's belly when her own name was mentioned, and Izuku smiled softly and gave her a head pat.
Majima-sensei sent her here on a timeout, Izuku clarified. She looked like she hadn't slept for a few days, so I told her to, and she said she would only do it if I let her sleep on me, so I let her. I guess she took my advice to heart, Shio muttered in admiration. What guidance? Not significant. In any case, how do you feel about this? Izuku hummed, flattered, I guess. She feels secure enough in my presence to let herself sleep. That is the best compliment there is. Shio sighed in frustration, good God, this genetic is driving me fucking insane. You're here for a baby, then? May smiled and said, I'd say a sleeping assist baby based on your appearance, but that might take some time because I don't have those prototypes are on hand. Then you had better go back to work. She ignored Higari and Izuku and turned to her workbench right away. Izuku watched May work with a laugh, while Higari simply sighed in defeat once more. At last, Higari said, I'm sorry about her. She's been quite enthusiastic about this new project we're working on for the hero course test. Izuku waved it away, saying, there's nothing to apologize for, Majima-sensei. It's always good to see someone excited about something they enjoy. However, I do need to discuss something with her. If you would like, I can deliver the message to you. Higari made an offer. Hatsume-san is causing the robots to complain. Izuku shared the information, saying, I was sent to stop her before the situation developed into a more serious situation, which involved dissecting them for educational purposes. Aggressive way. Yes, I know. I'm afraid there's nothing I can say that'll make her stop, Midoriya, Higari sighed. Do you mind if I try? Izuku nodded in comprehension. I see. Higari waved a hand at a furiously laughing May and said, have at it. I'll throw in a free support item if you can manage it. Anything you desire. I'll try to get ahead of this in the interim. Harms she inflicted. Then Higari walked away, carrying a bottle of whiskey, and Izuku just laughed sheepishly before turning to face May. Hatsume-san. May didn't even flinch when her name was mentioned, so Izuku called out in vain. May-san. After trying again and getting the same result, Izuku pulled a chair and sat down a safe distance away from May's work, but close enough to watch her work. To use the word, amazing, to describe May's work is like using the word, cool, to describe All Might's legacy. Izuku was riveted to her, watching in awe as she held up her newly assembled bracelet and examined it, then sighed and smiled proudly before putting it aside. What is that? May looked over at Izuku. Nurse, are you still here? May's head cocked. Izuku grinned and said, that bracelet you just made is true. Could you tell me what it's for? This infant. May's eyes glistened with anticipation as she gave him a big, sincere smile. This is a prototype baby for my exam. Suppressant bracelet, is how I refer to her. What is it used for? Izuku drew nearer to examine it. Everyone was asked by Power Loader Sensei to create something that would restrict the heroes to a certain extent. They'll have a harder time performing because I'm making this baby heavier. This is essentially Rock Lee's maximum weight. Then, in order to determine the bracelet's weight, Izuku lifted and lowered his hands. I have no idea what or who that is. But she's a limit weight. May laughed. It's a prototype. Before I begin creating a more complete baby, Power Loader must approve the prototype. With a louder cackle, May said, this is an amazing idea, Hatsume-san. But will it work on everyone? What are you talking about, nurse? May's eyebrow went up. As he attempted to demonstrate by throwing a punch with the bracelet in hand, Izuku said, this will certainly work on All Might or anyone who engages in close combat. But what about emitter quirks users like Cementos-sensei and Midnight-sensei? Their movement is merely slowed. Their quirk output is unaffected. It won't have a significant impact. So, what would you recommend? May pulled out a chair and took a seat. Do you know what the quirk suppressant cuff is? Instead of taking away one's quirk, you can tune it down to make it harder for them to use it, Izuku said, to which May nodded attentively. For instance, they will become exhausted from using their quirk or their output will be simply limited. But if the teachers are using it for whatever they're doing, we have to manually adjust how low the output is, May hummed thoughtfully, adding, I've considered the limit output. I think the stamina thing is a great idea, but I need to know how it feels and functions. Izuku glanced at May's eye bag and said, I think I can help with that. When was the last time you slept? The previous Friday evening? May gave her chin a thoughtful rub. Monday is today. However, Izuku laughed and held up his hands, saying, your hands, please? I'm the last person who can lecture you on that. As Izuku used his quirk and gently held her hands, May revealed her hands and felt the fatigue gradually dissipate,
replaced by energy that she could only obtain after consuming 5 cups of coffee, 4 energy drink cans, and a bottle of water. How are you feeling? Izuku snapped his breath and asked. Wow. As she attempted to move her shoulders, Mei smiled and said, the back and shoulder pain has disappeared. Is that your quirk? I can heal others at the expense of my own endurance, Izuku said, nodding. To see how my cells changed after using my quirk, I can give you a sample of my blood. It can be used to determine how that can be applied to your project. What a fantastic quirk. Izuku laughed in mild embarrassment as Mei grinned and asked, how are you feeling now? Izuku nodded in comprehension, saying, well enough to answer any questions you may have. Well done. You're helping me make a new baby, Mei smiled, our child. Shinso. Hitoshi turned to the table at the corner to find a familiar blonde hair called out to him, over here. Hitoshi placed his tray on the table, sat down, and said, Monoma. Lookouts. You sure you don't want the eye mask, baby? Mei said as she greeted him. Hitoshi instantly responded, definitely not. Give it to the drowsy man over there instead. He gestured to Izuku, who jumped when his name was called. Izuku rubbed his eyes wearily and said, I'm sorry. How much time was I? Nato replied, we didn't want to wake you, half an hour. Why are you feeling more exhausted than normal? Hitoshi put a spoon in his mouth and said, no one from the hero course went to the nurse's office today. Eri had nightmares last night. Izuku sighed, we ended up playing games till morning last night. Mei squeezed his elbow and said, nurse, don't let the little pipsqueak turn into you. Why not? Izuku pouted, I think I looked fantastic. How long until the start of class? Hitoshi looked over at Nato. Nato answered, around another half an hour. Izuku went blank as Hitoshi used his quirk to say, good. Sleep and wake up when Hatsume wakes you up. The command put Izuku to sleep, and Mei rested his head lightly on her shoulder before starting to type on her tablet again. Shuzenji-san. Nezu said to her, hello. Chio returned the greeting, saying, Nezu. Kuros mentioned that you called for me regarding an old friend? Yes. The Chimera produced a file with a red, confidential, mark on the front and slid it in Chio's direction. The doctor opened the file, took out the paper, and read through them. Please, have a seat. Nezu grinned before reaching inside his table. Chio put her cane aside and took a seat across from Nezu. Nezu saw Chio's expression change from one of disinterest and annoyance to one of shock and surprise. And then she let out a gasp. Nezu? Nezu nodded grimly. It's true, Shuzenji-san. Kutaro and his family have all been confirmed dead. At the crime scene, only ashes and dust were discovered. Nezu held off on speaking until Chio calmed her breathing. And Inko? First, let's wait for Torino-san and Toshinori-kun.
So this was it for the series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, bye bye.